Mr. Chair, we're now live.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Due to the COVID-19 emergency declaration, the 2021 operating and capital budget meeting is being held electronically and live streamed on the town's website. All members of council in attendance are participating by audio and video teleconference, and senior town staff are available throughout the meeting if council members have any questions on the agenda. For members of the public watching from home, please bear with us if we encounter any technical difficulties throughout the meeting. I am now calling this meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? I see there are no disclosures. On behalf of Ajax Council and as budget chair, I would like to thank our Director of Finance and town staff for their work in preparing the 2021 capital and operating budget and the 2022 to 2025 long-range capital forecast. Staff are proposing an operating budget of $76 million and a capital budget of $20 million for 2021, or a 1.25% tax rate impact, equating to $5.50 per month on the town's portion of the tax bill. You will hear from staff that the budgets contemplate the impacts of COVID-19 with the need to keep tax rates low and maintain service levels during this difficult time for our community. As a result of the pandemic, the town has had to pivot and identify new ways of carrying on business and offering services to residents, which has necessitated increased spending in key areas such as technology, cleaning, and protective equipment. To minimize the impact on the budget, only new staffing requests associated with 2 proposed business cases are being recommended. This is the first year that staff have presented business cases on new initiatives for council's consideration. This new process is being implemented to ensure transparency regarding the full cost of an initiative, including associated tax impacts. The 2 business cases before us tonight include strategic investments in innovation and technology and automated speed enforcement. We would like to thank the provincial and federal governments for the COVID-19 funding support through the Safe Restart Grant. The town received $991,000 in funding to help offset anticipated expenditures and revenue losses due to the pandemic. The town continues to call on funding support for municipalities who receive casino revenues, as it is vital to our infrastructure and capital programs. Our capital investment program is critical as we need to maintain and upgrade our aging infrastructure and keep up with the pace of growth. And as such, staff are recommending a $5.9 million in reserve allocations. The majority of the 2021 capital budget is dedicated to improving our road network and safety, totaling $12.3 million. These projects include Roslyn Road widening from Church Street to Westney Road, $4.5 million, and Admiral Road reconstruction in partnership with the Region of Durham Water Main Replacement, which is $3.8 million. $2.4 million is proposed to be spent directly on town buildings, including Ajax and McLean community centers. These are examples of aging infrastructure requiring significant repairs and upgrades. I would like to thank staff once again for putting this budget forward and recommendations for council's consideration. The budget reflects a continuation of our day-to-day services while managing current pandemic and growth, ensures compliance with provincial legislation, and achieves the financial objectives of our financial sustainability plan. There will be 2 opportunities for questions and comments from members of the public. Once before council asks their questions and make their comments, and one following. At this time, I will ask the Director of Finance and Treasurer to provide her opening presentation on the 2021 operating and capital budgets. So we will now move directly into the Finance Department budget presentation by Diane Valentim, Director of Finance, Treasurer. Ms. Valentim, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Council, members of the public and staff. We're here today to present to Council the 2021 operating and capital budget for Council's consideration and deliberation.
The budget process is really cyclical, and as we move through the process and complete 1 year, the next year starts all over. So in June of any given year, finance staff work to establish a budget timetable. This is presented to Council and actually starts the formal budget process for staff. Finance staff work with departments on establishing priorities in both operating and capital. A thorough review of work plans, legislative requirements and changes, contracts, and levels of service is completed. In January of this year, a budget education session was presented to Council, and this provided a high-level overview of both the operating and the capital budgets. It also provided the preliminary estimates for the upcoming 2021 budget. Today, as identified in the timeline, we're at February 8th, we have the budget public meeting. Here we will discuss and go through both budget documents, both the operating and the capital documents in detail, and answer any questions that Council and the public may have. Following that, we look forward to the budget being approved and ratified by Council within the coming weeks. To close the loop, financial statements are presented to Council for the prior year. This provides details on the actual expenditures of the prior year. The town prepares two different budgets for Council's deliberation and consideration, an operating budget and a capital budget. The operating budget covers the day-to-day costs of running the municipality. They are the annual operations of town facilities and services, primarily funded through property taxes and user fees. The operating budget is required under provincial law to be a balanced budget. This means that expenditures going out must equal the revenues coming into the municipality. Municipality can balance its budget in one of two ways. They can look to increase the revenue stream through raising property taxes or other non-tax revenues, or they manage their expenses by reducing the cost of programs and services. The town's operating budget consists of expenditures and revenues identified for the 8 various departments. This budget also includes 2 business cases, and it includes the library grant. The operating budget includes money spent on the day-to-day expenses for programs and services. These include items such as road and sidewalk maintenance, including winter control, recreation, parks, trails, and waterfront maintenance, emergency services, library services, grass cutting, boulevard maintenance, bylaw and animal services and enforcement, and information technology. As identified earlier, the revenues coming into a budget must equal the expenditures going out. This is a graphical representation of the revenue sources that are built into the 2021 operating budget. As you can see in the diagram, main revenue source for the town is taxation revenues. It amounts to about 81% of the revenues identified in the budget. This table just provides the actual dollar figures related to the previous chart. As noted, the taxation revenues from taxation amount to about $78,588,400, or 81%. The other line items, such as grants and donations and user fees and charges, represent the non-tax revenue items that are brought into the budget. These are reviewed on an annual basis as we work through the budget. So as noted, the operating revenues must equal the expenditures. Town looks at the various non-tax revenue items, and the balancer actually comes down to the property taxes that are then billed to residents. Over the next few slides, we'll review the main drivers of the change in the operating budget for 2021. This includes the annualization of council decisions made in last year's budget in 2020, including new staffing that came online, the expanded winter control measures, and the IT strat plan that was introduced. Also impacting the 2021 operating budget include the top-up of the stabilization reserve,
CIP grant obligations, labor agreements, salaries, and associated costs. Other items impacting the 2021 operating budget include legal matters and assessment review board decisions, the elimination of Provincial Offences Act revenue. User fees have been kept frozen at 2020 levels, and the introduction of a new traffic bylaw enforcement and new waterfront management strategy. Also included in this budget is actual savings on our hydro utility costs for 2021. This is due to the provincial decrease in the global adjustment, as well as a change in billing from a time of use to a tiered billing. Built within the 2021 operating budget are 3 grants that the town has historically provided funding towards, and this funding has been allocated through the Casino Ajax revenues that the town has received. These include Impact Ajax, Durham Community Fund, as well as a hospital grant. As a note, if the town does not receive the Casino Ajax revenues for 2021 and these grants are included in the operating budget, then the funding for these grants would be required to come from the tax base. Other items that are impacting the 2021 operating budget include items through this pandemic, through COVID-19, the requirement for additional personal protective equipment, and adjusting the way that we deliver some of the services we provide. We must ensure that staff are distancing by limiting them to vehicles, workspaces, offices. We've adjusted and allowed some staff to work from home. We're providing virtual events and meetings, offering online payment options, and have electronic document submission. Additionally, we have enhanced cleaning measures that we've undertaken, staff dealing with self-isolation. We have additional bylaw enforcement measures in place, decreased recreation revenues resulting from class size restrictions, and a need for enhanced cybersecurity. There are also 2 business cases that are introduced into this budget as standalone items for council consideration. The first one is a continuation of the IT strategic plan, and the second is the automated speed enforcement program. As identified in the chart, the 2021 estimated expenditures are identified as well as the tax impact. It should be noted that there is an annualization cost to both of these programs identified under the 2022 column. The town was notified that we will be receiving $991,000 in 2021 through the Safe Restart funding agreement. This is similar to the funding that we received in 2020 and will be utilized to offset our anticipated losses for 2021. This table helps to provide the details on the changes, increase and decrease in the year-over-year budget, as well as the impact, the tax rate impact that these changes have had. So as noted, the preliminary increase before the business case is about 3.15%. And the 2 business cases amount to about 0.87%. The tax calculation is determined by 3 drivers: the assessments, which are determined by MPAC, or the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, tax classes and ratios, which are determined by the region of Durham, and the tax rates, which are based on the taxes to be raised, determined by the municipality. The next 2 slides will review how the municipal tax rate is calculated. First, the municipality must determine through the budget preparation the amount of funds to be raised through taxation to ensure that revenues fund the expenditures identified through the budget. As noted in a prior slide, the expenditures and the revenues must equal. The town therefore reviews the expenses identified in the upcoming budget and deducts the various non-tax revenues they anticipate to receive to determine the amount of revenue that must be raised through taxation. Once this amount has been determined, it is divided by the total assessments and tax ratios provided by MPAC and the Region of Durham to provide a tax rate. That tax rate is then multiplied by the individual property assessment, which determine what the property taxes will be. The tax bills that are distributed by the town of Ajax include not only the municipal portion of the tax bill, but also include collections for the Region of Durham and the Province of Ontario for education. As noted in the diagram, of the full tax bill a property owner receives, only 31% is utilized and kept by the town. This slide provides a snapshot of a tax bill for the average assessed home in Ajax. And based on the budget that's being presented today to council, the change in the taxes year over year is approximately $122.21 per year, or about $10.18 per month. The municipal portion is noted as $1,681.54, and that's an increase of $65.06 per year. On a percentage basis, the change year over year in the tax bill would be approximately 2.34%. The town of Ajax portion is approximately 1.25%, and that is the only portion of the tax bill that the town has control over. The capital budget is the other budget that is brought forward to council for consideration and deliberation. The capital budget consists of large one-time projects, which are mainly infrastructure, studies, and information technology. The capital program is funded through various sources, including the reserves, reserve funds, debenture, or external revenues. The capital budget is broken down into 9 specific categories, and the projects that are identified are listed under these categories. There are many things that staff must consider when determining which projects are brought forward through the capital budget process. They include strategic plan, the asset management plan, council's list of priority items, prioritization of roads projects based on our pavement management system, mitigation of risk to ensure there's a decreased liability or increased safety to the municipality, receipt of funding, potential grants, growth-related projects, some legislative requirements, synergies with other organizations such as the Region of Durham, as well as funding constraints. All of these things are used by staff to help determine when a project best fits into the capital forecast. There are times also that projects do shift from year to year based on some of these priorities and changing priorities. As part of the capital budget process, finance staff actually have to look at the revenue assumptions, at federal levy allocations that will be going into the 5-year forecast, the anticipated casino or slots revenues, Lexicon dividends and income, federal gas tax funding, and development charge revenues. So the development charge revenues are based on building projections, which are provided by the Planning and Development Group. So all of these things help feed in and are input into our budget software program and allow staff to help identify where projects may fit within that 5-year forecast based on a funding perspective. The financial sustainability plan helps guide the use of the funds that are allocated to the 6 active capital reserves, the vehicle equipment reserve, the road maintenance reserve, general infrastructure, building maintenance, strategic initiatives, and development reserve. So the financial sustainability plan identifies that only 65% of the budgeted revenues going into those reserves should be utilized in a given year to fund capital projects. The intent of these spending cap guidelines was to ensure that the municipality was saving for future capital needs. The new legislative requirements under the asset management plan do require that the town have a financial plan to fund the asset replacement. As noted, there is a 65% spending cap guideline. However, the actual split over the last 5 years has been closer to about 88%. This is due to some essential projects, such as a roof and vehicle replacements, that have been brought forward as exceptions to the plan. The spending cap guideline has been met for 2021 with the exception of the vehicle equipment reserve. This is due to the replacement of a fire vehicle. However, the 2022 to 2025 forecast does not currently meet the spending cap guidelines. This is due to less revenues going into the reserves and several large infrastructure projects being identified in the forecast. Declining Casino Ajax revenues will result in less funds to the reserve. As can be identified in the table below, the total transfers to the capital have declined by over $2.7 million over the 4 years. And this is a direct result of the decreased Casino Ajax revenues. This slide shows the actual allocations of the revenues from the general levy, the slots, and the lexicon, and how they're allocated to those six capital reserves as well as the debt reduction reserve. So as a note, about 92% of the casino revenues annually have been allocated to the capital reserves. 100% of the lexicon revenues the town receives are directed towards capital reserves. And then we also have the general levy or budget allocations that are allocated to these reserves, and they support the maintenance and replacement of existing infrastructure. This table provides a snapshot of the 2021 capital budget. Total being presented is about $19.9 million, and this just shows the split between the 9 specific project types. Of the $19.9 million, 89% of that funding is dedicated to 4 project categories, the largest being the road network. The remaining 5 project categories make up 11% of the capital budget, or $2.1 million. This includes technology, parking lots, stormwater network, studies and other initiatives, as well as bridges and culverts. The main source of funding for the capital budget this year is through the capital reserves, and this amounts to about $6.8 million. $5.8 million is being funded from federal gas tax this year, $4.1 million through development charges, $2.1 million from recoveries, and about $1 million is being allocated from grants. This slide just provides the details of the various 6 reserves that are subject to the spending caps and identifies that they did meet the spending caps for 2021 with the exception of the vehicle equipment reserve. This slide provides a snapshot of the 6 capital reserves that are subject to the spending cap guidelines and the expenditures identified in the forecast. With the exception of the strategic initiatives reserves, there are several years within the forecast that the budgeted expenditures exceed the spending cap of 65%, and in some cases actually exceed 100% of the revenues going into those reserves. This pressure is due to several factors, but is mainly a result of the decrease in revenues going into the reserves as a result of the loss of slots revenue. In addition, the town continues to acquire and build new infrastructure, which is then added to the capital program. As the infrastructure continues to age, there is added demand for repairs and maintenance. There's also an increase in construction costs, and although the town does propose an increase to the budget allocations annually, this increase has not kept up with the cost of inflation. These items together work together to drive up the cost of the capital program. And unfortunately, this increase in costs is not being met with an increase in revenues. Actually, we're seeing a decrease in the revenues going into fund this capital program.
federal gas tax funding does account for about 29% of the 2021 capital budget this year. We do receive annual contributions through this agreement, and we do expect to receive about $3.8 million in 2021. This table just provides a snapshot of where the federal gas tax funding will be utilized in 2021. We've got about $3.9 million identified for local road resurfacing and reconstruction, $1.7 million identified for funding facility upgrades and energy retrofits, $120,000 identified for walkway and park lighting structural review, and $100,000 for vehicle charging stations. The capital budget presented to Council today is a comprehensive budget for 2021 and includes the 6 projects that were brought forward in December for pre-budget approval. This concludes my presentation for the 2021 operating and capital budgets. I would like to thank and acknowledge the hard work of staff in developing and bringing this document to fruition, specifically my finance team as well as senior management. I'd like to also remind the public that both the capital and operating budgets are posted on our ajax.ca website. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of Council.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. We'll now move into opening public comments and questions. We have several attendees who have registered to participate in today's budget meeting. If any attendees wish to ask a question or make a comment at this time, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom and you will be given 5 minutes to speak. There will be another opportunity for questions and comments after Council has reviewed the budget documents. Mr. Clerk, do any attendees wish to address the committee at this time?
Mr. Chair, we currently have 4 attendees who have joined the webinar session and have registered. Currently, none have their hand raised to address the committee. You may wish to give them a minute to consider if they'd like to make a comment at this time.
Wonderful. We will wait for 1 minute. That was a great presentation, Madam Treasurer. If no one wishes to ask any questions from the public, we will move into reviewing the budget. I'll just wait a few more seconds to give our members of the public an opportunity, a very fair opportunity to ask questions. Council, in the meantime, I will go through each department after it's being shared on the screen, and you will have an opportunity to ask questions on every department. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, no attendees have raised their hands at this time.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed with reviewing the 2021 operating budget, beginning with the review of each department. Please proceed. Are there any questions on all departments? Yeah, Councillor Bauer, floor is yours.
I'm sorry, Chair, it may not be all departments. I'm just looking by my page numbers, how I wrote it down. Sorry.
I'll ask every single department separately, so you'll have time to formulate your questions on the right department.
Okay, you know what? I did see it in all departments, but it's also again in a department, so I'll wait until then. Thank you.
Wonderful. Councillor Tyler Morin, did you have a question on all departments?
Okay, I see how you're doing it. I have my page numbers. So my first question is on page 14, which we're not there yet.
Okay, so when we get there, I will ask again and you will let me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor, you want to come back to all departments?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. Okay, on page 31, financial charges and fees. I just would like to know what these are comprised of. It seems like a lot of money in fees, 674,600.
Madam Treasurer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Councillor Bauer. So that line item there, finance charges and fees, includes two main components. They are bank charges or bank fees, but they also include credit card and debit card fees, especially specifically to our recreation department. So when we accept online payments, there is a fee that the municipality is also responsible for. Over $400,000 of that amount also pertains to our tax area where we have write-offs and adjustments.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Director. That answers my question.
Thank you. Anyone else on Regional Councillor Lee, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Back on that same page, if you would, miscellaneous fees of 37,000. I assume that's some sort of catch-all, but can you give us, Council, some examples of what would be covered under miscellaneous fees? 33,000.
So these would be, through you, Mr. Chair, these would be items that are identified in our user fees and charges that don't fit under that user fee and charges line item, such as some of the tax items that we receive.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You are very welcome. Anyone else on all departments? Is that you, Councillor Tyler Morin?
Yeah, so can I then go to page 14 and look at rec programs? Is that?
No, we're not. Is that under all departments?
I don't know. Like I said, I have page 14. I have a few questions on some different pages. So I guess
Through the chair, page 14, as identified, was part of our department summary. So it's recreation summaries, but they don't speak to actually any of the budget items.
which we'll get to later.
That's
Sorry, second time asked that. Okay, my bad.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll listen.
All right. Okay, then I will move on to the next department. Mayor and Council. Are there any questions on Mayor and Council? Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious as to why the Anti-Black Racism Committee is under our department. I don't believe we have anything at all to do with this. I'm just curious as to why it was allocated to this department.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford. So when items are brought into the budget, they're just identified initially on where they were identified. So because this was a project that was initiated through Mayor and Council, that's where the budget has been identified. This is something that can be reviewed in the coming year.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. It's on page 36, and I know it's referred to as budget neutral, but communications and technology, the two items, photo inventory software for 10,000 and the social media listening platform for 8,400. If I could just maybe just have an explanation what these actually are and what do we use them for, and is this an annual fee? And do other municipalities also use this type of software?
So through the chair, this was an item that was a budget neutral item that was originally identified in the Office of the CAO, has now been transferred over to LIS. But if I could ask perhaps the Office of the CAO for an explanation, I'm not sure if our communications manager is online.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the Manager of Corporate Communications, Rachel Wraith, will answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Bauer. I just want to clarify that these tools are budget neutral transfers, as Director Valentine mentioned. There is no increase to the 2021 budget, and just as per the IT strategy, these platforms are now tracked and budgeted by IT. The tools, the initial administrative costs to set up the platform and then the ongoing operating / subscription to maintain the platforms were identified and approved by Council in 2022 to streamline and improve the efficiency of services and staff. So if I can just provide a bit more information just about the two tools. The social media listening platform, this is a corporate platform that enhances and elevates our social media and engagement work. Currently, we are managing 6 accounts, and specifically, it helps to support us outside of the day-to-day duties by monitoring and listening and curating relevant online content. It also provides unlimited searches of major social media platforms, and it provides customized and detailed social media insights, post sentiment reporting. This is also key in assisting with finding influencers and tracking our online performance and metrics. And then just to answer your questions about other municipalities utilizing this platform, it is an industry standard, and it's utilized by many municipalities, including many in Ontario, including Cambridge, Hamilton, London, Barrie, Burlington, Guelph, and Markham. And then further, our photo inventory software. This is a corporate platform and resource and has been in need for several years to manage just the high volume of our corporate assets in terms of our photo library. And this was an ask of many departments. So it provides an online library of high quality photos for internal and external viewing. It allows indexing and searching of photos with built-in approval process to streamline requests and track photo usage. And this is great for departments as well as our external stakeholders. And this is also used by other municipalities, including the City of Hamilton.
Great, thank you very much. That's a lot of good info. Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Thank you for the details, Ms. Wraith. Next, I have Mayor Collier and then Regional Councillor Lee. Mayor Collier?
I just realized I want to make sure I'm doing this right procedurally. Many of the amendments that I want to bring forward are under all departments, but I was waiting to bring them forward under each particular section. But I did see one that was under there that I don't see in another section, and that is the increase in reserve allocation for tax assessment growth. So I wonder if I should deal with that here or under finance, and I guess I would ask you that through you to the treasurer, please.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. I think those are identified under the non-departmental section.
Okay, and so the library grant is already also under the non-departmental.
The library grant is under its own department at the end.
But I mean, the increase is also listed under non-departmental of 189,000.
Sorry, no, through the chair to Mayor Collier. It's identified at the very end. Dana, can you push that down? Sorry.
Well, I'm on page 20.
It's under section 5. It has its own section.
I'm just on page 26 where it says municipal grants and subsidies increase in HX Public Library grant request 189,000.
So that's under all departments. So that's a summary of all the changes throughout the entire document, but each section also has their own identified changes. So we will get to those through the subsequent departments.
But the reserve allocation would need to be dealt with here?
Through the chair, it's in non-departmental, so it's just after finance.
After finance. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Mayor. Regional Councillor Lee.
Through the chair to, I believe, the CAO. On page, I think 36, back to the, I think we're on this office of the CAO based on what Councillor Bauer was talking about. There's a line item for the midterm strategic plan being $5,000. Is that still going to happen at that rate under the guise of COVID?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Actually, when we first contemplated the strategic plan before it was approved, we talked about internally that we would do a midterm update with council, and it was contemplated at that time that we would use the same consultant that we used when we formulated the plan. Since this document was published, actually, we've had more discussions and believe that under the circumstances, we should be able to do that internally and not require the services of consultants. So we can forego that cost.
Thank you. So under that, can I move an amendment? Would that be appropriate, Chair, to remove the midterm strategic plan update from the administrative expenses from the CAO's office of the CAO?
I think that will be appropriate. Yes, Regional Councillor Lee. Do any members have any questions on that amendment?
On our updated rules, do I require a seconder for that, or this is GGC and no seconder required?
No, you don't require a seconder.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All those in favor of Councillor Lee's amendment? Any opposed? That amendment carries.
Thank you, Chair. A few more questions to the CAO. There's an other column, right? 2 lines under of savings of 2,100. How do we make money? I mean, that's good news, right?
I'm just looking forward here in my document. Did you say it's right under the?
2 lines under, so it's other, and it's a.
Oh yes, yes. So in my conversations with our financial analysts for our department, there are a number of different reductions throughout our line items, and they're clumped together into an other column. And maybe the treasurer, Diane Valentin, can answer or give some examples what they might be.
Through the chair. So this administrative line includes things like legal fees, various things. So when staff are doing an analysis, we really look at the high level. What are the large things driving the change in the budget? So this other just is a little, they could be increases or decreases corporately in that administrative line.
Okay, that's very helpful. If we could go down to page 38, please, which is the operating budget summary for the Office of the CAO. I've had very similar questions to all our directors, so I thought I would just start in this case. So the next page, there's a training line item for $123,500. So can you give CEO Baker examples of the type of training that the CAO's office would be undertaking for this amount? It was decreased by 20,000, but I also just want to reassure the taxpayer that this is not just like elective courses. Like these are somewhat required courses. Is that correct?
That's correct. Through Mr. Chair, that particular line item, because the human resources section is within the office of the CAO, that encompasses all of the corporate training that's required for our health and safety training and individual training within the different departments to maintain certifications and so on. I believe the manager of the manager of human resources is on the call and might be able to give some more specific examples. But yes, we did have a look at the overall corporate training, and in light of our current circumstances, we reduced this budget by $20,000 moving into 2021.
Great. And then my next two would be materials and supplies for 3,200. Under the assumption that we're all under COVID right now, and if not all, but a majority of our staff are currently working from home, and that was actually true to 2020 as well. What wouldn't we have actually like a reduction in the amount of materials and supplies required? I know it's not a huge line item, I understand that, but again, this is a matter of, this exercise is actually also for our constituents, just to make sure that they understand where this money goes to.
The chair, I think I can answer that on behalf of the CAO. So a lot of this has to do with health and safety supplies that we're obliged to maintain corporately in this particular budget.
Great. And my last question was the administrative expenses, which actually went up by 45,000. So I was wondering if either the treasurer or the CAO could provide examples of the office of the CAO. What sort of administrative expenses do we incur, and why do we see it projected up increase for that?
So I can speak to that, Mr. Chair. So part of this is identified in the page 37, the honors and awards events. This event was not held in 2020 due to the pandemic, so that's a large item. So this is to recognize staff that have significant years of service with the municipality, and this is done on an annual basis. So we did not have that opportunity last year to recognize those staff members. So this amount is being carried forward and will be done in coordination with the 2021 awards session. So that amounts to $19,000 of that budget.
Sorry, I think, sorry, I did see that part, but I'm just saying, so the The other 200,000 outside of the 45,200 there, what are other examples of administrative expenses that the CAO's office incurs?
So that includes public meetings, public relations, things like that. When we look at our social, our large urban municipalities, membership, like being part of those committees and coordinations, as well as a diversity conference, digital communications which includes this live streaming, customer service items. These are all items that are identified in the budget that fit under that line item.
Okay, that's fair. And just one last question. I guess this would actually be to the mayor, if anything. So, Mayor Collier, you are our representative on the Big City Mayors group, and it's a $5,000 cost, which is not a huge amount. But I was wondering if you could kind of go over some of the virtues of being a part of the Big City Mayors group.
Sure. Thank you for that, Councillor Lee. Through you, Chair. Just this is actually a $5,000 increase to the annual membership fee. There has undergone a lot of changes. Last year, we went from being LUMCO, the Large Urban Mayors Caucus of Ontario, to the Ontario Big City Mayors. We had hired a consultant group to develop a complete sort of strategy about how to move this forward. Being a group made up of the 29 mayors of municipalities over 100,000 population, we represent in excess of 70% of the province. So it's a fairly loud voice, but we want to make sure that that voice is heard as strongly as possible. So we work with AMO, we work with FCM, and we are trying to help move individual things forward. Like most recently, we brought forward recommendations about the paid sick time. We brought forward against the MZO on the provincially significant wetland. We brought forward a lot of the things to do with COVID, like to do with business closures, to do a lot of those things. So basically, we're now hiring I guess, executive director or a person to be the front person to keep this ongoing rather than just meeting every couple of months, to keep this ongoing on a regular basis. And the benefits are not AJAX specific all the time, but they are helping as a whole kind of move a lot of our things forward overall.
Great. That makes a ton of sense. And absolutely, I obviously still support those endeavors. Again, this exercise, like I said, is just to ensure that, if I was a constituent and I was looking at materials and supplies, I would want to know what these means, what these fees are, and how we're getting our quote unquote bang for our buck. And the Big City Mayors thing absolutely sounds like something we get a lot of value for. And it may not be an AJAX issue today, but down the line it might be. So it's good that we have a group advocating for that. So thank you, Treasurer and CAO. Those are all my questions regarding this portion of the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen, Mayor Collier and Regional Councillor Lee. I appreciate the conversation because it's brilliant that we engage our residents so they understand exactly where their funding is being allocated. So thank you very much for that, Councillor Lee. Was there any other, Treasurer, you would like to say something?
Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering if all the questions have been asked for Mayor and Council, because we did jump to the Office of the CAO.
Yes, I did notice that. So was everything asked on Mayor and Council? We just advanced naturally. Yes, I think. And Councillor Tyler Morin, did we miss you on something? No? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's safe for us to move on to the finance. Do any members have any questions on finance? I see Regional Councillor Lee first and Regional Councillor Crawford, and after Councillor Bauer. So I will make notes. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. This is in regards to page 42, so 2 down, which is the operating budget summary. So we go over contracted services again, and we have $48,200 associated to that, an increase of 200. Can you give examples of why aren't we doing this in-house? What are some of the services we are directly contracting?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. So some of the items that are identified within that line item include tax billing. So we have bailiff costs, These are recoverable costs, so they're actually allocated as well under the recoveries line item. So we do have to show expenditure separately from the revenues. So that's one on line item. We also have tax billing and collections. So this is an outsource. We outsource the printing of our tax bills. So that's part of the cost that's identified there as well. It's about $15,000 annually.
And then 2 down, the consulting and professional services, same, in a sense, same kind of question. We saved 6,400, which is great, but what consultants and professional services would finance require?
So we do have some legal fees that are required through our accounts payable process when we have to do lien checks for some of our large construction invoices. Our audit fees are included in that figure for about $49,000 annually to have our financial statements done. As well as there is some consulting fees that are identified for our accounting software, as well as some of the legislative requirements under PSAB. So there's new legislation that comes down that we do require some expert service on.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
You're most welcome. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the answer to this question, but I would love for you to explain this to the listening audience. And that is around the CIP, what it entails and what are we looking at in the future?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford. So the CIP program was established back in, I believe, 2012, and it has to do with the development at the corner of Harwood and Bailey, the Medallion developments. And under this agreement, the town is obligated to pay a portion of the incremental taxes on those buildings. So what is included in the 2021 operating budget is the incremental tax repayment back to Medallion for the second building, Building B. So this is a requirement under the agreement that once in place will be established for 10 years. So there is a requirement. There are 6 buildings identified in that plot of land. The amount that was identified for Building A was included in the 2020 budget, and this is the amount that's come online for the 2021 budget.
So the $600,000 is only for one building?
The 600
in addition to the first building?
Through the chair, Regional Councillor Crawford, the 644 is actually for the 2 buildings.
Okay,
So
so assuming,
341, which is for Building B.
so assuming every year from now till the 6th building is entered, it will be an additional $300,000 that has to be paid back. I mean, roughly it could go, I mean, whatever your calculation is, that is what we will owe Medallion for 10 years.
So through the chair, that is a good estimation. Yes, at this point, it will depend on assessment values. It will depend on class tax, whatever the ratios are and such, but that's a good estimation at this point in time.
And we are on the hook for 10 years for that.
That agreement, that's our understanding, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, Councillor Bauer, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And my question was just asked and just answered. Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other questions on finance? I see no hands. Can we now move forward to non-departmental reports? And first we have Mayor Collier. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Moving on to, let me just find my page, please. And I did issue my amendments to council on Saturday, so you all are aware of these coming forward. The increase in reserve allocation from growth and tax assessment, it says here 102,300, but Ms. Valentin, I understand that's 106,000.
Madam Treasurer.
I'm here. Sorry, I'm clicking the buttons here. 106,000 actually includes a $4,000 increase for the election reserve. So the budget allocation increase as a due to the value of assessment growth is $102,300.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to move that the $102,300 increase in reserve allocation for growth and tax assessment be removed. I'll just speak to it very quickly. the financial sustainability plan calls for an automatic incrementation to our reserve fund allocation based on assessment growth. I feel that in this year, especially with our budget pressure, this is not the time to be automatically incrementing that. It's not a large amount in the overall big picture, but it is about bringing it down about 0.015%. And it will not, one thing that I want to be very clear of is I want to make sure that, and I thank Councillors Crawford and Bauer for bringing it up with their last questions regarding the CIP cost for the medallion development. That adds 0.5% per year to our budget every year for 10 years. And that's not something that council can avoid. So just that alone starts at 0.5% the next year. I don't want to make any amendments to this year's budget that will leave a technical hole in next year's budget, which will increase our starting point. So by removing this year, we are being being considerate of the pressures for residents. But that being said, we are not leaving a hole next year that we will have to fill with a higher amount. So that's my amendment, and I hopefully have your support. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit lost as to where this number is. I apologize. I got lost on the pages.
Page 44.
Through the chair, it is on the screen as well, highlighted.
Marilyn, you're muted. Regional Councillor Crawford, are you trying to say something? And you're muted. There you go.
Sorry, I have it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. We saw the lip syncing. We didn't know what you were trying to say. So, yeah, so I'm going to ask for questions on the mayor's amendment, and I see Councillor Bauer, and after Regional Councillor Lee. Councillor Bauer, that you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So Mayor, Sean, can you explain that again to me?
Okay, the financial sustainability plan. So we use approximately, I think it's $6 million a year from the general levy gets transferred to the capital. Okay, and according to the FSP, the financial sustainability plan, that amount is increased every year based on assessment growth. And this year assessment growth is about 1.7%. So that $102,300 represents the 1.7% over what we put in last year. What I'm suggesting is this is not the year to be increasing transfers to the reserve that have an effect of increasing a tax increase.
Okay, and your connection with that to CIP is, can you just explain that part again?
For your comment as a great example of something that was a decision made by council 10 years ago, but we are still experiencing the effects of that every year going forward. So I was just trying to point out that by making this change, we will not be causing any adverse effects to next year in a higher starting point.
Right, okay, thank you, understood.
You're welcome. Next we have Regional Councillor Lee, then Regional Councillor Crawford. Councillor Lee, the floor is yours.
Through the chair to the Director of Finance, the Treasurer, excuse me, what are the, from your estimation, because you included this, what are the sort of drawbacks that you foresee if we don't include this in the budget?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, this number is actually lower than the actual amount that would have been included because the assessment at the time when this calculation was done was much lower than what the assessment ended up to be. However, the challenge that we're facing as identified in my PowerPoint presentation is the funding that's going to the capital program is decreasing because of the loss of slots revenue. This by no means makes up that $4 million decrease over the last 4 years, but it is supposed to be a little incremental amount that goes in that really it's through the assessment growth. It's not, although it is a tax rate impact, it does relate to the assessment growth that has come online.
Okay, that is helpful in making the decision. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome, Regional Councillor Lee. Regional Councillor Crawford, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I don't have any problem supporting this, but I I guess I would wonder, would we be adding double next year? So if we take it out this year, would we be expected to increase it double the amount next year?
I was wondering the same thing. Mayor
the-
Cole?
I can answer that. And that's what I meant by not creating a hole for next year. No, there is no need to backfill this next year automatically. The treasurer is absolutely right. This doesn't grow our reserves. But my point is, I don't think in a year of COVID where we have residents struggling, we should be putting money into savings right now. And I committed to not approving anything that is going to be really increasing reserves this year. This is just a way of saving that, but no, it does not create a hole for next year.
Thank you. And before I move forward, would the treasurer like to put some icing on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, this is not something that would be identified as the mayor has mentioned, a hole for next year, but we are recognizing a significant decrease in the funding going towards our capital program because of the loss of slots. So about 4 years ago, we had about $15 million being allocated to capital, 5.8, approximately 5.8 of tax revenue. But then we had a lexicon and slots money. We're now at about 12 point something million that is going into the capital program. So that's a significant decrease. So no, $102,000 is not going to really make much a difference on that. But going forward, the council will have some challenges ahead to determine what the value of that capital program will look like.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Regional Councillor Dice.
Thank you. And Ms. Valentine, I guess my concern is, you made it very clear in the presentation on our capital reserves that we're underfunding them basically. And this is what you use for emergencies. There's all different variations in the different reserve funds. So it may not be what we normally put in, it's what we can put in this year. But in the end, we are still not building on those reserves, correct?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dies, our capital program has been depleting because the revenues going in have been less than what we have historically put in due to the loss of slots revenue. So we have not been making that up with the tax base. So the only increase to the budget allocation of the tax base would have been this small incremental change due to what the FSP requires us through the allocation of growth assessment.
So it is part of growth and it is a cost, and that money should go into the reserve funds for that. See, I have a real concern with our reserve funds and where they are right now. And, and those reserves do pay, the various reserves do pay for capital projects throughout the forecast. And I think we need to have that on hand, and we need to rebuild that structure because it is falling behind. So, I'm very uncomfortable supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Dice. I think the mayor would like to have some comments.
I just wanted to comment after everybody had spoken, Chair.
Is everybody done? Okay, Councillor Tyler Morin.
Trying to maybe compare this to the way, we do in our own homes. Like, this is not the year after everybody's really been effective monetarily to, build up your reserves. You're just trying to hang on. And I think we need to reflect that in some capacity at the town level. And I think that this speaks to that, what the mayor's motion is. So I will be supporting it. But I understand what Councillor Dies is saying, but it is extremely different this year, as everyone in the world knows. Thank you.
Thank you. All points are well taken. If everybody else is finished, I'd like the mayor to cap this off so we can call the vote. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. I did send out all my amendments to council on Saturday and did ask for comments or feedback and received none. So I didn't realize there would be an issue with this. We are still contributing $6 million, exactly the same as we did last year. Exactly the same.
Okay.
This is just stopping that automatic increment of 102,000. Really, 102,000 on 6 million is a very, very, very small percentage. But it is a percentage. It's more the principle of not putting further burden on the taxpayers' back in a year where everybody is suffering and having difficulty. So this is not going to affect our long-term capital. But I do want to point out the bigger picture. We are looking at, in the report, the last recommendation in the report, the library had a $1.4 million surplus last year, and we're talking about taking 700 of that and putting that into reserves. So we are topping up our reserves for some other sources. I don't want people to look at this like we're sabotaging our capital going forward. There are monies coming in from other areas. It's just this year I don't feel it's appropriate. And the other thing is, and we're not at the capital budget yet, but I have many amendments on the capital budget to reduce our capital spending, because we can't keep continuing our capital spending when we've lost a significant source of the funding, which is our slots revenues. So I don't want people to get too caught up in this, because there's about 3 or 4 more other moving parts to it that all affect it in a better way. But the main thing is we can't keep spending money on capital projects like we have been now that we've lost the slots and now that things have changed. And we're going to have a real deep dive into that and figure out what our wants are and what our needs are and focus those monies better. And there's some projects that might not happen, that will not happen. But it's not going to not happen because we don't put 102,300 automatic incrementation in our grant transfer, or our levy transfer. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think I'm happy for the communication and the conversations. By the end of today or even tonight, we will understand more of what's going on and be a little more thorough in our budget, depending on what time we get this completed. So on that note, I'd like to call a vote on the amendment of the mayor. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries 6-1. Thank you. We can now move forward and move on to.
I'm so sorry, Chair, to interrupt. I just want to clarify the amount in the mayor's email said 106,000, but the amendment, what we're moving is actually 102.3. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry, Chair.
Okay, great.
I believe I throw the floor, Chair, but that's all my questions under non-departmental. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, then I think it's safe to move forward to Legislative and Information Services. Do we have any questions? And of course we do. Regional Councillor Lee, the floor is yours. And Councillor Bauer right after. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to just call up the email if you would. So I believe this is to Director Cooper. Sorry, okay, I got him. Thank you, Chair. My first question, it goes to, I think, page 40. Yes, actually here, the operating budgets analysis, actually, if we can go to page, I think, 47. So consulting and professional services, there was a telephone upgrade for $20,000. I was wondering, Director Cooper, if you could explain what that is. That's not an inconsiderable increase. As per usual, does this upgrade have to happen this year? Are our phones imminently going to collapse soon?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Regional Councillor Lee. Thanks for the question. Yeah, so our phone system is certainly due for an upgrade. We do have to do upgrades. They become necessary because older versions come to end of life in terms of receiving support and for reasons like that. So this budget allocation is to upgrade the Mitel server that supports our phone system and some components related to that. Additionally, as we've talked about today, we do have a lot of staff that have moved to working from home. And so we're currently working on enabling them to take telephone calls for business at home. So some of you may be familiar with what we call soft phone, which involves having like a headset and taking calls through your computer rather than through a traditional telephone. So this cost also includes some hardware that we are going to need to implement soft phone for staff working from home in 2021.
And the line item underneath that says other for 3,000. So can you explain what the other would be for?
Sure. So the bulk of that cost is for something that we call telephone failover testing. We do that every 2 years. And I'm not sure I fully understand the fine details of what that is. I might ask Mr. Walker to just jump in and explain a little bit more about what telephone failover testing is.
Is Chris Walker available?
I am, through
There you go.
you, Chair. So telephone failover testing is essentially testing the system's ability to fail and how it respond to it. So if the phone system goes down, do our backup processes work? Does our backup server kick in properly? So yeah, it's essentially testing the system's ability to recover and stay operational. And for that, we test every 2 years.
Thank you. That's my next question of how often we actually test for this. Thank you. So going to the next page, which is the operating budget summary, we have $67,100 in terms of education costs. I was wondering if Director Cooper could explain for your department, what does education costs and training costs mean, and what would it go towards?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. So as you may have noticed, our education and training budget remains flat this year, like most other departments, or reduced. That said, we are continuing with a lot of the training that we would normally do in 2021, despite being in the context of a pandemic. So the bulk of LIS's training budget is for IT. So I think about $45,000 of that amount is for IT, and there's a few reasons for that. I mean, it's a big team. We have a lot of new staff on that team. And IT training just tends to be a little bit more costly than what we would normally see in other disciplines. And all of that training is going to continue this year despite the pandemic, because most of it is web-based, it being technical training. So I can cite a few examples for you that relate to some of the big projects we have going on right now. So we'll have some training on Microsoft 365 administration. We're doing a lot more cybersecurity training right now. So that's both training for our security staff in IT, but also the training that we're delivering out through the corporation to our frontline staff and really all of our staff who use computers. We have training scheduled for the phone system administration, pertaining to specific applications like JD Edwards and our GIS system. So that's just some examples on the IT side. We of course have training that takes place in other sections in bylaw enforcement, and in Mr. Harris's team, legislative services. For example, through our professional association, the AMCTO, they have annual conferences and the clerks forum and things like that. So these are kind of the same ones that you see year over year, but the big pressures really do come from the IT group.
And what are the benefits of something like a clerks forum? I mean, I've never obviously been to a clerks forum, but what sort of direct benefits do you think we would see from that?
Yeah, so I haven't been to the clerks forum in a couple of years, but the ones I've been to have been really excellent. They keep you really up to speed on everything that's changing in the clerks world. So we try and keep apprised of all the major legislative changes that affect municipalities. And so it's sort of, you get like a case law update. The clerk's role has really morphed in recent years to have a much greater focus on accountability and transparency. So you see a lot of themes of that nature and sort of how we can advance those virtues within our respective organizations. And so again, not all of the training provided through our professional association is that excellent, but the clerk's forum is one that I certainly always find value in.
Great. My last question is, sorry, if we go back up to the previous page we were just on, it's regards to the disaster portal. There's a significant cost to that. I think it was.
For help here, Councillor Lee, what page number are we on?
We're right here on $12,000 for a new disaster recovery portal. It sounds important, but I was wondering if you could explain what the $12,000 would be going towards.
Sure, yeah. So this is an online tool that we started using this year. It's an annual cost, but this is where we house all of our disaster recovery and business continuity information. I'll just ask Mr. Walker to speak in a little more detail about how we benefit from that.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Lee, this tool is, as Ms. Cooper identified, it's an online tool which we house all our disaster recovery information in. So what that means is it enables us as an IT team to quickly, if there is an issue, we can quickly spin up say, for example, a certain system went down, we can see which systems connect to it, who's affected, and estimate and best plan for recovering that system. So that all that information is housed in one central spot where individual IT and or a number of IT staff can access it. It also is a place where we house any type of risk evaluations and our service catalog. So all our applications in there and who the owners of them are and those type of things. So really an informational tool, but as you mentioned, Councillor Lee, a very important one, which we rely on going forward in case there's a disaster, and just helps us with our ongoing operational work and supporting the corporation.
Great. And so ultimately, we have a lot invested in cyber security, cyber training. There's been documented cases of other municipalities going under a malware attack or a ransomware. What would the cost to a municipality be approximately? And any sort of estimate would be fine if Ajax were to fall under a ransomware attack.
Chris, would you like to field that one as well?
Yes, so I wasn't sure. Yeah, so through the chair. Sorry for the open answer. It could be anything, but I mean, we're seeing some up in the hundreds of thousands, some smaller, some bigger. I wouldn't want to put a number on it because it could, I mean, either way, it's very scary, right? So you are seeing some, and we're getting information, almost, sorry to say, daily or weekly of similar places across Canada and the US. We're looking at 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. But then there's also the cause of, the loss of reputation and trust and all those type of things too. So we're really taking it very, very seriously and focusing a lot of efforts on our cybersecurity and in turn the disaster recovery of it all.
Great, and that's generally the answer I was kind of fishing for. No pun intended. Chair, those are all my questions. Thank you to both of you for answering.
You're welcome. I have a robust list of questions to be asked. So the next online would be Councillor Bauer. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask questions about the new business case. So is this the time, or should we wait until further down in the report?
That will come further down, Councillor Bauer.
Okay. And there was one item, and I'm so sorry, Chair, that I missed it, when we were on the non-departmental section on page 45. There's actually 3 lines that I noticed throughout the budget. This is one of them, called municipal grants and subsidies. So there's one here, and then there's 2 more as the report goes on. And I'm just wondering specifically, what are these?
Through the chair, I think I can answer those. So the grants in the non-departmental, they're actually the 3 grants that I spoke to. Actually, these are 2 of the 3 grants that I spoke to in my slide. One is for the hospital and the other is for Durham Community Foundation. So that would actually be offset in one, I believe the investment lexicon line in the operating revenue section. So it's identified as an expenditure, but also identified as an income.
You're muted, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. And the other grants and subsidy lines, I'll ask when we get to those pages, and I'll wait for my IT questions till the end. Thank you, Chair.
You are very welcome. Next on the floor, back to legislative, it's the mayor. Sir?
Thank you, Chair. Just want to go back. Let me find my place here. My question was, and I think I found it, on the first page, let me go back up. It talks about the increased cost for bylaw staff for proactive parking enforcement. And I was looking for the offsetting revenue number and I couldn't see it. But then when I went down about 4 pages, I did see an amount. But Ms. Cooper, can you please speak to the offsetting revenue? Because I would hope that the offsetting revenue would be equal to or exceeding the staff costs for this. I see an amount of additional parking revenue anticipated of 47,200, or is it both the 163 plus the 47,200? Or can you clarify, please?
Thank you. Yes. So sorry, you're looking at page 50, the proactive parking enforcement beginning June 1st, and then the additional parking revenue with the paid permitting system, those two lines there.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, so the first one, the 163,000, that's the additional revenue that's anticipated as a result of the proactive parking sweeps that will begin June 1st. The second item is parking revenue that's anticipated because of the implementation of the waterfront permitting system. So because we are going to be having a permitting system down there, there will be an increased amount of patrols along those side streets, and there is that's expected to generate additional parking ticket revenue.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarification. I believe Councilor Lee asked a lot about the security, the IT security audit of 40,000. Was that part of that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor, I don't believe Regional Councillor Lee asked specifically about that, but I can speak to it if you'd like.
Yeah, I want to know how that sort of dovetails in with the rest, because we're talking a lot about our IT strategy. Please go ahead.
Sure. So the security audit, this was actually something that we did even before the IT strategy. We do one of these every 2 years, and it's where we bring in essentially a security auditor to come and try and poke holes in all of our systems and let us know where we have vulnerabilities. We complete this every 2 years. It's something that our cyber insurance provider expects of us. So we go on sort of a cycle. So every 2 years, we do what we would call like a full-blown security audit. That's what you're seeing here. And then in the intervening years, we do sort of a smaller version of that, just a penetration test.
Okay, thank you. And that's good to know. And just to the Integrity Commissioner, and I'm taking this as this is a $10,000 increase to what we already pay them?
Yeah, so this is just a fee for service model. We don't pay any kind of retainer. What you're seeing here is we've just adjusted the amount in our budget to better reflect what we're actually spending. Mr. Harris, did you want to add anything to that, or did I get that correctly?
I think the treasurer would like to say something pertaining to that.
Sorry, not pertaining to that, but afterwards, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, Director Cooper.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll just confirm what Director Cooper said. This is an adjustment of an increase of $10,000 to reflect actual costs. You may recall when the Integrity Commissioner was introduced in 2019, we included a base budget amount of $5,000 and would increase that depending on the actual amount of usage and costs incurred by the Integrity Commissioner service. We've now had 2 years under service from Airden Burles as our Integrity Commissioner, and we found that the average annual cost is about $15,000. So the increase that you see for 2021 is to reflect the average annual cost that we've experienced.
Do we know what last year's cost was? I know the year before, I think, was 21 or something.
Not offhand, but the Integrity Commissioner is preparing their annual report, which will be presented to Council in the near future.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe those are the extent of my questions, Mr. Chair. Yes, they are. Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam Treasurer, is this appropriate time?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to the IT security audit as well. I do sit on the Durham Municipal Insurance Pool as one of the board members. And in the last couple of years, the cyber security insurance or cyber insurance used to be included as part of the property premium. That has actually been pulled out, and we now have to do a separate cyber security insurance. And this security audit is required under that policy.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you very much. I will continue and move forward with questions again. And next I have in line would be Regional Councillor Crawford. The floor is yours, ma'am. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is around training. So has our IT department ever tried to push on our vendors to have a lower cost for training, discount, or perhaps even free when we purchase a module or whatever needs to be trained on?
This would be LIS.
Sure, yes. So when we deploy new software applications, often I would think almost always they come with some preliminary free training. Many of our vendors offer ongoing free training. What you see in our training budget is training that we obviously can't get free through our vendors. As far as cost savings and discounts, one of the things that we've been doing a lot of lately is cooperating with the regional IT department to try and find some cost savings there. They've been really helpful to us in beginning to include what we call like piggyback clauses in some of their IT contracts so that we can jump on their pricing and save some money there. So that's an opportunity we're looking to all the time. Mr. Walker, did you have anything to add about how sort of the measures that we take to get, better cost and free training for your IT staff?
Through the chair, I just want to reconfirm what Ms. Cooper said. We do look any opportunity we can to get cheaper or group training is what we'll certainly look at. And we are looking at cooperating, as you all know, other municipalities, generally have the same needs from an IT standpoint. So we try to work with them and get cheaper pricing as well. But to Councillor Crawford's original question, and to back up what Ms. Cooper said, typically when we do get a new software in the contract, it does come with training and or ongoing training through the maintenance agreement with them. Thanks.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, with the onboarding of Microsoft 365, I think it is that right? That will come with its own training module, I'm sure, provided by Microsoft. What additional would be possibly needed that would have to cost us money? Sorry for being in the weeds, as I've been told, but I'm just curious.
Through the chair, no, it's a good question. This would be, so there is training offered by Microsoft that Town of Ajax staff and IT would be able to take as part of their like free or program through maintenance, the maintenance that we pay. However, what we would be looking at is that highly specialized training that Microsoft wouldn't offer, and these would be, when you have our infrastructure team really getting into the weeds of Microsoft and learning how to administer it. So those type of things aren't part of the license agreements that we currently have with them. And I don't believe they are in any offering with Microsoft. You buy the license, and in many cases, you're responsible for training yourself to some degree. But like I said, a lot of the day-to-day training and the training for town staff would be just through their public portal type of thing.
Thanks very much.
Those are excellent questions, Regional Councillor Crawford. And because of these questions, our staff are able to give us such great answers because they know these tricky questions are coming and they keep it on top of their games. So thank you for that, both ends. We're going to move forward now to Regional Councillor Dice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but my question's been answered regarding the parking enforcement. Thank you.
No, you are very welcome. And now, then we'll move on to Councillor Rob Tyler Morin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. Going to page 51, can, through the chair, maybe to Ms. Cooper, or vehicle equipment and maintenance. So vehicle equipment and maintenance at 34,300. The proverbial all due respect, what do we use vehicle and maintenance for in LIS? Just if you could speak to that a little bit, please.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Rob Tyler Morin, I assume this relates to our bylaw services vehicles, but beyond that, I do not know the answer. So Ms. Valentin May or Mr. Hannon.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Morin. So the amounts that are identified for vehicle and equipment maintenance include fuel for the bylaw services.
Oh, okay, so it's bylaw. That makes sense. Okay.
As well as repairs.
I just was wondering, I was picturing the LAS office and I'm thinking, what do we do with vehicles? Got it, bylaw. Thank you. That answers my question.
Are you, sorry, was that your last question?
Yeah, okay. I'm good. Yes.
Now we're back full circle to the mayor, sir.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me back. And I just want to ask you to the treasurer, I may have missed it, the impact and hospital and community development grants, where would they be located? Are they part of LIS?
Two of them were included under non-departmental. So that was the items that Councillor Bauer had brought forward that are identified under the municipal grants and subsidies.
So can you, okay, what page is that, please?
45.
45. I knew I missed it somewhere. So page 45, and where would the explanation for that be, please?
Well, because there's no change year over year, there's no specific explanation for it. But this under non-departmental, it includes the allocation of the grant or funding for Durham Community Fund as well as the hospital grant. So they're included under municipal grants and subsidies, as well as they're also included under the investment income slots, a lexicon line item. So they themselves do not have an impact to the budget. They're an in and out.
Okay, and the impact would be under rec?
Yes.
Okay. Chair, I just asked for your patience on this. I did miss this. I would like to move a motion on this, please.
Please proceed.
Okay, I would just like to move that this be removed from this year's budget. The clerk spoke to this earlier on in the opening about the pressures and the funding sources from the slots at Ajax Downs. These items would be funded by the slots from Ajax Downs. However, if we do not receive the funding, this will fall directly on the taxpayer. The grants and subsidies together reflects to approximately, I think it was 40, potentially 0.41% of the budget. So if we did not get those funds from slots, we would be having to take 0.41, I think that's the number, please don't quote me on that, but from our levy and pass that on. So I'm not saying yes, it is 0.41. I'm not saying that we get rid of this forever, but I'm saying that while our slots revenues, which is the funding source for these grants, is unknown or unreliable right now, and I just heard today that the government has extended the lockdown again at 1 o'clock. We don't know when this will be coming in. I'd rather not take that risk, and I think in this environment right now, it would be better to err on the side of safety, on the side of caution. So I will ask that those be removed, please. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do any members have any questions on the mayor's amendment? Councillor Bauer, please proceed. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do have a question. So the breakdown of this full amount, I don't know if I can ask
All
this
right,
question.
let me turn my mic off.
It's divided into two. It's the 125 for the hospital and then the difference for the Durham Community Fund. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. So it's 125,000 that's identified for the hospital grant and 68,900 for Durham Community Fund.
Okay. Now, prior to having investment income from the slots, previous councils made a donation to the hospital, I know for sure, but did they also make, what donations did we make to those organizations prior to slot revenue?
Through the chair, that's a little before my time. As far as I understand that these grants were brought in as a result of the slots money.
Because I think I understood in one of the reports, because we just had the hospital come and give their presentation and request for this year's contribution. And I think it started at 25,000, and maybe the previous the members of council who know the history of this could chime in as well. But I have an issue with removing them entirely. I would rather we give, they came forward, the hospital specifically I'm talking about, they came forward with a request. I think there was option 1 for 25,000, which bought an ICU unit, a bed, not the bed. And then 35,000 was another option, which bought the bed for ICUs. And I'm thinking in this time, just sort of connecting to what Councillor Tyler Morin said earlier, when you're thinking about your own personal finances and how you have to tighten the belt in many areas to make ends meet when times are tough. It doesn't necessarily mean that we don't give anything. And why I say this specifically to the hospital, we all know we've all been involved this past year almost in many, many initiatives to show our support, because of the pandemic. So I've been involved in 3 or 4 drive-bys. We've had campaigns to light our town up. We've had window pictures where we've asked residents to show their support. Various ways. We could talk on and on about the ways we show our support. So I would prefer that we look at giving them something, a smaller amount, not the full 125, but maybe we look at their 2 options and give them one of those options. So I don't know if that, how I address that as far as the mayor's motion, but I just wanted to put that out there for my colleagues to think about.
Would this, okay, would this be considered an amendment to the mayor's amendment? Can I get some procedural advice, Mr. Clerk? I know the mayor would like to speak on this. I didn't know who should go first at this point.
And also maybe I'll ask a question of the treasurer regarding the funds for the Durham Community Fund. Like, have these organizations come and spoken to you about their requests?
Through the chair, currently not the Durham Community Foundation. Vivian Pearl did come to present the 2019 financials to council. I think it was December of 2020. I have not received any correspondence to date for the coming year. My staff actually did identify that we have been funding several grants through the slots since 2006. We started in 2007 with the hospital at 62,500, and that did increase in 2011 to 125.
Okay, and prior to that, I'm sure I read in the report that council donated 25,000 a year. I think
the chair, that could be possible. It just might have been through the tax base at that point. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, it's Christy McClarty here. I just wanted to confirm that Councillor Bauer is correct, that pre-slots, we would provide funding on an hoc basis. So it would depend what the request was. It was quite limited at that time, in and around probably the 25K mark as alluded to. So before slots, it was definitely as per request. And then as we received the slots, we formalized a process for our grant funding.
Okay, thank you for that, Christy.
Okay. Are you done, Councillor Bauer?
I think so. Thank you, Chair.
Quite okay, that's quite fine. I'd like to call the mayor back on the floor. You're muted, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to answer the question that Councillor Bauer asked, and thank you for the question. And absolutely no disrespect to the hospital or to the community grant, but I thought it was 75,000 when I first started in 2003. I don't know if Councillor Dias can confirm that, but that's what I thought the number was. But there was a couple of things that happened. One, the slots came online, and 2, we used to give, I think it was $1.25 or $1.28 per person to United Way, and at the time that equated to about $125,000 a year. And when Ajax Pickering United Way became part of Durham United Way and they went a different direction, those funds were that's when we sort of looked at the whole package and we came out with Impact Ajax as well as a way to still put funds into the community. And I absolutely support putting funds into the community. However, when our funding stream has stopped being the slots, that means if we want to continue doing this, we have to pass that cost now onto the taxpayer, which right now is to me not the right time to do it. I will point out that we do provide funding for the hospital in other areas. I know the Pickering Mayor's Gala puts their proceeds there. My mayor's golf tournament puts money directly to the hospital every year, and we've raised over $4 million since that tournament started 25 years ago. And also through the Mayor's Gala, we are looking to potentially do something as well regarding the community grant. So there's some other ways we can do it, but I think passing those costs onto the taxpayer right now is a challenge that I don't really want to see done this year. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Tyler Morin, you had some remarks?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So kind of ironically, the last time we did this, I think was for the mammogram machine that we did at the hospital, which was great. I remember posting about it and how proud we were about it. And I actually had some residents asking me, why is the municipality contributing? There's only one taxpayer. Like, we're already the provinces. So I explained to them how we get the grants via the slot revenues, et cetera, et cetera. So as per that conversation, if we don't have those slot revenues, because I'm all for doing it with those, but we can't now go into the taxpayers' pockets. In my opinion, we're tight. We're all wondering if there's little ways we could nudge this down. So as long as the funding's there from the slots, absolutely, let's do it. But this year it's not. So I don't think it's something that we disagree on. I think that we all agree that we should do this, and we can next year, if things go back to, if we have a pot of money that we can draw from and we can do it, let's keep doing it every year. Just this year is a blip year. I know that's been the theme of everybody's little talks tonight, but that's my feelings on this. I should have spoke before the mayor though, so I didn't want to make it sound like I was repeating what he said. But that's my feelings. But I totally agree with what Lisa's saying. But again, just not this year. The funds are not there. Thank you.
You are welcome. If everybody is done, I also would like to, I was all for supporting Councillor Bowers, but after I found out that there are other streams of revenue that we are supporting, because in no way would I not want to support our hospital. But I'm very happy to hear that the mayor's galas and the golf tournaments are supporting the hospital as well. And again, yeah, it is tight, and we do want to watch what we're, charging our taxpayers with. So yeah, I will be supporting the mayor's amendment with this. But saying that, I would like some clarification from the clerk on where we're going with this, with the amendment. Do I
Excuse
consider?
me, Chair. I believe Councillor Dyes also had her hand up for comment.
So sorry, I did not.
Had a point of order, if you don't mind, just quickly, Chair, just to correct. I mentioned the Mayor's Gala. We're looking at things, but we have not made that commitment yet. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. And I apologize, Regional Councillor Dyes. You may have.
Okay. I figured you couldn't see me. I know it's difficult. I'll be waving around here more. I just had a question about the Durham Community Fund too, Ms. Valentine. How much goes into that fund annually?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes. Last year was about 68,900. So it's based on a dollar value per household.
Right, you did say that. So, and from what I remember, it's an investment we make, and whatever revenues gained, percentage of that, what we make in that investment is what goes towards the funding of the various applicants that apply. Is that correct? So that 68.9 isn't what goes out to the applications. We're putting our money together, we pool it together, we make interest, and that interest is spent. Is that correct?
Through the chair. So there are two streams. There's a flow through stream as well as an endowment stream. So that's 1,000 that we provide in funding is split between those two funding mechanisms. So the endowment stream actually does earn interest. Yes.
So I would assume right now in the climate today on the market's doing pretty good, that they're probably pretty healthy at this point in time. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I honestly, I wouldn't know.
Okay, so the impact, and Mayor Collier was correct that, part of that funding originally came from United Way when they amalgamated to Durham Region, and the council at the time felt that it still should go out into the community and to the hospital. So Impact Ajax was a result of that, and that was because we identified as a council the importance of building community, particularly when we have growth happening, and we had tremendous growth from 2003 for about 10 years. And we recognize that small town feel that Ajax is so well known for was going to be problematic to keep that going, and that we had to really invest in that. And that's what we did with Impact Ajax, because you could then access a grant as in a neighborhood to bring your neighborhood together for special events or whatever. So, I know that it's very difficult. I mean, the Impact Ajax Fund, I think, is really critical right now in COVID, because of the mental health issues, that we keep going with some sort of communication with our residents. When these, I'm assuming when we, things relax a little bit with COVID, that we might be able to do some events. We're not quite sure of that. But in the meantime, we're still very good at, we're learning how to do it online. And I think we really need to keep those options now because these are the things that people need every day in the community. They're needing to touch base with each other, and particularly in their neighborhoods, and children as well. We're seeing that as well. With respect to the hospital too, we are the COVID center for ICU right now at the Ajax Pickering Hospital, and the demand is quite high, and so that's critical as well. I'm okay, giving them, cutting the funding slightly, giving them a couple beds, but I think I'd rather see us waive the Durham Community Fund right now, stick with Impact Ajax, and discuss how we go forward with that.
Okay. Are you done? Okay, thank you. Mayor Collier.
Just Chair, I'm not talking about Impact Ajax right now. This is specifically to the hospital and the Durham Community Fund. I'll deal with Impact under rec. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Okay.
Just for clarification, were we not talking about the 3 grants?
Through the chair, underneath this particular, under the non-departmental section, just those 2 grants are identified under this section, the hospital and Durham Community Foundation.
Okay. All questions done? No? Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. So just Mayor Collier, for the money raised at the mayor's golf tournament that goes to the hospital, that's allocated for specific items, is that right? Or can you say that you're going to use those funds to buy ICU beds or bed stands?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bauer. Like we do through the chair, what we do at Ajax, the hospital makes a presentation of their ask. So they look at because we use it to buy equipment because the hospital is provincially funded. So the province pays for most of the stuff, but any specialty items, like we bought things like panda warmers, we bought a number of different, Councillor Tyler Morin talked about the mammogram machines and things like that. So each year the hospital will give us a couple of options, and the committee, which I sit on, will make a decision on where those funds are going to be allocated. So perhaps this year they may come with the ICU beds. When they came at the last meeting, it was to say thank you for the reception area that they'd done with last year's funding. It would be the same sort of process that we have at the town, where they would come with a request, and the committee would make a decision.
So by wanting to remove this particular grant, because they did come to us with a request, last year's went to that reception area, and this year's request is for the ICU beds and bed units. So unless your golf tournament request is the same for beds and units, the answer to this particular request right now, what you're offering, is no. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Yeah, I know. I probably asked it in a weird way. The hospital already came with this request for beds or a bed unit for ICU because we're in the middle of a pandemic and we need those things. And your motion right now is to say no to those.
Yes.
And the golf tournament might not go towards these beds or units, might go towards something else. It's based on what the hospital asks for at that time. So we're not even going to consider buying one. Like, instead of saying, no, we're not buying you any, we can't say we're just going to pay for one. Like, one bedside unit is $25,000. One ICU bed during the time of COVID is $35,000. So we can't. So instead of 125, we can't agree to give 25 or 35.
Well, Councillor Bauer, my motion is to suspend the grants because we
Yes.
don't have the funding source from the grants. I haven't gotten into any partial. I'm moving that we suspend the grant programs because we've lost the funding. If you want to bring something forward to partly, I guess that would be through an amendment.
Okay.
Very well. So before we move forward, I have Regional Councillor Lee.
I also just want to remind people who are watching that the provincial government seems to be sitting on $6 billion right now, and the hospitals and healthcare are under their purview. So I think they should absolutely be stepping up. That's not to dismiss anything that's been discussed so far, but it bears repeating that this, we've been put in a very hard place by not replacing slots revenue, and these are the conversations as a result of that. So I mean, as a friendly amendment, I'd love to write a letter to the Minister of Health, just outlining our concerns regarding the amount of funding going towards ICU beds, but I don't think it'd be appropriate to bring it at this point. But definitely, at council is something I look forward to bringing. So thank you, Chair.
I don't mind accepting that as a friendly amendment and sending a letter to that request.
So I would definitely like to put that as a friendly amendment. Thank you, Chair. Or thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome as well. Okay, so we have the mayor's amendment. We have Councillor Bauer to decide if she wants an amendment, and then we have Councillor Lee's amendment to the amendment or friendly amendment. Clerk, I need you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, not to overcomplicate this, there's a couple avenues to approach it. So the friendly amendment can just be considered as part of Mayor Collier's amendment. Councillor Bauer's amendment, it is permissible in our procedures to amend an amendment. That is allowed. We would need to understand the wording change that's being sought, and I can bring something up on screen to help kind of guide that. As a general practice, it's usually easier if members can all agree on what the amendment will contain before it goes to a vote. But if there's disagreement about what the contents of the amendment should be, then a motion to amend the amendment might be in order, and then members would vote on that amendment first, and then return to Mayor Collier's amendment, depending on the outcome of Councillor Bauer's amendment. Clear as mud?
Clear as mud. Okay. I think before we move to the amendment of the amendment, Clerk, are you going to do the verbiage on that? Are we
I'm
to
going to bring something up on screen now, and I could probably use Councillor Bauer's guidance on her express intent on how that would appear.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I would like to suggest, here's what I would like it to be, is that instead of removing the entire amount, am I on mute? Oh no, we lower it, we reduce it. And I'm only talking about the $125,000 hospital grant, that it be reduced to $25,000, which was the pre-slots amount that Christy was talking about. Before we had income from slots, the council at that time used to grant approximately $25,000 to the hospital at their request. So could we do that, which would be able to purchase one of the bedside units that the hospital did come and ask us to contribute to, I think in December or January, I'm not sure. And the rest of the mayor's amendment would remain as is, the other funds.
Whilst you're doing that, is it appropriate for Councillor Tyler Morin to address us? He's been putting up his hands throughout the discussion. Clerk, would it be appropriate?
Yes, if I could just ask for some slight clarification on the friendly amendment wording as well, just so I have that complete before we continue.
Thank you. So just a letter sent to the provincial government in regards to our belief that the government should be doing more to fund healthcare and hospitals, if that helps.
So could that friendly amendment be added to mine as well?
Yes. It will.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, every amendment going forward, we can just add that, right?
I don't know that we need that twice in the same motion, but
Yeah, I mean, Lisa, if your amendment passes, then it becomes part of the main amendment, so it would, the wording would be there either way.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Rob has a question for, I apologize.
I do. Am I okay, Mr. Chair?
I was just waiting for the clerk to get completed with what he was doing, and
Mr. Chair, I think we're good here. The significant changes proposed by Councillor Bauer would be the bolded text. All the other provisions would remain the same.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll read it out loud. But first I'll have Councillor Tyler Morin address us before.
Thank you. Thank you. So not to tighten the drum too tight here, but can somebody speak to in we'll call normal years, there's a pot of money that we grant to the hospital that we receive that money from the slot revenues. That's what happens. If I'm wrong, correct me.
correct.
Can anybody speak to, is there a pot of money that's in there now? It's just less, or is it zero? Or I know that we did receive, and I don't mean to skip ahead to slot revenues, but this year I believe we received some monies, I think 450,000, I think, for 2020, correct? To treasurer,
Through the
Madam
chair.
Treasurer, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Tyler Morin. So we did receive slots money for Q3 and Q4. That will be allocated to 2020. So
Okay.
we've not received anything currently for 2021.
But there is, this $25,000 would be coming out of the monies we did receive from the slot revenue, even though that amount is a lot less?
No, we have not received anything for 2021. So this budget contemplates 2021 receipts.
Okay, so, well, I'm sure we're praying that we'll get revenues from the slots this year. Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry, did I interrupt you? Were you complete? Were you done?
I didn't know if the mayor wanted to expand on that, but I understand. So it would be coming out of the 2021 budget, but would it be like on hold until we get the money from the slot revenues, let's say in August or September, and we take some of that and we give it to the hospital, or are we going into our operating capital budget for this, for the 25,000?
So through the chair to Councillor Tyler Morin. So right now within our budget, we have made an assumption that we will collect approximately $4 million from casino revenues. We have to build this assumption in early in our process. We've identified the amounts for the grants through the operating. So right now, if amounts are pulled out of the expenditure line or the grants, we would pull that same amount out of the revenue line. If council wishes to keep that $25,000 in expenditure, I would propose to leave $25,000 as a revenue line item as well. However, we're not certain that we will get that funding. So that's why I wanted to bring it forward for council's consideration, that if we don't get that funding and council approves the grant to go forward, then the grant would need to be funded through the tax base.
Okay. I don't know if anybody wants to speak to that, but thank you for that clarity. That brings me a bit closer. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'd like to give the mayor an opportunity to answer that, and then right after him, Regional Councillor Lee will ask a question as well. Mayor, please.
No, actually, the treasurer answered it exactly right. We basically, the first one, if we do receive any funding, the first 25,000 of funding from the slots will be allocated to fund this if this amendment passes. If we don't receive the funding, then yes, it will have to come out of the general levy. I was going to speak to the amendment, Chair, but I'm not on the speaker's list, so I'll please add me to your list.
Okay, wonderful. In the meantime, Regional Councillor Lee, you can address us.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to confirm numbers then. So currently, based on the mayor's email, eliminating both, if we keep both in, we're going to see a potential budget increase of 0.41% if there's no casino money. Mayor, correct?
clarification, sorry, Councillor Lee. My 0.41 figure included the impact funding as well. But
Gotcha.
the impact funding is going to come under rec. So I thought we would deal with them all together, but no, it's not 0.41 for this one. But
I guess, do we know what 25,000 represents in
Yeah.
terms, so like, can the treasurer plug those numbers in?
Madam Treasurer, can you advise us?
One moment.
The calculator?
0.03.
Right. So I am comfortable with this amendment. We are talking 0.03. Like, I understand the mayor's point. I actually agree with it wholeheartedly. But also, like, an ICU bed at 0.03 risk is actually manageable for me. Like, I think the taxpayer will very much understand where this is going for. Like, it's literally helping the most vulnerable for the most, like, the worst case scenario. And the mayor still achieves what he hopes to do by eliminating a huge chunk of a possible increase should casino money not be coming in. So as a result, I'm going to support the amendment to the amendment, and then I hope to support the amendment as a whole as well. So thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Mayor Collier, you're on my speakers list now.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Councillor Lee. However, I'm not able to support the amendment to the amendment, just because I look at this and I think you hit the nail on the head with the $6 billion that the province is sitting on right now. And I also wanted to point out the fact that we applied for phase 2 funding at the end of last year, and we were turned down for the phase 2 funding because the province deemed that slots revenues were not COVID losses. Now, I don't know how that connection was made, but that was the connection. So, the province had a perfect opportunity, and it wasn't even the province's money, it was federal money. It was money given by the federal government to the provincial government, and the provincial government made the decision not to provide it to municipalities that were heavily affected, who are casino who have casino presence in their communities. So we reached out to the province for help, and the province said no. Now, had that been different, perhaps there might be some wiggle room here, but this is a provincial requirement. When we have the money, I have no problem supporting, absolutely no problem. And we've demonstrated that in my first 18 years on this council. Every year we have gone ahead. But now I liken this to if you lose your job and you usually make a donation to X and you lose your job. You have a decision to make, and that decision is whether you don't have that revenue, are you still going to try and make that contribution? And I hope that's a good analogy to this. And I say no, we don't have the funding stream, and I don't think that we can be, regardless of how small the number is, and it is 25,000 is a large number, but in a $104 million budget, it's a small number, but still, it all adds up. And some of these amendments are quite small that we're going to be seeing today, like the $5,000 for the midterm strategic plan review, for instance. But they all add up to a fairly substantial number over the time. So I mean, no disrespect to the hospital, I mean, no disrespect to Councillor Bauer on the amendment to the amendment, but I can't support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will, if there's no more comments or questions, I would like to move forward and read the original amendment by the mayor.
Excuse me, Chair. I'm sorry. Staff, Christy McClarty has her hand up. I don't know if that's
I
intentional.
cannot see that for some reason.
Through the chair, yes, it is Christy McClarty again. I just wanted to clarify the point regarding the 25,000, that it might be a general donation and not specific to any item, as the ICU bed is 35,000 as requested, and their other request was for machines for 25,000. Now, we can provide the donation of 25,000 as a general, and they can apply it to a bed and or to a machine. I just wanted to clarify that there is not an option for an inpatient bed as per se. It was a machine or an ICU bed. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. All right, is that clear? Okay, so I will proceed with reading the original amendment and then the amendment to the amendment. Here goes by the mayor that the hospital and Durham Community Foundation grants currently funded from slots revenues be removed and reconsidered in 2022, and that a letter be sent to the provincial government in regards to the town's belief that the government should be doing more to fund healthcare and hospitals. And the amendment to that amendment, moved by Councillor Bauer, that the amendment proposed by Mayor Collier be amended further to read as follows: that a hospital grant be reduced to 25,000, and Durham Community Foundation grant currently funded from slots revenues be removed, and both grants be reconsidered in 2022. And that a letter be sent to the provincial government in regards to the town's belief that the government should be doing more to fund healthcare in hospitals. All those in favor to the amendment of the amendment, hands please. I am in favor of 5. Councillor Talamore, I don't know if your hands are up or not.
So just so I'm clear, we're voting right now on Regional Councillor
mine.
Lee's, on yours, on
Yeah.
the 25,000. Okay.
Yes. So that's a no. So this carries 5-2. And now I will move on to the amendment to the mayor. Those in favor of the mayor's amendment?
What about
As amended.
As amended.
As amended. And this goes 7-7, and that carries. Thank you very much for your patience, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Good work. All right, we will move on to fire and emergency services. I hope you've had time to read it, and now I'm open up for questions. And first, I have Regional Councillor Lee. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. To Chief Lang, there's an line item for one item. Sorry, to the mover. It's operating budget analysis, and there's a line item under one-time purchase under $10,000, which lists an $8,000 purchase, fire headquarter room upgrades to accommodate new technology requirements as a result of COVID. Can you kind of outline, Chief, what exactly those new technology requirements are and how they directly relate to COVID?
Welcome in the chief.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Lee. As I explained in my return email, this is this equipment, and the reason it's resulting of COVID is through the COVID, it's forced planning and development and in the fire service to revisit plans approvals. In the past, they were moved around by hand, shipped to different departments for the different approvals, stamped, and then returned. Now we're doing it online as much as we can. Some of the smaller ones and some of the bigger ones maybe still by print, but what we are trying to do is move forward. And this $8,000 is generally for equipment, such as larger screens, some computers and things that are required. You'll also see there's a software for $1,000, which is a software that's required to actually be able to put in the plans the information. So they're not just approved, stamped. There's a lot of times there's things written back to either planning development or to the builder and developer and so on. So the comments and things are captured right in the electronic plans and sent back. So all of this too also goes towards the becoming more efficient, getting faster turnarounds, and all the things that the government and this council has looked for as far as dealing with businesses. So these costs are relatively high level. Of course, we'll be working with IT to ensure that we always get the best and the most cost-effective approach on anything that we look into and go towards. So that's generally what those are. The technology upgrades are. As I said, it's to do with actually being able to do drawings and approvals online.
And thank you for that response. So you had listed ultimately it was a 40-inch multi-touch screen workstation, wall mount docking station, another 40-inch with the two docking station, 60-inch multi-screen TV card with 55-inch. I guess my question is, are we currently working with anything that fulfills what that does now, or we don't even have these basic things at the station now, and that's what we're asking for?
through the chair to Councillor Lee. We don't have those items. What we're trying to do is we're trying to use smaller screens, scrolling around. They sometimes have 2 or 3 or 4 different screens that they're trying to use all in one, group together so that they can actually do the work and comment on a different one. Right now, as I said, the system we're using is very makeshift, not working well system. So the answer to your question is no, we do not have this equipment currently, and as well as the software to properly do the approvals. So in order to do them, we need to move towards that.
Okay, I mean, like, it's fire, so obviously it's safety related. I get that. But as we're asking everybody, every director, every, like yourself, can we push it a year? Do we need it this year? And I'm just gonna assume that based on your response, this is a need to have. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Chair.
You are welcome, Councillor Lee. Next, we have the mayor. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Chief Lang. And on page 54, I want to talk about the MTO fee associated with the ERA system for the new fire user fees. And I assume this is the council direction to bill back our cost of fire services for at-fault accidents to non-residents? Question mark?
Yep, through the chair to the mayor. Yes, that is correct. That's the fee that we actually pay to the MTO system ARIS in order to obtain the information that we require to bill.
Thank you. And what I'm wondering is, where is the offsetting revenue shown on here for any fees recovered through that program, please?
Through the chair, they're going to be offset by revenues that were identified last year. There's no increase in revenue as a result of that.
Okay, do we know what the revenues are? From last year even?
Let me see if I can look.
I just want to ensure that it's over 15,000.
It is over 15,000.
I would like to know what that is, because this is one of council's directions for non-tax revenues and hoping to take away from the general levy.
I believe it's about $228,000.
Okay. So for a $15,000 expense, we're gaining about $228,000 in revenue.
There would have been expenses identified last year as well. So this is just a fee that I guess wasn't realized last year when the plan was being implemented.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you, Treasurer and Chief Lang. And
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you. It's pretty good news. If those are all the questions for fire and emergency services, I see no hands. Wonderful. We can now move over to Ops Administration. Do I have any questions on Ops Administration? I have a question from Regional Councillor Lee and then Councillor Tyler Morin after. Please proceed, Regional Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Going to the operating budget summary on page 60. My questions are regarding education and training for $43,500. Again, I just want to make sure that people understand what training is. It's not, it's not electives. These are really mandatory courses, as well as contracted services for $141,700.
Okay, through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. First of all, with respect to education and training, the money, the 43,000, as you can see, we have kept consistent with the approved budget in 2020. And it is a departmental budget, so it covers approximately 80 staff, sort of from a department perspective. The training specifically ties to most of our outdoor training and training for our staff as it relates to training for our winter patrollers, our fleet mechanics training, through Good Roads. We do our Book 7 for road safety during construction, equipment training, working from heights, water testing, those types of training programs and workshops that we do on an annual basis. There's additional, sort of turf maintenance programs for our staff. And then there's professional development for our management staff as it relates to, forestry, building maintenance and so forth.
And then the administrative or, the contracted services of $141,700.
So the contracted services and with the administration, a lot of the costs are attributed directly to the operations center itself. So the contracted services that we have in place, the two primary drivers are the janitorial contract for the operations center and Honeywell, which is our building automation system. So those are the two primary drivers, and they total about $110,000 out of the $141,000. The balance of the contracts are for fire panel monitoring and monitoring our security system, maintenance of our green roof, generator testing, backflow prevention, those types of things within the facility itself.
Perfect. Those are my specific. Oh, sorry, one last one. Excuse me. Sorry, it was the administrative expenses. We saw the increase of $800. That was explained, but overall, can you explain from the operations administration side what administrative expenses would be?
So the administrative expenses, they cover everything from our phone costs to our stationery and supplies, mileage, memberships. So we have memberships with the Canadian Green Building Council, the Ontario Good Roads Association, those types of professional affiliations. So those essentially roll up into our administrative expenses.
Now, you'll pardon my ignorance because ultimately I don't know what the Good Roads Association does. I can kind of figure it out. What are the advantages of being part of that association for the town?
Well, the OGRA, the Ontario Good Roads Association, is the provincial affiliation for essentially all public works departments within the province. And there's numerous benefits. Again, it's a professional affiliation. It deals with, sort of best practices relating to road construction, road management, winter control services that are provided. Those types of services that are common amongst all municipalities in the province. So it's a network. And from a best practices, from a training and development standpoint, there's lots of information that's shared amongst municipalities.
Great. That's exactly what I want to hear. Thank you to your team and thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair. And to you, Director Meredith. This is going to be a bit more preemptive because I'm looking at vehicle and equipment maintenance at $8,400. So I know in previous years we've seen that number far bigger. And I'm often wondering why when I see a Town of Ajax vehicle, I've bought pickup trucks in the past. I own a pickup truck. I know that if you go to the dealership and you buy a 1500, it's like 36,000, 38,000. If you buy a 2500, they're upwards of 60,000. And I always see, well, not always, but I do see 2500s out there. I see 3500s, really nice vehicles. So I'm just wondering what the thought process is, because I know it's not an apples to apples comparison to like a consumer going to a local dealership. But if we're buying 10 trucks or 15 trucks, how does that work? Are there lease and fleet deals? Like, can we keep it all 1,500 so that the trucks only cost 30 something as opposed to 50 something? If you could just speak to that a little bit, sir. And I wanted to ask this today just to finish up, because sometimes if you wait till it pops up in the operating budget, it's too late. So that's why I mentioned it as being preemptive. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
So the thought process in sort of all of our fleet acquisitions is to try and right size the fleet for the operations that it's intended to serve. So you are quite right. We do have a range of vehicles, in particular truck sizes, from 1,500 all the way up to 5,500. So the bulk of them are 1,500 and 2,500 series pickup vehicles. At the end of the day, it's what we go through is an exercise to identify what the future need of the vehicle is and ensure that we're right sizing it for that operation. So for example, we would have 2,500s that are typically associated with our grounds maintenance that are pulling the trailers for our parks maintenance crews. We use the 2,500s also for towing our water trailer. So a lot of these have to do with weight and carrying capacity in terms of what our operations are and making sure we've got the right vehicle. Our 3,500s we will use where in the wintertime we're putting a large salt box in the back and it's being used to maintain our parking lots and trail system. We've got situations where we are transporting large volumes of mulch or granular material in the back of our pickups to various sites. And the weight requirements would dictate a 3,500 sort of specification. So we always go through that process and understanding which part of the operation the truck's going to be used for, and we size it accordingly. We've moved away from oversizing, so we're making those types of decisions. And what I will say, this past year's been a little bit different. And if you've seen perhaps a 2,500 or a 3,500, sort of in operation, that is not something that makes sense. In part as a result of COVID this year as well, we only have one person in a vehicle, so we're having to maximize the use of our fleet. So there are situations where, when we do look to respond and deliver services, our vehicles are more frequently in use than in the past because we're restricted to one person in a vehicle. So that has had an impact as well.
I understand. So if I see a 2,500 picking up leaves, it could also be used to pulling water, so that it's multifaceted and it's almost being redeployed for a smaller job. But okay, thank you. I just wanted you to speak to that and be, not to tell you how to do your job, but be mindful of, buy as many 1,500s as we can to keep that cost down. But thank you so much for the job you do and for your answer, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Carolyn Moore. Next, I have Regional Councillor Crawford, then the Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is around the obvious $3 million increase in the full-time salary and benefits section here with no proposed business case. So I know what it's for. I know what happened to it, but perhaps you would like to expand on that for any listeners that might be wondering what in the world is happening in operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer.
Thank you. I'll take that one. So corporately, we in accounting, we've done a reallocation of our internal labor distribution. And although it skews between various departments, especially in the operations section, the net result is actually zero. So anything in that budget neutral changes column in corporately, it actually nets out to zero. So although it does appear that operations administration has a significant budget over budget increase this year, most of that is in that budget neutral column. So the it just skews it. So that's why we included this report this year. As noted here in the all departments, that budget neutral changes column all nets out to zero.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. So in other words, in layman terms, you're just redeploying other employees from different departments into ops, correct?
Through that to you, Chair, no, not necessarily. It's a budget reallocation. So we look at the budget versus actuals on an annual basis. And I believe that the benefits for all of the operations staff do reside within that business unit or that section. But on an actual basis, the staff members will fill out timesheets which will identify whether they work in operations or environmental services or fleet. And we just try to line up the budget with those actual costs on an annual basis.
Wonderful. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Next, we have the Mayor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Meredith. My first question is on page 62. The vehicle and equipment maintenance new contract rates for winter control standby, the 29,300. And I'm guessing that this is from our council made decision last year for increased level of service for snow clearing, Mr. Meredith?
To the Mayor, that is correct. And council will recall in the fall of this year, there was a new contract approved for winter control services, and it's really to address three specific areas. One was an increased level of service in terms of response time by reducing the size of routes. The second is extending the season from November 15th to April 15th to deliver the winter service. And the third was with respect to hours of work legislation, how we manage staff and the time that we need to give staff in between shifts. So it was sort of multifaceted, but overall it is intended and will deliver a higher level of service in addition to providing additional vehicles to respond and perform winter maintenance activities.
Okay, I guess higher level of service if we get some snow. We've had a light year. How do you think, Mr. Mayor, that our current year, I know we budget based on, I think, a 5-year average, but based on what we've had this year, I think this is very light. How is this in relation to other years, and how will this affect our budget? Can you give an estimate?
With respect to, I guess, direct costs for winter response as it relates to overtime, those costs would be reduced. A significant portion of our cost, you have to remember though, is a standby pay. So with our contracted services and with our staff, we pay a standby rate, which is a flat fee that gets applied across the winter season, regardless of the amount of snowfall that we receive. So there is a fairly high percentage of our service that is a fixed cost. The variable is the overtime and the actual man hours that are used. So clearly that is down this year. The other component where there could be an impact plus or minus is with respect to the purchasing of salt. So that is another variable that you're correct, use a 3-year average on in terms of estimating and budgeting for salt and anti-icing and the liquid brine.
Okay. Thank you. And moving on to page 67, the increased security costs for waterfront management and parking, 35,000. I know we had increased costs last year because of COVID and more people down there and expanding the service down there. But we also had a parking program increase in legislative services. Can you just explain the difference? Why environmental services would need to do this as well as LIS in that respect?
So this increased cost was part of the waterfront report that was presented to council in the fall. What we have committed to do as part of that report is hiring 2 additional crossing guards between July 1st and Labor Day, working 7 days a week from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m. along the waterfront. So it is a dedicated resource that council had approved as part of the fall report. And as I mentioned, it's intended to deal with some of the after hours issues. So after, whether it's bylaw services or our original park security had left, there were late evening, early morning situations such as fires, vandalism, gatherings, and so forth. So this added security cost is intended to respond to that.
Sorry, did you say crossing guards?
If I said crossing guards, I meant security guards. I apologize if I said crossing guards. It is security guards.
I don't know, maybe it was just me, but I thought I heard crossing guards. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Because again, I think people don't realize the actual increased costs that we've had due to COVID with just having more people here and more people out, as well as when we're not in lockdown, more visitors. I'm just scrolling through. I think that might be my last question. Just let me get to the bottom here under fleet. That's all I have up till building maintenance. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Meredith. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Before I move forward, we have we're about number 7 with questions in departments. We have about 10 more, and then we have the business cases and the Ajax Public Library. So just to let you know in the matter of time where we are with just operational budget. And after we get through the last of this, that's when I'm going to call for a break before we come back into capital. So we still have.
I think we're going to need a break before the business cases.
I see, but okay, and we're chugging along here. So we're still on ops. We still have like 5 more departments in ops. We're in admin. So the last one on this so far is Councillor Bauer. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about an item on page 63. And it's the storm sewer, the $40,900 increase due to increase in the frequency of repairs and an industrial pump rental to control floodwaters. So my question is does the town, do we not own our own industrial pump? Would it be more cost effective to own one versus rent one?
Okay, so to answer the question directly is no, we don't currently have an industrial pump sort of within our operations. There was about a year and a half ago, an analysis that was completed that contemplated the purchase of an industrial pump, and the cost was just over $60,000, and it came with roughly a $3,000 operating cost. So the actual cost, although you see 40,900, just less than 10,000 of it is the actual pump rental. So we did the analysis, had the discussion at senior management, and it was felt at that time that it was best to flow through the operating budget as opposed to making the capital investment. So that was the decision that was made from a staff perspective, sort of, I guess, about a year and a half ago when that analysis was completed. I just wanted to indicate that the 40,900 also captures storm sewer repairs. They average about $5,000 a repair when we look at our historical costs, and the budget factors in an additional 3 to 5 additional repairs that we've seen historically. So the budget is built to sort of reflect recent conditions. And it also budgets about $5,000 for hazardous material cleanup. So it's adding that $5,000 line item into our budget, something that we've typically been receiving and seeing in recent years. So that's sort of the makeup. It's those three elements that are contributing to the 40,000. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that the industrial pump rental is if we said 10,000, that would be on the high side. So our recommendation is still to continue with the rental program the way that it is currently presented.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Director Meredith. And just one comment, not really related to operations, but when the treasurer, it was regarding Regional Councillor Crawford's question about the increase in over $3 million for operations, the salaries, and the treasurer pointed to the new report, including budget trade changes and operation, just budget by driver. I just wanted to comment. I meant to comment at the beginning that I love this new page and how you've included it in the report. It's helped. It's really made a difference in understanding for me anyway. So thank you for that. And that's all my questions, Chair.
Any other questions on admin for ops? I see no hands. So we'll move on to the second part of ops, which is ops operations. Do I have questions on ops operations? Going once?
Sorry, Chair, I jumped ahead. That my question was for ops operations.
Yes. So I guess that was answered. So going twice, any other questions for ops? None. We're not going 3 times. We're going to move on to ops environmental services. Do I have questions on ops environmental services? I see no hands. We'll move forward to ops fleet equipment maintenance. Questions on ops fleet equipment maintenance? I see no hands. We're going to move on to ops building maintenance. Do we have any questions or comments for ops building maintenance? I see no hands. We will move forward to ops infrastructure. Do we have any comments or questions for ops infrastructure? I see no hands. Look at you guys go. Now we shall move forward to recreation. So this is another big one. Recreation admin. We're
Chair,
here.
excuse me, would it be appropriate to move for a 5-minute recess?
I was planning to get through to planning and development, the last few, and then we'll have that break.
I just suspect there'll be a few questions over the next few. That's why I'm just
So,
checking with council.
Is everybody in agreement with that? Everybody looks like we can do a 10-minute break. It is now 3:35, and we will come back at 3:45.
Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome.
Chair, we are live again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. I hope you enjoyed your well-deserved break, everyone. We'll return, get right back into business. We will move forward in departments for recreation, administration. Do I have questions on administration? Mayor Collier and then Regional Councillor Lee. Please proceed, then Councillor Bauer. Mayor Collier?
Mayor, to Ms. Valentin, just on page 83, municipal grants and subsidies is 58,000. However, the impact grant is, I believe, 106,000 and change.
Through the chair, that recreation administration grant is not the Impact Ajax. That actually has to do with, I just got the answer. Mr. Vita might be able to help me. It's a recreation subsidy program. So the Impact Ajax grant is listed under community and cultural development.
Do you know what page that's on?
It's under contracted services. So.
Well, this says contracted services.
It would be, right, so that Impact Ajax is part of that figure right there under community and cultural development.
What page?
That is page 96.
96.
And if I may interrupt, the 58,000 that the mayor mentioned can also be seen on page 84.
Yeah, I did see that. I just didn't know what the explanation was. So I do know what that is now. So I was looking for the impact and I didn't realize it was embedded in the contracted services. Let me just pull up my notes here. So I would like to move that the Impact Ajax grant or fund or whatever you want to call it of $106,600 be removed from this year's budget and for reconsideration potentially in 2022. And I will just speak to it very quickly, Chair. This is exactly the same as the other grant programs that we spoke about under non-departmental. This is funded by the slots revenues. The slots revenues are now gone. So the funding source is now gone. And if that funding source does not reappear, this will fall as impact to the taxpayer. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Regional Councillor Lee.
On the amendment, thank you, Chair, and I agree on the principle with what the mayor's doing. Just a question, I'm not sure, I guess to Rec and Culture. What was the impact utilization like this past year? With COVID, I don't remember there being many, I mean, there shouldn't have been any block parties. And how do the community organizations utilize the money this year? Because I think it would go, this year will be a very good indication for this coming year. And I'd like to know just how the money was utilized.
Yeah, through the Chris Vita for Recreation, Culture, Community Development here. Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. For 2020, the decision was made to forego the impact funding, and instead we provided 2 separate streams of COVID-19 emergency response funding, both for $25,000 each, and that's how we distributed some of the funds within the community. Our manager of community and cultural development, Robert Gruber, is also on the call. I'm going to turn this over to him so he can provide some further detail on how those funds were spent. Oh, Robert, are you there?
Yep, sorry, just had to unmute. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm through the chair. Yes, the second round of funding did not go forward because it was about to be sort of reviewed by the review committee just as COVID hit. There were there was funding that was provided in the first round. So that, as you recall, the first round of funding usually happens in the fall of the year prior, and that is for the upcoming year. And then there's a second intake for additional funding. So that second intake didn't happen. The first round, though, did continue to happen. A lot of groups were able to pivot because they were able to do either online or virtual events or panel discussions, things like that for their programs and services. Obviously, not all of the funding was spent for that. I don't have the exact amounts, but a lot of things like, whether there was food involved or any of that kind of thing, that wasn't included in the funding. Obviously, any rental space of any facilities, any of that kind of stuff. So things were really, really simplified, but we did still have some of those programs were happening. And as Director Vita said, we did have those $50,000 in direct COVID funding that happened both in April and later on in November, December. It should be noted, though, that just in terms of what Mayor Collier was saying, that 106,000 is for the entire sort of impact budget. The funding, though, for the actual impact fund is only 98,000. So the remaining of that, those dollars are used for things like capacity building, for our not-for-profits, any support that they would have, resources, workshops, virtual workshops, any of that kind of stuff.
Thank you. And just a clarification then to the mayor, you're still the whole amount, not just the funded amount, correct?
To me, my direction was the entire amount.
Okay.
Councilor Lee, yes.
One more question to Mr. Gruber. Have we received? I'm not sure if we're doing intake. I assume we're not doing intake right now because of the current situation. But have we been? What has been the reaction from these community groups who normally apply for funding? Have they been emailing us like constantly saying, "Hey, just want to know if things are opening up," or have things generally been quiet on the impact front?
Yeah, through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. It has been quite busy, so we have been getting a lot of calls from our not-for-profits and charities. However, the call information has shifted. So instead of running sort of these new and innovative programs, they're asking more so for support and how they can help the community in terms of COVID. And so that's why those 2 rounds of COVID funding were really, really important this year, because some of these groups like, Christian Faith Outreach Center, for example, was able to provide more meals for seniors and those isolated populations. The AIDS Committee of Durham Region were able to provide, sort of safe shopping and grocery shopping for proteins, vitamins, things like that, for those that have HIV, AIDS, and other immunodeficiencies. So all of those types of things is where people were really focusing their needs on. It wasn't more so for their organization to run a program for the sheer, to be able to share what they do in the community. It was more so about supporting the communities and isolated communities that were out there and how they could help in the ways that they normally would.
That is helpful. Thank you. Okay. So generally, based on that, I still think under these circumstances of being more nimble, being with the COVID, I agree with the mayor. I think this funding should be pulled. I think it's just the 1 year. I think there are other things the town can do to support these groups, whether it's through web hosting for these Zoom calls. Like if there's a weekend event and they need Zoom support, again, I'm speaking out of turn because I don't know the reality, but I don't think our Zooms are always being occupied on the weekend. Then that might be something we can pursue down the line. So as a result, I would support the mayor's amendment. Thank you. I guess Vice Chair.
I would just like to point out, Mr. Clerk, Councillor Khan has notified by text that his internet has dropped. He's working on that. I'm wondering who would be Vice Chair for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Khan also notified me that his internet has temporarily dropped out. We do not typically assign a vice chair to our budget GGC meetings, so I think the logical order would be you. However, currently you have an amendment on the floor, so I would believe it would fall.
Chair?
Yep.
Chair?
It would go, I believe, to Councillor Dyson.
Yes, that sounds correct.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are completed.
Oh, Councillor Dyes, if you could resume, please, until the end of the amendment.
Okay, I can't see any. Are there any other questions or comments on this?
Can I just wrap it up?
Sure.
Thank you. And I honestly, I should have said this at the beginning because I don't want to appear, like I don't support all the different groups. Absolutely, we do, and we know that they do good work. But again, we're back to that. If you lost your job, would you still be able to do all these things? And we have to make those difficult choices. So I'm not unsympathetic to the difficulties out there. We do have some other sources that we could look at if we were to decide to do another round of COVID relief funding. But for now, I mean, we just can't take the risk of putting this on the back of the taxpayer. So it is a temporary till next year. I understand we will be having an update coming shortly from the CAO on this. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
there any other questions or concerns, comments? If I'm missing somebody, say something because I can't see everybody. So if I may, I just have a question to Mr. Gruber. So, you know, and I understand that there may not be as many people looking for impact support through COVID because obviously many of the programs can't run when there's a group of people. But as you did mention, there's a lot of virtual events as people have been able to pivot through COVID. So what would you think would be, you know, say would an average amount for this year if we're not using the full sponsorship money? What would be an amount that you might guesstimate for this year?
Oh, that is a good
I
question.
know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I believe that, you know, the funding that we provided through both rounds of the COVID relief fund, the special council COVID relief fund, I think those definitely had some impact within the community, no pun intended. But
Right.
I think that they were able to provide services to some vulnerable populations that that really needed it. And I think, you know, now as we progress and we're continuing, we've been almost a year under the COVID belt. And as you mentioned earlier in the meeting, like mental health issues are starting to become a major issue. There are a lot of isolated populations, not just seniors, but you know, you look at just those people that don't have family, the LGBTQ plus community. You know, there's a lot of issues that people are dealing with in terms of, you know, isolation, depression. And so we are trying to provide as much as we can, you know, as a department. But I think it still hits home. So I'm not sure. I think, you know,
Okay.
around 25, 30, I really can't say.
I know I'm sorry, it's a difficult question to answer. And I do agree with you. I've seen the need in the community as well. It's overwhelming, actually. Everybody talks about it, you hear about it on the news, but I don't know if they're relating to it or not. And I think now more than ever, we need the ability to be able to connect our community to each other. So thank you for the information. Are there any other questions or comments?
Thank you for holding the fort for me, Regional Councillor Dice. I got thrown off
I'm
my.
so happy you're back.
Yeah, I was enjoying your you taking over there, but thank you so much. And I don't know.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
But you were the last on my list to speak under admin, and before you I had Councillor Bauer. Councillor Bauer, did you have a chance to address? Also was gone.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm here. Yes, my question actually was asked by the mayor and it was answered.
Okay.
But I think Regional Councillor Dice just asked if anybody else had any comments on the impact funding, and I do. So I don't know if anybody else was going to comment first.
Well, since you had already spoken, I have Councillor Tyler Moore, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank
you.
I was just asking procedurally where we're sitting right now because we're in recreation administration.
We're in admin.
Mayor Collier's got an.
There's an amendment on the floor.
Okay,
An
thank you.
amendment on the floor, yeah.
Okay, and that'll come up for us to actually look at and read, or is it just?
Very well. So procedurally, should Councillor Bauer have her question? No, you were done, and Councillor Tyler Moore, you were done as well. You want to know procedurally. So are we going to vote on an amendment?
If there's no further questions, yes, Chair.
Correct.
Can I know what the amendment is? Sorry, I think I missed that part.
The 6,000 in impact funding be removed. It's actually 106,600, I believe, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, very well. And were there any other questions on this amendment? Councillor Tyler Moore, please.
Thank you. Just really quickly, again, this is a big proponent of doing everything we can, but this is just in regards to COVID and the situation we're in. That's it. That's the beginning, the middle, and the end for me. Normally, let's do as much as we can and distribute to various items around the town. But if this gets pulled again, it's just for that because we're in COVID. Thank you.
Regional Councillor Dice.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to that, and I know times are very difficult right now. We're struggling. This is a very new experience for us with COVID, and we're struggling through it. But so are the people in the community who really need assistance, particularly those who are marginalized. And this is what this is for. I think this is going to be a great help. And I just wanted to make it clear, sometimes, you know, eliminating that amount of money is, you know, not going to, it's not going to save a lot of money in the overall budget, but using it in the community might make a huge difference to people. I am seeing, I'm in the seniors apartments often, and I'm very aware of what's going on with the homelessness issue. There's a lot of issues going on here, and it's getting worse, you know, as these shutdowns increase and are lengthened. So I think we should be doing whatever we can for, you know, our residents' overall health. Thank you. I won't say anything else, I promise.
Okay. So I guess we will go and vote on the amendment. Oh, I see many hands. Do you want to speak before the voting, I presume?
Just have a really
Okay.
quick.
I saw Regional Councillor Crawford first, and then Councillor Bauer after. Please, Councillor Crawford, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to probably Robert Gruber, or Acting Director Viva is fine too. What is your current budget in impact? Like, how
So-
much do you have in your budget now?
Yeah, the current impact budget is that 106.
So
there-
if this doesn't come in, then impact is done.
yes, for the year.
Okay, thank you.
And then there is like the funding itself is the 98,000, I believe, and the remaining is, there are things like you know, sort of public relations, outreach, things like that. A lot of that would have been used for capacity building for the not-for-profits. The not-for-profits have suffered a lot this year, and trying to rebuild those not-for-profits was what we were going to be focusing on as well this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and sorry, thank you. I got a bit lost in thought there. That's a toughie. Councillor Bauer. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And I do agree with what Regional Councillor Dies has mentioned. And just before we vote on it, I wanted to comment on the importance of impact. So important that it's mentioned twice in our Ajax strategic plan. Review the impact Ajax community support program to consider new support streams for the community, which was for 2020. And strengthen neighborhood connections and support locally driven activities and programs through Impact Ajax. And that was an ongoing action item. So I do think we realize the importance of it. And I do agree that the funds do help make our town a better town. So I won't be supporting this, but I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer, and I have Councillor Tyler Moore.
I think this might have been the third time I spoke, so thanks for letting me back in. So just so I'm clear, and just so whoever's paying attention is clear, the $106,000, if we remove it, obviously that doesn't speak to the entire, I know it speaks to impact, but it doesn't speak to the entire need. I know that Councillor Bauer and Regional Councillor Dies have done great work and have really kept their ear to the wall in regards to homelessness and everything that goes on in our community. So by us not being able to afford this because it's not coming from the same revenue streams that we normally get it from, it doesn't mean that, you know, the town and the province and the feds and everybody else, like, as a community, the taxpayers' dollars, they're still going towards homelessness. We're still providing warm shelters in the library. There's what you guys can speak about better than I can. That's still all happening, correct? So we can't open up the libraries if we don't have the grant fund of $106,000?
No, through the chair to Councillor Moore, and that would not impact warming centers in any way. It wouldn't impact things like Hygiene Hub providing services for the unsheltered within Ajax. So no, that would strictly be impacting the funds allocated for the impact program.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking that, Councillor Tyler Moore, and that helped me a lot in making my decision because I got cut off and I didn't want to ask the mayor to reread his amendment and take up more time, but that did help in in moving forward. Is there any more comments or questions on the mayor's amendment? Seeing that there is none, I'd like to call a vote on this. All those in favor? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands. The motion carries 5-2. Thank you very much, everyone. That was very interesting, very educational as well. Okay, I'd like to move forward right now to recreation facilities. Any comments and questions on facilities, please?
Excuse me, Chair, I still had questions on administration for rec and culture. I should have been on the speaker list right after the mayor.
I did not get that, probably whilst I was gone.
Yeah, sorry about that. I apologize. I just had a few questions on the administration side.
Okay, please, yes, let's go back a bit there. Yes, please proceed.
I apologize. Thank you. I'm through the chair to Director Vita. Education and training from rec and culture. What does training look like for your staff?
Yeah, through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, the funding that you're talking about in particular pertains to all the full-time staff training within the Department of Recreation. So that's approximately our 60 full-time staff, and training for all those staff are housed within this particular unit. This includes things like certification renewals for refrigeration certifications for arena operators, pool courses for our other pool staff. This includes BEM courses, includes working at heights training and certification, as well as training on high lifts and other type of specialized equipment that our facility staff would be required to utilize. This also includes training for any of our managers and coordinators, leadership development courses. It includes courses through Parks and Rec Ontario, as well as attendance at our annual conferences through PRO. It also includes courses that staff take through Ontario Rec Facilities Association and the associated conferences for that particular organization as well.
Okay, that's helpful. And my next questions are on page 85, the community, the one-time purchases under $10,000. You know what? I'm on facilities, Chair. Sorry about that. Can I proceed?
Yes.
I moved on to facilities. Sorry, now that I'm here.
Before you move forward, was there anything more on admin before we move on from anybody? I see no response, no hands. Okay. Regional Councillor Lee, you may proceed with facilities.
Thank you, Chair. So we'll go kind of one at a time. New lobby mats. Obviously, that sounds very much like not a priority. And at $4,800, I know it won't drastically impact the budget, but just can you explain the justification why we need the mats this year as opposed to waiting another year?
Yeah, through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. So this is a front entrance matting for the Audley Recreation Center. Typically, these mats can last us anywhere between 5 and 10 years. This particular mat is in particularly poor condition and requires replacement. Some of the challenges that we have with this, it's in poor repair, it's ripping, it's being duct taped together to ensure there's no trip hazards. So the front entrance matting within all of our facilities plays a huge part in the care, control, maintenance, and cleaning of all our recreation facilities. They absorb the snow, the salt, and everything prior to them coming into our building, getting on our finished floors. At ARC in particular, there's a lot of wood floors that we need to ensure we protect from the materials that are coming off people's feet. And I'll make a general comment in this account in general. We capture all of the facilities related capital items under $10,000 with this account. For 2021, we've tried to be as efficient as we can in terms of limiting the requests we put in here. Typically, we house items like table, chair replacements, window blinds within our community centers, some types of flooring replacement, cleaning equipment. Overall, we've reduced this budget by $25,000 for 2021, understanding the environment that we're in. So the few items that we have listed, including that lobby mat, are really items that we just can't limp along through to another year.
And that includes a microwave for $400. I'm assuming that's for staff and not for the public?
Yes, that's correct. So the staff microwave is broken, and we've actually taken a microwave from a community hall and utilized it in our staff area. So while we have the benefit of doing that while we're shut to the public in lockdown, once we begin to open up, as we expect to later on this year, we'll need to replace that microwave.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for answering the questions, and thank you, Chair.
You are very welcome, Regional Councillor Lee. Do I have any other questions on facilities under rec? Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair. I guess this is facilities and programs. Could someone speak to, a lot of residents are asking, because in the last year, our facilities have been closed, our programs have been shut down, and how we offset the approximate $7 million we would normally get in revenue streams to fund those programs and to fund the buildings and to pay for staff. But that's not what happened. And could you explain, like we have these conversations as councillors, but the public doesn't always hear them. So exactly how those worked, it seems to make sense whenever it was expressed to me, but could you just speak to it now? I guess I don't know who would speak to that.
Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Moore. I'm sorry, could you repeat that one? I'm not sure I'm fully understanding what it is.
Okay, I don't know if Director Diane knows what I was talking about.
Yes,
So
Councillor
I did
Tyler
speak to
Moore.
her about it.
Madam
and-
Treasurer will take that question.
Yeah.
I think it's through you, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Tyler Moran. I think it's a question in relation to our facilities being closed and our loss of revenue.
Correct.
Okay, so we are recognizing loss of revenue for not being able to host in-person programming, but we've also had to lay off a lot of our part-time staff. So the offset on the two actually net each other out. So we have savings on the staffing side of things and losses on the revenue.
Okay. Okay. So it's, yeah, it flattens out. Okay. That's good. I mean, it does relate back to property tax and the fact that residents are saying to us, the buildings have been closed. But as you just explained, it kind of one negates the other, because as much as we didn't get the revenue streams, we also lowered our cost to try and manage that in these difficult times, correct?
Correct, and through the chair, we still do have facility costs. There are fixed costs that we still maintain to keep those facilities running regardless of them being opened or closed. So those are costs that don't go away just because they're closed to the public. So we do need to be cognizant of that we are still paying utilities, we are still maintaining the pools and the ice rinks and things like that that require, there's refrigeration, there's various things that are required to be maintained, even though they're closed to the public.
Right, and through the chair, more specifically to the programs that are not happening, that's where we can offset the costs with less staff and that kind of thing.
Correct.
But that all comes back to normal. Okay.
Right. We have been trying to offer virtual programming as well, so to try and engage the community as well.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Do we have any other questions or comments on recreation facilities? I see no hands, so we will move forward to recreation programs and active living. No questions? None? Mr. Mayor, nobody? Mr. Mayor, floor is yours.
Yes, I forgot one. Thank you for coming back to me. Part of the, let me just pull up my notes. In recreation, they're looking at a revenue reduction this year of $239,000. Is that correct, Ms. Valentin?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I would like to move that we use $239,000 from the $991,000 COVID relief funding that we received this year from the provincial government that has not been allocated. And I'd just like to speak to that quickly.
Please do.
We received this money, and in the presentation from Ms. Valentin at the beginning, it clearly said in that presentation, this money is being held to make up for lost revenues this year. I know we're going to have major lost revenues from the casino, but we have $239,000 projected from recreation. We could use $239,000 from this COVID relief funding that we know about right now, and that would not leave a hole for next year. As I was very careful to say in the beginning, this would be something that we could do this year. It would not put us at any disadvantage next year at all. And by doing this, we'd remove the budget by 1/3%. So I'd like to bring that motion forward, please, Chair, and ask for council support. Thank you.
Got it. Regional Councillor Lee, would you like to speak on the amendment or the actual? Okay,
On the
please.
amendment, please. Through the chair to the Director of Finance, what did you have that $239,300 allocated for? Is based on what the mayor is recommending, is this good financial policy or?
Through the chair, this is one of the uses of that $991,000. So we are identifying, we have $4 million identified in the current budget for slots. We anticipate, we know that the casino is closed right now, so part of that funding could be utilized to fill that gap, but this funding could also be utilized to fill this gap.
Great. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. As a result, I would support this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Any other comments on the mayor's amendment? I see no hands. Okay, so I'm going to call a vote on the mayor's amendment. All those in favor? I see 1, 2, 3. This carries unanimously. Motion carries.
Clarification, Chair. I did say 239, but it's actually 239,300 as per the report.
Thank you for correcting that, Mr. Mayor.
Do we need a reconsideration?
You stole my line, Sterling. I was going to say I can't support.
Thank you very much. Are we done with recreation programs and active living? I see no hands, so I guess we are done. We will move forward now to recreation, community, and cultural development. Do we have any questions or comments on recreation, community, and cultural development? I see none. And then we'll move on to planning and development. This is the last in section 3 of the operating budget. So planning and development. Any questions or comments? Regional Councillor Lee, and then Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. This is in regards to one-time purchases under $10,000, the 2 replacement bicycle counters. Can you, Director Romanowski, can you let us know what I mean, obviously they count bicycles, but can you let us know where they're situated and what do we use that data for?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. So this $5,000 in the budget associated with bicycle counters is in the operating budget for the installation services related to the replacement of existing bike counters on Lower Harwood. So that's where they're situated, and it's not for the bike counters themselves, it's for the repair of them. Currently, we have 2 that are in place and they're not working. So this is in relation to those replacement works associated with that.
And what do we, for the data, is it for active transportation, presumably?
Yes, for active transportation purposes, that's correct.
Great, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Romanowski.
You're welcome. Next we have Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. So it's just on page 101. I had mentioned earlier the municipal grants and subsidies. So this was the 3rd one that I saw for 75,000. Just curious what that is, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, the 75,000 is in relation to the Pickering Village CIP facade and sign grant program. That's the only element of the CIP in the village that was maintained and not suspended through previous suspensions this year. So that grant program's still in place, and that's what that $75,000 is associated with.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Director. That's it, Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions on planning and development? I see none. So fantastic. We can move on to business cases in section 4. Director Cooper, if you'd like to speak on business cases of your IT strategy, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I just need a moment here to get my screen organized. Okay, thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay. So thanks for the opportunity to speak briefly about this. The business case that's before you right now from the LIS department proposes the addition of resources that are going to be necessary to deliver on year 2 of the recently approved IT strategic plan. So I don't intend to take you through the contents of the business case because I know everybody's read it and doesn't need to listen to me dictate it out loud, but I'll just take a few moments, if it's all right, to speak to sort of the need at a higher level. So last year, this council showed its commitment to innovation through technology when it endorsed the IT strategic plan and approved the immediate addition of resources to begin rebuilding an IT division that really had suffered from over a decade of underinvestment. And thank goodness this council had the good sense to do so, because when COVID-19 hit our organization, the reorganized and better enabled technology group was able to very quickly deliver solutions that would enable our staff to work safely from home and enable our customers to access town services through the web and through other technology supported formats. And this lightning speed pivot would frankly not have been possible without this council's 2020 investment in our technology division. And so you ought to be commended for that, if I can say that. There's no doubt about it, our world has changed a lot since council approved the ITSP in March of 2020, and we know that COVID-19 has certainly created significant budget pressures and resulted in a need to tighten our belts in a lot of areas of the corporation. However, I would suggest to you that if there's one area where COVID-19 has mandated more spending, it's in the area of technology. Technology solutions are how our corporation has survived this pandemic and been able to continue to serve our residents in a time when it's not safe to see them in person. But these modern conveniences have become the new expectation of our customers, and that expectation is going to remain long after the pandemic is over. So we need to step up and meet those expectations, and that's really what this business case is about. So the staffing resources that are requested in the business case are going to be focused largely on projects that will create direct service improvements for the constituents of Ajax. So these include things like improvements to systems for online payments and point of sale, digital signatures, paperless transactions, a system for the digital submission and review of development applications. But more importantly, projects like those ones I just listed, plus some of our more inward-facing IT projects like CityWorks, Microsoft 365, improvements to our HR information systems. These are projects that will help morph us into a more modern, more efficient, less bureaucratic organization. And I mean, you folks have seen it. As of now, a large proportion of our key business processes are still cumbersome, manual, paper-based processes. And we've started to make the transformation to more automated processes enabled by technology, but there's a lot more work to be done here. So resources like the ones we've requested in this business case will be focused on eliminating those sort of ancient paper-based processes one by one, driving efficiencies and cost savings in all areas of the town. So the business case talks about basically some of our pitfalls in the past in the IT division. And the biggest problem that we've had, which was identified by our consultant, is that we've invested heavily in buying expensive, best of breed enterprise solutions, but then we failed to put the staff resources in place to deploy them properly or support them on an ongoing basis. And so what we're left with is a bunch of very good software products that are sort of half implemented, underutilized, not integrated, and frankly, not serving us well. So we cannot fall back into this pattern again. It's wasteful. And the new staff positions outlined in this business case will help put a stop to our mistakes of the past. So going forward, we need to have dedicated project managers who will make sure that projects and new softwares are deployed successfully in a way that understands the needs of our departments and our customers, and then delivers on those needs. And then we'll have business solution specialists on a separate team who will ensure that those solutions are properly maintained, integrated with our other systems, leveraged to do more, fixed when they break, and so on. No longer will we let our costly technologies age, collect dust, become outdated and unuseful to us. So we've really made a significant course correction beginning in 2020, and continued investment is really needed to help keep us on the right track. So the financial impact of this business case represents approximately 0.4% on the local portion of the tax levy, 0.4%. And of course, the annualized impact for 2022 will be less than that, like less than 0.2%. And this is the cost of keeping us on track with the plan that we committed to last year. And, I can appreciate that it's hard to do that in a year when things have been turned upside down by a global pandemic, but advancing our technology capabilities has arguably never been more important than it is right now. And I would just encourage council and the public to view this not as a sunken cost, but, an investment that's going to yield notable efficiencies, cost and time savings, and service improvements for our customers down the road. And it can be difficult to quantify those things this early on, but I know that's something of great interest to council, and we'll certainly do our best going forward to try and track those types of improvements as we progress, to demonstrate to you and to your constituents that these types of investments do pay dividends in the long run. This council has shown an interest in and a support for technology and innovation that, in my mind, has been unprecedented in the town's recent history, and I think it's paying off. So it's my hope, of course, that you'll support the business case as it's proposed. Chris Walker and Alec are still here. Alec obviously was a key player in developing the business case because I was on maternity leave. So the three of us are here to answer any questions that you have for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Cooper. Mayor Collier had his first set of questions. Please proceed. The floor is yours, Mayor Collier.
Well, I raised my hands at the very beginning, but Ms. Cooper was so thorough that she answered most of my questions. So I'll just wing it on a couple here. I'm very happy to hear that we're going to, it frustrates me when we spent money on these huge software packages like CityWorks, and we're not able to fully take advantage of all the capabilities. So that definitely is value add. Also, you really had me when you talked about reducing costs and paper. I assume that means reduce printers, reduce copiers, reduced all of these other machines that we use as well for that paper. Is that accurate?
That is the goal, yes. And I think you'll see those types of outcomes as we start delivering more and more of these projects.
Okay, and fee payment models, being able to put in your development applications online. These are bringing us right up to current date now, where we are a bit behind in that area as well, correct?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, are you able to quantify at all what the potential savings would be going forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor, unfortunately not. Again, it's sort of all of these projects taken together that are going to result in just a more efficient corporation. I mean, I have spoken to Mr. Walker about this and definitely emphasize that as we work through some of these big projects like CityWorks, we need to be tracking where we are finding cost savings. So you can be sure that that's something we'll be tracking and reporting to you in the future, but it's just a little bit early as of today to kind of have that answer for you.
Okay, well, I'll be watching for that reduction on the paper budget. To the treasurer, to Ms. Valentin, I wonder, is this business case already included in the budget, or do we need to move to include it into the budget?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, it's identified as an item in the budget right now. So I've got it identified as a separate recommendation, but it's included in that full tax rate impact.
Okay, I'll just speak to it very quickly. I really had a hard time with this one. I had a long talk with Ms. Cooper on, was it Friday, about this, because any new hires is always a difficult thing, especially in a year like this. But I believe that this really does bring those benefits and something that we really do need to move forward. And that was a tough one. So I will be supporting this going forward. I think it is something that we need. But the main thing is, I think without it, then we're going to be, we could potentially be in some big trouble. So thank you, Nicole. Appreciate the report, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Cooper. Next, we have Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you. Mayor Collier pretty much just asked the question I was going to ask. So Director Valentin, when you had your presentation at the beginning of this meeting, I think on page 14, or sorry, I'm not sure. Oh, page 23, you spoke about the actual monetary breakdown, which I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Right there, was that the one where it actually said $10.18 and these, that one, was it page 23, I think? That's 29. It's 31. I don't know if it, that one maybe. Okay. At any rate, yeah, I had written it down as page 23. Have we looked at that yet? Clearly I'm wrong. Okay. But as Mayor Collier just said, so in that total, because I think you had said it's a difference of $10.18 a month. Again, I don't want to get ahead because I know you're going to, sorry, not on this particular thing, but the overall tax rate increase. Mayor Collier, maybe you can speak to this? Or Director Valentin, whatever.
Sure, through the chair. I believe what we were talking about, it was $10.18 per month increase on the tax bill, on the average residential tax bill.
Okay.
As the budget is stated right now. So
Okay,
it's $102 annually or $10.18 a month.
Yeah, and the ask from LIS is already in that.
Correct.
Within that number, that $10 number a month. Okay,
Yes.
that's, I just want to make that clear. As Marilyn would say, I knew that, but I wanted you to confirm it to the residents. Thank you. Sorry, Regional Councillor Crawford would say.
Okay, there you, okay, thank you very much. Next in line is Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your report, Director Cooper. So I do have questions about, it's on page 107. And it is the subscription to a new research analyst membership for $70,000. So just maybe tell us a little bit, please, what that is. What other municipalities have it in Durham? What's it used for? How many, it's about evaluating different technologies. So how many technologies or evaluations have we completed since this strat plan was endorsed, or that you're expecting to see in 2021? Maybe I'll just start with those. I have a couple more after that, please.
Sure, thanks for those questions. And I'll just ask Chris to address that.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Bauer. Yeah, so the research subscription, so you had a couple questions there. So one, the town of Whitby and the region of Durham both subscribe to one, and both CIOs / managers of IT just rave about them. So what they are essentially an outlet for us to lean on experts. So anytime we have a certain question or we need to do some research, which obviously takes up all kinds of our time, they have it sitting there waiting for us. So they would do a lot of legwork in that sense. You can set up calls with them and just say, I had a question about a specific technology, or we had a staff request for something, and you just call them up, you set up a meeting, and they'll give you the best of the breeds, what to look for. They can look at contract reviews and kind of give you some savings on licensing and all that stuff. So really, you know, they're used as an expert that we can lean on, that really saves us a lot of the time that we can focus on other things. Not to say that we don't like doing those things, it's just the capacity. And, you know, when you have someone who's in the business and they know it better than anyone, it's nice to have that, you know, association and that support. But again, this is something that the IT Strat Plan did recommend in terms of a really high return on investment. And I have reached out to other municipalities who do use it, and they can't say enough good things about it. I believe that was the two questions, sorry.
So one of the, actually, I also asked how many technology evaluations, so what this service provides, how much, prior to having this, how many of those have we done in the town, or are we expected to do this year? Do you have an idea on that?
I can take that one, I suppose. So since August 2020, that was when the IT projects team first came on board and we started doing these formal reviews of technology project requests. We've had 45 projects since then that we've evaluated. And there are new requests coming in on all the time. As we really start to get into the meat of the IT strategy, we have all the large initiatives that are identified in there that will need to be evaluated, plus sort of small to medium-sized projects and tech requests that are coming in from departments. So we have a steady flow of project requests and lots of requests that need evaluating. If I can just give you kind of an interesting example of some of the research that Chris is talking about, because it's something that we were just looking at about a week ago. One of the discussions we're having right now is what types of peripherals we should be providing to our employees working from home. So screens, mice, keyboards, etc. And from one of these subscription services, well, Chris was able to get a bit of like a free sample sort of because we haven't subscribed yet, but we're looking for some research that's available through them on how a second screen at your workstation can dramatically improve employee productivity. And this is the kind of research you don't want to get from vendors who are trying to sell you screens. You want like a trusted, objective source for that information. So it's just kind of an interesting example I thought I'd share so you get kind of a sense of what this service is all about.
No, that's great. Thank you for that. And I heard Mr. Walker say that they also help you find savings, licensing savings as part of their service, which is awesome. And Whitby and the region, I believe you said, have this, subscribe to this membership. So is there any opportunity, or have you looked at it, for bundling of some kind or discounting with other Durham region municipalities for savings on our costs?
Yes, that's a great question, and definitely one of the things that we'll look at before we actually go to purchase a subscription. And I talked earlier about how the region has been really excellent in enabling us to piggyback on some of their IT purchases. So that's definitely the first place we'll look. This typically isn't the type of thing that like would lend itself to that sort of cooperative purchasing, but you know, I could be wrong, and it's definitely something we'll look into before we go and purchase one.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate the.
Thank you.
That's it for me, Chair.
You're welcome. Next, we have Regional Councillor Crawford.
My questions have been answered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're very welcome. And next, Regional Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just go back to the page that compares Ajax to other municipalities in regards to their IT sizes? Unfortunately, based on the presentation, we had to kind of rush through this, but it bears showing for anyone watching the presentation live or in future recordings, because it just shows that to Director Cooper's previous point, this is something the town has been deficient on, and that's not a criticism, it's just a fact. And based on our headcount, we were woefully behind a lot of our comparators by a long mile. So while this is a very good step in the right direction, I by no means think this is going to be the final step. I think IT, having worked for an IT company for most of my professional career, is something that's always going to be evolving, and we always have to stay on top of it. I think it's the difference between Ajax being a small town, which Regional Councillor Dye's alluded to, and then acting like a small town. We can absolutely punch above our weight if we're given the right tools to do that, and the IT strategy allows us to do that. So I think we're pretty unanimous in accepting this and approving this. But for any resident who questions why, because it's not an inconsiderable amount added to the tax base, this chart should definitely elucidate why it was incredibly important to approve this year. So thank you to Director Cooper and the team, and thank you, Chair, for letting me make this point.
You're very welcome. Any other questions? I'd just like to point out that congratulations, Director Cooper. Your enthusiasm was very contagious with this project, and we did do a lot of work amongst ourselves. I spoke to a few of my colleagues, and I did see the enthusiasm in them as well that helped me to convince to support this. So again, very, very good job to you and Mr. Walker and Mr. Harris as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And now I'd like to move on to the automated speed enforcement by Director Romanowski, would you like to take the floor, sir, please?
Yes, through the chair to council. I'm not going to get into a long presentation as the clerk did on the previous business case, as most of the information that's been provided within the business case, either myself or Mr. Grieve have already kind of outlined a good majority of this information to council through various meetings of council. So maybe I'll just leave it there, and we can then just open it up for questions.
Understood. Any questions for Mr. Romanowski? Mr. Mayor, and yes, I get my list going here. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I fully support this program. I really hope that we go ahead with this year, but I have some questions regarding the technologist that is requested within this report. And I'll just go to page 115, where it says this program is very comparable in size to the proposed Ajax program. Our program is three machines rotated through 12 community safety zones. I understand the reasons. I thought it was more like 12 machines. I wonder if you could clarify for me, please, Mr. Romanowski.
I'll have to ask Mr. Grieve to clarify the number of machines between the different municipalities. And then I can speak to, or he can speak to the requirement for additional staff with regards to this program.
Thank you.
So happy to. So through the chair to Mayor Collier, at the time of writing this report, the region had a similar number of cameras. They were operating, I believe it was 3 mobile cameras and 1 semi-fixed camera. So they were operating a 4-camera system. I understand they are looking at expanding their program in 2021. But what they had found through their initial deployment of the 4-camera system was that they essentially required a 1 FTE to operate that program. That was something that they expressed to us in our lessons, kind of learned in discussions with them. That was a surprise to them. They did not anticipate it would require such a heavy involvement from staff, and they cautioned us to make sure we, if we were to roll out our program, we appropriately identified the staffing that is truly needed to run it successfully.
Okay. So we've done a lot of legwork already. I mean, we've already signed all the community safety zones. We've already done everything. I believe we have the agreement signed and in place, do we not? We gave that direction from council last year.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, no agreements have been signed to this point. Yes, you are correct. In September of 2020, council directed staff to proceed with preparing the agreements and preparing for implementation. We have continued to do that since September. That's where we developed this business case for inclusion in this year's budget. And we've answered some of those outstanding questions that still existed in September. Should this proceed and we proceed to implementation in 21, we would definitely get those agreements signed. Those are definitely one of the first priorities out following this.
Well, hold on. We gave direction in September to sign the agreements. I'm wondering why they're not signed and in place. This was part of it. We have to give 90 days notice, and we wanted to get that notice period out of the way. That's why we gave direction. Can you explain why they are not done?
So through signing the agreements required a significant financial commitment. One of the agreements, as we have told council, is a multi-year commitment, and through discussions with finance, it was determined that we should have budget approval in place before these agreements are signed.
Okay, well, let me rephrase then. Are these agreements to the point where if we make this decision today, they can be signed tomorrow?
Yes, they are. They have progressed. There will be some final works, but yes, they have progressed from where they were in September.
Okay, thank you. Has there been any discussion with the region as far as looking to have, since this was a regional direction originally, and you know, we were looking to see how they had fared with it over their first year. In having their administrative person also oversee ours, has there been any discussion with that?
Through the chair to
our own person?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, we had preliminary discussions about that. We're I guess inquiring if the region would be interested in running a Town of Ajax program. They have told us at this time they have no interest in that. They see this as they will be responsible for the region program, which is on regional roads, and that lower tier municipalities such as the Town of Ajax should be responsible for town projects on town roads.
Okay. Just looking at the report, it says there's two potential alternative delivery approaches. First, utilize existing staff. Second, work with the region, have them administer. So that's why I asked that.
If I may, though, through the chair to Mayor Collier, just to emphasize that, you know, what we have heard from the region, and John alluded to it, that an additional staff person to just manage the day-to-day inquiries, complaints, questions associated with the system is very onerous on staff. So to not have a dedicated person for this particular program, if it was something that council is bringing forward, I think would be a detriment to the rest of the transportation programs that are going to come through this budget or future budget. So it's important to know that a staff person associated with this program we feel is necessary, and that's why we put that forward through this business case.
Okay. Thank you for that. I attended the Works Committee meeting as a guest last Wednesday when they were doing their budget, and I was very happy to hear that due to the incredible success at the region in their first year of their pilot program, they've chosen to expand their program by 4 additional machines. So by the numbers that Mr. Grieve gave, that means they are doubling their program for 2021. Were you aware of that, Mr. Grieve?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, I had heard they were looking at expanding. I haven't seen that works report, but I will definitely follow up with the regional staff person who's involved with running that program and find out those details.
Okay, yeah, it was last Wednesday. And yeah, I was very pleased to hear that they had just found the program so successful. And I know that we've tried many different things. But given that success, I mean, to me, this looks to me like a no-brainer. Anyway, I won't do my wrap up now, Chair. If you could put me on the list at the end after everybody has spoken, please. Thank you.
You're welcome. Lots of details. Thank you very much for that. Next on the list is Regional Councillor Dice. And then Regional Councillor Crawford after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, you know, can you remind us again and speak to what the added costs are going to be to provide this? As we've started to investigate things more and more, there seems to be more and more things come online. So is this the total list of everything? With
Through
respect
the chair
to cost?
through the chair to Regional Councillor Dice. This is what we know right now, and as of the time of, you know, putting the business case together. I think that's one of our biggest concerns with the program is there's a lot of unknowns. It's in its infancy. The region's only been operating it for a year, and based off conversations with the region and, you know, John specifically having those discussions, is we're always getting new information. We're always getting new information with regards to the costs for the joint processing center, or if there's another cost associated with the city of Toronto, or other costs related to just the running of the program. So I think that's, you know, the numbers that are in the business case are numbers that we were comfortable putting in the business case at that point in time. But we don't know whether the number will go up or down as we move forward. The ultimate goal of the program, though, is for people not to speed. So the anticipation is that, in a perfect scenario, we'll have cameras, we'll be paying for them. Yes, they'll be maybe taking pictures, but if no one's speeding, then they're not taking those pictures. We're not processing tickets, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of the whole purpose of this program, just faced in its simplest form.
I believe what the region was saying in the report, if I remember correctly, at Works was while the number of people who slowed down while the cameras were in place was higher, obviously, than when they were removed, yet it still created, I think, a 10% reduction in speeding. So we all know it is a deterrent, but we don't know moving forward how much of a deterrent, because we haven't had it in place very long. And when it becomes an everyday part of your life, like signage, sometimes we ignore it more and more. Are there also additional costs with the courts? I'm trying to remember that aspect of it.
I know there are costs with the courts. I'll turn that over to John and he can explain that a little bit further. He's more intimate with those details.
Yeah, so through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes, the costs you see in the operating costs as shown in this business case, we have baked in or added in an estimate related to prosecution costs. So any potential costs that the town would incur in that. But I would say the courts is the courts and the exact process of the courts is the greatest of unknown for automated speed enforcement right now, because the courts in Durham Region have been closed for the entirety of the region's operation of their program. So they have never fully gone through the process related to a ticket that is challenged or taken through the court system. They've only seen the process related to people paying the ticket, as you would a parking ticket. So that is one of the greatest unknowns we have with the program, is the courts and exactly how that kind of last part of the process plays out.
My last question is about we would have a contract with the cameras, the people who supply the cameras, and they do the maintenance. Yet I remember that the region saying that they were going out and having to do maintenance immediately on some of these cameras, because if anything interfered with the lens, it just kept clicking away and photographing everything. And then they had to go through all of that. They had to pay for that through the center because it processes it. Is that correct?
There was sorry, through the chair to Councillor Dyes, through our conversations with the region, and John can fill in the blanks here, but yes, the camera comes with, purchasing or going through the agreement to get the camera. It comes with, if it's vandalized or damaged, that there'll be a period of three days or 2 days to come and fix that. But in the region scenario, they have the same program in place through the camera provider, but because it was going to take 3 days, they use their own contracted services to go out and fix the defaced equipment so that it could properly take pictures and issue tickets accordingly. So that's definitely something that could be an additional costs, whether it's through the contract that we've entered into or additional costs because maybe we can't have that downtime for 1 or 2 or 3 days.
So clearly we're still in the early stages of learning exactly what the program, what the limitations are and what the issues may be going down the road moving forward. Okay. Thank you very much for your information. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. Next on the list is Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to kind of say this is fun facts about ASE with Marilyn Crawford. Please know that I have been a huge advocate for road calming, probably for 10 years now. I didn't even know what ASE was until I joined Vision Zero about a year ago. And it has been all consuming with the entire staff. As it stands right now, the province still considers ASE a pilot program. Therefore, there is this unknown that does the province cancel the pilot in the next upcoming election, depending on if they have had enough responses from residents. Many municipalities are waiting until after the next provincial election to make their decision on this program. I asked Steve Kemp just to give me a kind of a rundown of costs to date. Just to join the actual processing center, he estimates it would run just the startup cost to become part of this program. With the joint center in Toronto, it would be roughly $103,000. The processing center right now, Durham Region has paid almost $99,000. $99,000 in processing charges to process the tickets. They've had approximately 25,000 tickets. It's about $4 a ticket to process the tickets themselves. To date, the Ministry of Transportation has not invoiced the region. It costs at least $1.06 for every plate to be looked up by the MTO. We haven't received an invoice for that yet. With 25,000 offenses, it's roughly going to cost the region about $26,000. The court fees, the court costs are the big, like John said, are the big unknown because of the fact that the courts have been closed down. They're estimating very high, but they think that it'll cost about $65 per ticket if an offense is actually fought in a court situation. If somebody just pays, it's no big deal. There's no cost. They didn't hire a full-time person, and regretfully to their admission, because they thought they could handle it within their own staff. They had to reallocate all of their resources in order to fit this into the current staffing complement. So when a ticket is issued and if that fine is paid, the split is the municipality receives 60% of that ticket and 40% of that ticket goes to the region. What I did find out, to my surprise actually, was that we have purchased speed boards that will be recording speeds and will be installed in all of the community safety zones, I believe this spring, if I'm right. Can you confirm that, John? Mr. Greaves, sorry.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, yes, that is correct. We are currently in the process of finalizing the procurement of those signs. And yes, there will be a radar message board in all 12 community safety zones.
Recording all speeds, correct?
That is correct.
And how many identified safety zones have we got?
We have 12.
We have 12. So I see this as a really good step in prioritizing the streets that are identified as community safety zones so that when cameras are purchased, we are actually putting them to their best use in a way that is useful. The 4 cameras that the region are asking for in their budget are permanent locations. So they would be in fixed locations, not mobile, and they would be put on poles so that damages would be minimal. They currently have, I think they only have 4 mobile ones. And so I just think that I'm very, very impressed with the results of the ASE program. It does reduce, when they're in their location, it reduces speed up to 30%. There is no other road calming initiative, whether municipally or regionally, that has been implemented that creates that kind of result. Saying that, there's always a cost to that result. I'm in favor of definitely having ASE. I think that it should be in the 2022 budget, not in the 2021 budget. And I'm open to listen to all of the discussions on it. But I'm being told that if we move this to the 2022 budget, given everything that we know, we can probably have them up and running by May or April or May. Can you confirm that too also, John, Mr. Greaves?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, yeah, I would say if delayed implementation until 2022, absolutely, you would have cameras up and ready for April or May of 2022. It potentially could even be sooner, depending on how the budget process plays out in early 2022.
Right, and so in 2022, the processing center will likely be open, the courts will likely be open, and we'll be able to have some good results and data from that by the time, let's say, I don't know, maybe around September or whatever, just in case we need it. So anyway, that's just, again, my fun facts with Marilyn Crawford on ASE.
Thank you very much. Next in line would be Councillor Tyler Moore.
Oh, thank you so much. Regional Councillor Crawford answered most of my questions because I was going to ask for data from the region, but you gave me great insight there. So what you're saying through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford is that the numbers we're hearing from the region are not really complete yet because we haven't got back a lot of the data in regards to court costs, that kind of thing. Is that what you're saying?
The absolute number of tickets issued are definitely accurate. But like I said, they have not received an invoice from the Ministry of Transportation, who actually charges to look up every single license plate that has been issued a ticket. It's only $1.04, but it is also an unknown number that has not yet been identified. Also, with the courts closed, they have not actually paid for any kind of processing through the court system. Steve said he estimated high in the report to the region. It was $65 per ticket if fought. I just wanted to add one thing, that at Works, I did ask the commissioner of transit about taking this on regionally. It was only 2 years ago when we were first elected that the government was saying that we need to create efficiencies within our government. And this is a prime example of having one Vision Zero operating all of the municipalities, similar to the Niagara Falls region, looks after all of the Vision Zero projects happening in the local roads on the municipalities. It should be that way, because here's the thing. Sorry for jumping in, Chair. I apologize to you too, Councillor Tyler Morin, is that municipalities like Scugog, Clarington, Uxbridge, perhaps, will never be able to implement these programs because of the cost of them. We are in a much different situation. And if this was done on a regional basis, there could be camera sharing opportunities for our smaller municipalities to be able to utilize this and have consistency across the region. So in my humble opinion, which is only my opinion, this certainly should be a regional program run by regional staff and billed to municipalities. That's my soapbox.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I too, as Maryland Regional Councillor Crawford can attest, very passionate about traffic calming. So this is something I want. Really, I think the only thing that we're talking about is the timing, and because I think everybody wants it. We've got to get traffic to slow down and try and do the right thing monetarily as well. That's just some of my comments and questions. Thank you, Chair.
You are very welcome. I want to come back to Mayor Collier if everybody has had their chance.
Right, Chair, if I may?
Yes, you may. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for just allowing that. Thank you, Regional Councilor Crawford. Although they were facts, I don't think they were very fun because ultimately I think what you're suggesting is that we may have to defer automatic speed enforcement. So just my questions to staff. In 2020, like last year, is it safe to say we saw a pretty significant reduction in traffic on our local roads?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, yes, I definitely think it's fair to say that there were long periods of 2020 tied to the the lockdowns both in the spring and the one we're currently in, where you see less traffic on the roads. I would say though, in the periods of less restriction, traffic volumes crept back toward pre-COVID numbers. So I don't think it's necessarily a shift or a change. I think there is a small shift, but the true impact of that will not be known until in the future.
Okay. I mean, ultimately, I'm assuming there's some sort of amendment coming. If not, then I'm speaking out of turn. But I was very much going to support automated speed enforcement, but I'm a bit gun shy now based on the fact that could be costs that are not realized because of time. So if staff is saying that we can enact this in a few months from next year's budget, then I'm all for bringing it forward then. But it's under the guise that let's do it right and let's do it right the first time. I'd rather we let the region and other municipalities kind of take lead on this, and we can copy them and kind of learn from their mistakes. So again, that's just my observation. I will leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
You're very welcome. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would agree. Those were great facts, Regional Councillor Crawford. Not very fun. So I guess it sounds like we're making a lot of estimations or guesses, for lack of a better term. But what would happen if we approved it this year and we were way off? Where would that extra money? Where would the money come from to make that up?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Bauer. So through the budget, you'd be approving what's identified here as $342,600. If the costs come in higher than that, then it would just be, we would have to find savings throughout the budget. So they would be identified that way. And then the following year, because my understanding is that signing these contracts, we're locked into a multi-year contract, then we'd have to annualize those costs on a go-forward basis.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you. So it sounds like we do need more time to see what how the region makes out with it, and it might be wiser to wait and see. And I do agree with the comment someone made about the region should be running the program and billing municipalities. I think Marilyn said that. That seems to make sense. And somebody else is already doing it that way, you said?
Niagara Region is doing it that way.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
You're welcome. Everybody is done. I will go back to Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Griever, Mr. Romanowski. I asked one of the original questions my first time round was, have we talked to the region about whether they would be willing to take on this project? And I believe your answer was flat out no. Can you confirm, please?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, that was their answer in a meeting at the end of last year. They said they do not envision. Whether was it an emphatic no, a never no, I don't know at this point. That was their answer to us in late last year, was they don't envision it, but could we revisit it? I'm not sure.
Well, I brought it up because I thought we should visit it. And I thought we should have already, so late last year, we're talking like a month ago.
Yes, that's correct. In a staff meeting
A month ago,
between,
we had the
well,
conversation.
in December of last year, so early December, regional staff and town staff had a long working meeting to understand some of the costs and some of the information that's put within the business unit case here. At that time, regional staff said to town staff they had no desire to run a town program.
Okay, so if they
Absolutely,
did that a
staff
month
could
ago, I gotta assume that that's still their position. I mean,
I think likely. I think that's a fair assumption.
also, did they share their data and their costs and their numbers with you from their first year of their pilot?
So through the chair to Mayor Collier, they've shared some of the information. They presented, if you remember, Steve Kemp came to council. I believe it was in October or November, and he presented council a number of the findings of the Bailey Street location. So they have been sharing some of that information. Some of the costs that Councillor Crawford spoke about, they have been sharing with staff, understanding that the changes from initial estimates down to estimates that we have within this business case. So they have been, there has been a free and open, communication and information sharing going back and forth between staff.
That if they've been operating this program for a year, they should be able to give you some fairly hard numbers that we can go by. That was the whole point of us holding off a year ago for the region to get their program in place, so that we could, learn from that.
So the region has not been operating the cameras in revenue modes for a year. They turned the cameras on to start issuing tickets in September. The cameras were initially deployed in May of last year, and from May to September, they were simply in a data collection mode. They were not in a ticket issuing mode. They've only been in ticket issuing mode since September of 2020.
Okay. Councillor Crawford talked about a lot of numbers. I couldn't keep track of them all, but I assume that those are captured in your estimates there in the 342,600.
I know Mayor Collier, yeah, that is correct. And there are, the revised numbers where appropriate, we've applied as well.
Okay, so all those potential costs, what we're looking at here with the 342,600 is probably worst case scenario. Is that fair? I think we've estimated pretty aggressively on most of it from our discussions.
That is correct. Of the costs we know, as Director Romanowski said, there is potential for unknown costs, but of the costs we know, yes, this is the best estimate we have, and it is a conservative one.
Okay, and I like conservative. I like to, under promise and over deliver. I don't see any revenue here in the business case. Has that been factored in?
So through the mayor, or through the chair to Mayor Collier, in that same December discussion with regional staff, they advised the town to consider that this program will not generate any revenue. That any excess revenue after going through the court systems, there would be no, amount returned to the town.
So any member of the public saying this is just a cash grab would be wrong.
That is correct. Well, this is not a revenue. This has never been proposed as a revenue generating program. This is a road safety initiative.
Right. Okay. I don't think there's any discussion about the effectiveness being 30% reduction in speed. I think that's pretty universal. And the study that I saw out of New York a couple of years ago, when we first went down this road at the region, it was, I believe, more like 40% reduction in speed as far as the effectiveness. I'll just speak to this quickly and finish it off. I remember when I moved and Councillor Crawford seconded the motion back in May 2018 on automatic speed enforcement in Ajax, requesting the region that if this comes, we want to be a willing host. We want to be moving this forward. I ran on this. This was part of my platform. I think a number of members of our council had this as part of their platform. And one thing at the regional council meeting last Wednesday at the works meeting was, you know, they talked about this isn't a moneymaker. And we knew that, just like red light cameras, it's not a moneymaker. Over time, people are going to slow down and they're going to stop generating revenue and they're going to actually lose money. But it's not about money. It's about safety. And it's about community safety, and it's about lives, and it's about slowing people down. We've spent, as long as I can remember, I don't remember when we started allocating $100,000 a year to traffic calming, but I believe it was over a decade ago. So we've invested over, I would say, $1 million in traffic calming, and I mean no disrespect to you, Mr. Grieve, or to planning or anybody, but the results have shown it's been largely ineffective. And even just as recently as our last meeting, we approved a motion to put in unwarranted stop signs in an area that we had just spent $30,000 on traffic calming because the traffic calming wasn't working. And we felt that the stop signs might be more effective. So I look at this as a very proven and absolutely proven effective measure to slow people down. And that was, I believe, the exact words by Ramesh at the Works Committee meeting last Wednesday. And case in point, regardless if they made money or not, or if they've received the court documents or not, or whatever, they've doubled their program for 2021 because it's been so effective. So I look at our strat plan. And the strat plan that we worked out at the beginning of council on what is it under? Where is it? It's under the leading in our community is promote safer streets by supporting new and innovative traffic approaches and initiatives, i.e. Region of Durham's Vision Zero, automatic speed enforcement, school and community safety zones. Last year, we approved $75,000 in signage. I think it was $75,000 in signage, put signs up in all our community safety zones in anticipation for automatic speed enforcement. This is something that we have been promising residents since May 2018. So we're into our third year now. It's here now. We're basically, to use a Super Bowl reference from yesterday, we're on the 1 yard line. We're ready to go. And we're talking about maybe kicking this down the field till next year. I don't want to be the one that has to explain to somebody if somebody's kid gets hit or something happens in one of these community safety zones because we didn't go ahead with this right now. I don't want to be the one to have to explain to those people that we had this tool, that we've gone through all the research and gone through everything else for the last 2 years, because we've heard from staff many, many times about the obstacles, and still this has moved forward all the way through because we want to try and push this out for budget reasons, because this is about budget reasons. It's not about anything else. This is about budget reasons, and this is about politics, and this is about not wanting to, you know, I'm willing to take the heat for this one because I think it's going to be effective, and I think it's going to do and perform one of the things that we all feel very, very strongly about, and that is slowing people down on their streets. So I also look at it as this year is 0.4, next year is only 39,000. So the operating for this is very low going forward, but the upfront costs, correct, are higher. But whether we do it this year or whether we do it next year, it's still a cost to the taxpayer. But I think this is one of those, and I might be wrong, but I'll take the heat for it. Absolutely. If people want to get mad at me for voting in support of this and the 0.4, which is 0.4 on here, but it's not 0.4 in the overall. It's like a fraction when you look at the blended rate. But I think the benefits of this clearly outweigh any of the obstacles. I think it's a proven method by the region. Case in point, they're doubling their cameras. And I think it'd be a big disservice if this does not go forward this year. So that's all I'll say about it. I hope it does. And we'll see where it lands. Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments on this? Yeah, so we've got second wrong time. Yes, okay, Regional Councilor Crawford? Yes.
I think that it is budget related. And I think that we have been spending the last 4 hours taking fractions of this budget out to help to be able to save this budget, to be able to save our taxpayers some little bit of increase here. That is what we've done for the past, what are we at now? 5 hours? What I'm saying, no one is saying no to this program. What we're saying is the $75,000 in signage also included speed boards that are going to be recording the speeds in these priority areas. If I recall, we had this same argument about crossing guards, that we didn't want to be held responsible for some child getting hit because we were cutting our crossing guards just not too long ago. All I'm saying is that this program is incredibly effective. This program, and Steve Kemp stated it in his presentation to council, is a 30% reduction in speed. It's incredibly effective. I think that we are in the process right now of being able to implement this. All I'm saying is that whoever campaigned on this thing 2 years ago, did anybody know we were going to be in a pandemic? Did anybody know that our casino was going to be shut down? Did anybody know any of those things were going to happen? Did anybody know the cost of it? They're great things that you can campaign on. It all sounds good until it costs money. So all I'm saying is that it clearly does have money attached to it. It is not generating, so this is going to be ongoing. And if we expand it, I think it's mostly, I always want to be first on things, but this one, I actually think it would be better to slow it down, wait till next year and put it in the budget. In fact, I'm willing to make an amendment right now that this program be moved to the 2022 budget and to have the cameras installed for April, May. I mean, this year our schools have been closed down for a month already. Who knows what's going to happen after March break? Who knows if they even have a March break? Who knows? This government's all over the place when it comes to schools. So I think that if we can slow down it and have it move to 2022, I would be much more comfortable knowing exactly what the costs are going to be. I know there's multiple municipalities in Durham that are looking at this. Pickering, Oshawa, I'm not sure about Whitby, but they're not putting it in this budget. They're waiting to see what's happened, to see what's going to happen in the next year. So while I know we're probably further ahead than any of the other municipalities, I just think that I think we need to just wait until next year to implement it. So that is my amendment, clerk, to move this to the 2022 budget.
This point of order, Chair. No offense, but I believe almost every member of council has spoken to this, and you can't move an amendment after you've spoken.
Are those the updated rules, clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if I'm familiar with the rule that Mr. Mayor is referencing. Generally speaking, order of speakers is everyone has the opportunity to speak once before subsequent speakers, but a motion or an amendment is acceptable at any time during deliberations.
So you will proceed with the amendment?
Mr. Chair, point of order, you can't introduce a motion once you've spoken to it.
Clerk?
You can only speak to a motion after you've moved it, after you've introduced it.
So any clarification there, clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I followed the logic. If the question is whether a motion is in order and discussion on that motion happens, before or after, generally speaking, it should be moved and then discussion follows on the amendment or the substance of the motion. But there's nothing preventing, prior discussion about the nature of the matter precluding a motion being moved. Okay. I'm not sure if that made any sense.
I think those are regional rules.
I'm not familiar with it myself, so I'm looking for proper direction here. So should we have all the speakers finish?
I think if you have an amendment on the floor, then you should seek input from members if they have any questions or comments on the amendment.
Okay, and this is the amendment. So Regional Councillor Dies would like to speak.
Well, most of my concerns have been addressed. I think I do agree with Regional Councillor Crawford that we really need more time to gather more information. I think we're all blown away by the complicated process and the costs associated with them. Nobody wants to see anybody killed on the roads because of speeders. But I'm going to say, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Who's taking responsibility? Who's driving the car? They're the ones that need to slow down. We have tried everything over the years. The municipality is littered with signs. There are rules about speeding. You can get ticketed. There's all kinds of things. Traffic calming, whatever. We've tried it all. And I know everybody looks at this as something that's very successful. It's our last attempt, really. It's the last tool in the toolbox, but it's extremely costly. And if you're not making any revenue off of it, how are we going to pay for it without increasing the tax base again? So these are my concerns. I really would like to see some more data on it over the years. The regional operates it to make sure we fully understand what's involved. So I do, I support that, but I would also hope, and I hope this is a friendly, that staff would come back prior to that budget discussion with some further information to help us make that decision, which they probably will. Thank you.
You're welcome. Second time around, Councillor Martin Salamone.
Thank you. So I don't know if it's my second time around on the question on the amendment, but anyway, my question is, Regional Councillor Crawford, when you, through the chair, were you suggesting that there's probably like a hybrid part of this? Because when we go to put in the speed, can you just speak to that a little bit more? Maybe Mr. Grieve can speak to that, because you're saying that there's already going to be some kind of, I can't find my words on this, but can you speak, do you understand what I'm talking about? Like if say the cameras don't go in, it's not as though nothing's going to happen. You're saying that.
Are you allowed, am I allowed to respond?
Or maybe Mr. Grieve.
Did you get your question out clearly?
I don't think I got it out clearly. So it was mentioned, I believe, by Regional Councillor Crawford, that there would be some construction done or some action already done, even if we were to push this to, say, May of next year. That was the time estimation. So can you speak to that, what's going to be done, and would that act as some sort of hybrid B plan while we're waiting for the main cameras?
Well, can staff speak to it first?
Yeah, can John speak to that? Mr. Grieve.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Moore, I can give you a bit of an answer. So yes, the staff are currently, at the end of last year, staff signed the 12 community safety zones. We passed the traffic bylaw in January. So those are now all established as community safety zones. We are in the process of procuring radar feedback message signs. So the signs you see on the side of the road that flashes the speed a vehicle is going. We are procuring a sign for all 12 zones. Those signs record all vehicles that pass them. So once installed, they will give us a clear picture 24 hours a day, 7 days a week of what is going on, what is the traffic pattern on the 12 community safety zones. That will definitely aid in our estimating potential number of tickets this program would generate, where maybe the cameras should be scheduled and how the schedule should be created. So they will feed that. They are also shown to be a somewhat of a deterrent in themselves. People see, or drivers see a flashing sign that tells them they are vastly exceeding the speed limit. While they don't get a ticket in any sort, they do some do slow down simply by that feedback sign. So they have some of that effect as well. But most importantly, the signs, as I said, will be a data collection point for us to really hone in on what the parameters of our program would be.
Okay, so just quick follow-up. So that's happening anyway. The 12 zones have been marked off. You're going to be putting in signage. You're going to be putting in data boards. That's all happening over and above, or sort of separate from the actual cameras.
That's correct. That is what so there was, I think it's been referenced a couple of times here, the $75,000 capital budget from 2020 was for the community safety zone signage that was required, as well as these boards. So that is what the current capital budget is being, the budget for that project is being used for.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. Is everybody else done asking questions? Councillor Bauer, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So I think a couple things, I just want to confirm a couple things I think I heard. One of them was these cameras, or the program comes with, I guess, someone who, if the machines are vandalized or somehow get damaged, it comes with a plan to fix that, but it's only within 3 days. So in that 3-day time period, we would either have to have our own staff take care of that, or just let the machine operate while malfunctioned, which could end up costing us money, correct?
Through the chair
to Councillor Bauer, we were given the example of what the region has told us based on their contract.
Yes. Okay.
So just for comparison's sake, that could be the same contract, same amount of response time for a defaced or damaged piece of equipment, and we the town council would have to make that determination if we can afford to have the camera down for that period of time. Maybe that's something that's negotiated or dealt with through the eventual agreement that we would sign with the camera provider. So just the information you're referencing is just the example we were given by regional staff as their experience dealing with damaged equipment or defaced equipment.
Okay, thank you. And also there was a comment about if we sign into a contract, we are committed for multi-years, regardless of how what happens. Is that correct too? Okay, all right, thank you. So by waiting a year, some of these things could be re-examined. I love that we're getting the 12 community zones with Speedboard. The data collection is so important, and we all know that, because then that helps us pick 4. Are we getting 4 cameras? The 4 best spots to put those cameras to have the most efficient use of the program. Okay, I just wanted to clarify a couple things. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Is everyone done asking questions and making comments? Yes, I see. So just before we go to this amendment, my 2 cents on this is that in Ward 2, there's been no slowing down. I don't see any traffic calming I don't recall getting any support on traffic calming. And I have promised my residents that this is something that we will be bringing and we'll be working hard towards the ASE. I kind of felt that we were chipping away at the budget so we can accommodate these 2 business cases provided to us by our staff who did their due diligence with it. And I am very passionate about this project especially, and I will support it. And along with the mayor, I will side by him and take the heat along with him for this budget, because this is something that I have promised my residents wholeheartedly, and I will support it. So if the amendment is going to come, we shall vote on it. Clerk, is it that time?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to bring it up on screen?
Kindly. Is it completed? Okay, I'll read it out loud. Amendment for business case automated speed enforcement, ASE, moved by Regional Councillor Crawford, that the automated speed enforcement business case be removed and the automated speed enforcement program be reconsidered in the 2022 operating budget. Councillor Crawford, is that how you wanted it worded? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, then, so we shall vote on this at this moment. All those in favor of this amendment? 1, 2, 3. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. And those opposed? 2. The motion carries for the amendment 5-2. All right. So now we will move forward to the section 5, the Ajax Public Library. Chief Librarian and CEO Sarah Vaisler, do you have any comments on this? There you are.
Hello, to the chair. I do have some comments. I would just like to inform council and the public that the library's total 2021 operating budget is actually only a 0.1% increase over last year, and that the library has successfully found over $100,000 worth of savings. Now, fine-free, it does decrease our revenue by $50,000. However, the library board and I would like to suggest that we have offset that by finding these savings. The library does request $189,000 over last year's municipal grant request, which is a 3.1% increase over last year. And that is really due to the 2020 surplus offset of $373,000, which has created a funding gap in 2021. And so it is, this budget really for the library is about closing that funding gap that was created in 2020. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions from Ms. Vaisler? I see no hands. You were very thorough, I see. So I guess that ends our entire first part of our meeting, the operation budget. Mayor Collier, you'd like to say something? You are muted, sir.
I don't have any questions to Ms. Vaisler, but I do have on amendments for the report.
Okay. Proceed.
Okay, thank you. And I agree with the, well, I'm just looking at the math, but regardless, I'd like to move that the net operating budget increase of 189,000 be reduced to 139,000. And I will speak to it, please, Chair.
Please proceed, Mr. Mayor.
And I absolutely agree that the, you know, that is an amount that's making up for the reserve allocation from last year. 139,000 of it is. The 50,000 is the difference for the decision to remove late fees. The $50,000 was the amount that we were quoted to remove late fees. I'm just looking at the budget. I see 2.6 minus 0.5. That's 2.1 to me. So I think this is a 2.1 budget. I'm fine with the board's decision. The board is free to make any decisions they want about how they spend the money once Ajax Council allocates the grant. I'm not questioning the board's decision at all on that. That's their decision to make, absolutely within their means, and that's fine. However, like we've been doing here for the last 4 hours and 38 minutes, is we are examining our budget. And if we take something else or put something in, we have to account for that. That's not the case here. By the library taking that out, which absolutely is their prerogative, they need to be able to absorb that within their own budget, not transfer it into our budget by increasing the grant by that amount, which is what has happened. I'm not questioning that the library's found some efficiencies, and I appreciate that. We asked all departments to find efficiencies. However, I mean, the 60 odd thousand for insurance, that's because we're members of the municipal insurance pool, and we realized insurance savings across the board. That had nothing to do with the library finding efficiencies. That was part of our membership in the municipal insurance pool. So I appreciate that, but if you're going to make a decision to forego fees, no problem. The other thing is, well, actually, before I go on to the other thing, this is like the grant programs, again, with the funding source. We can't just have these amounts turn around and fall on the taxpayer. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it works in my world. Not the way it works in many of the people that contacted me and have contacted me about this as well. So we always need to be wary of that. I know in the big picture it's not a large amount, but I also know that the library had a $1.4 million surplus this year. So increasing the budget when you know you have a big surplus, and we know we're also going to have a big surplus in 2021, let's be honest, the libraries are closed and are probably going to remain closed except for curbside pickup for a good chunk of the first half of this year, I would suggest. So there will probably be another fairly large surplus next year as well. So, you know, for those reasons, I just, this is not really even about the money. This is about the principle. This is about the principle. If you make a decision, you need to be able to accept that, and that is building that into your budget. To the other thing I want to talk about, I am very big on accountability and responsibility. And if you want to go and take out materials, you do so understanding that if you don't bring it back on time, there's going to be a repercussion, and you're going to get it. It's like getting a ticket. You park somewhere you shouldn't park, you're going to get a ticket. You don't return the book, you're going to get a fine. I don't see this as a deterrent if people know this going in. But the other thing is, our library is very well used, and I love that. I mean, I think my parents are probably one of your biggest clients. They're there several times a week. But when a resident puts something on hold and they're expecting to get that, and somebody doesn't return something because why bother? I'm not going to get fined. There's no repercussions. There's no accountability to me. So that doesn't only affect, that affects the other residents of Ajax that want to use those products. And one person shouldn't be able to do something that affects somebody else without having some kind of accountability. So it's not I'm down on the library. I'm absolutely not. I absolutely fully support the library. I just have to hold them accountable, like I'm talking about, for this decision. So I will leave it there. That's the motion. Thank you.
You're welcome. Regional Councillor Lee.
Hi. Thank you for the mayor for bringing this up. I obviously, and I've from the beginning disagree with most of his points. So overdue fines and penalties are the antithesis of what the library should represent. The library should be a welcoming community hub. Well, and it shouldn't be, once you are unable to pay a fine, that you somehow feel you're prohibited from coming back. And that's how some residents feel, you know, for whatever reason, valid or not, they fall behind, and now there's a financial penalty. That's not what libraries are. We are encouraging people to come back. And more importantly, the items that are still returned, and if they're not returned, then it's not like the book goes missing or goes into indefinite hiatus. I believe it's 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, and then the resident is then charged for the book. So if you lose the book, you got to pay for it back. But if you need a few extra days, for us, it's not about collecting the money. And again, it's more likely to be returned, so we're probably going to see some inverse savings that way. But more to the point, we're going to bring back lapsed users, people who, again, who had that economic barrier. Again, most of us are doing very well in our respective lives. If we have a $2 fine, of course we'll pay it, right? But that's not the point. This going fine free isn't about the people who can pay it. It's people who can't, right? And more importantly, it's not a sustainable revenue model. Like this year, I don't think the library was going to be collecting fines, even if we hadn't passed fine free the library board because of COVID. We're not collecting fines during COVID. So realistically, like we will survive. We will show you the library is going to survive in spite of that. And if we're talking about the principle, how about the tremendous work the library does within our community that we're ultimately not putting a dollar amount on, but I think should be reflected in the 189,000 that's being requested, such as warming shelters for a homeless community. We're not charging per user. There's a fee associated with that. There's a heating fee. There's but again, we're not charging for that. That is something that our Cleo said this is a good policy. Providing 3D printers early on during the pandemic to create masks. There's a cost to that, absolutely. But again, we saw this as an opportunity to do something bigger than us. And so that, again, I can list off all the different things. Tax clinics for low-income residents, story time for children. There's lynda.com, which provides a suite of technological and workplace training that's absolutely free with your library membership. So if we're talking about principle, I think the library is providing way more funding and way more value than the 189,000, that 50,000 fine free notwithstanding. And so I think this is, and everything I listed is all before one single book is borrowed from the library. Let's get out of the model that libraries are just books and they should be returned by X amount of date. I agree with you, Mayor. If you lose it, you got to replace it. But I'm not going to penalize low-income individuals, racialized communities for something that there's reasons beyond our control, and I want them to come back. So that's my spiel. I obviously do not support this. I understand it's not a lot, and I implore council to just think of beyond just fines and what the value of the library represents. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Any other comments or questions? Regional Councillor Dice, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would just have a question to Ms. Vasler about the surplus. If you could speak to the surplus, please, because that was one of the questions that the mayor brought up.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes. Yes, the library does anticipate to have a surplus of over $1 million. Like the town, the library has not finalized its year end, so I can't provide you a final number. But this surplus is due to three main components. One is the receipt of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program that the library received 4 periods of, amounting approximately to $340,000 in revenue. That, of course, was a one-time cost only. We will never see that again. Additionally, we had rapid deployments of the emergency leaves for staff. So when service reductions came, staff were very quickly put into the declared emergency leave position. Also, because of service efficiencies, we were closed physically during the months of mid-month of March, April, and May, but of course we were opened virtually, so there are some reduced costs. Currently, we are operating 5 days a week instead of 7, but what I think is crucial when examining this budget is that we need to position ourselves so that we can respond to changing in provincial orders, because we are a service that the community is using while we are in closure. So, to say that the library is closed is really not true. We continue to operate virtual services, which are available 24/7, and our curbside service continues with physical circulation has actually recovered in the month of December 2020 compared to December 2019.
Thank you for that input. I appreciate that, and I appreciate what the library does. And I agree with Councillor Lee. Over the past 10 years, we talked many years ago about it being the community hub, and it has become that in the last 10 years. It truly is a community hub. You had access to social services there. You're calling seniors. There's a calling program. There's all kinds of things that you do that reaches out to every aspect of our community. And I got to say, when there's a need, you're right there. You step up to the plate, and it really is truly appreciated. I think the no fees program is a great program because it is, again, a barrier. And the story you told me was a great one, where somebody wouldn't go for 5 years because they were so embarrassed they had these outstanding fees they were afraid to go back in. I've heard that story before from other people. And I think it's quite true. And I do, I don't think you should be penalized for it. You're your own corporation. I respect that the board has made a decision on your budget. And I thank you for all that you do in the community. So I very much support what Councillor Lee is saying and can't support moving this funds. Thank you.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a couple of other things that Councillor Lee didn't include in his list of what the library provides. The free hotspots for seniors so that they could have internet access during a pandemic, and also the training on how to use those. There was a program for offering free services of a social worker by appointment, private social work for people who really need those services. That was provided. And again, the importance of our strategic plan, it's also mentioned twice in here, expand inclusion programming at the Ajax Public Library. So I think having, removing fees is definitely a form of inclusion programming. And the second one is continue to provide training to Ajax Public Library staff on initiatives and technology to support and service diverse and marginalized customers. So there it is again. We're talking about well, we have 3 branches. We're talking about a building that serves every single person in our town. There's no one excluded. So, and just as a new councillor and co-creating the Ajax Homelessness Task Force with Councillor Dyes, which was a wonderful project that we took on together. And guess who was the first member of that committee to stand up and be proactively engaged and do something about keeping our residents who are on the streets, giving them somewhere warm to go? That was the library. So I think they are certainly performing a service above and beyond what we know as kids, where it was a place to go and get books and read and hang out with your friends. So I think it's important that we remember that. And thank you for your report. That's it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Councillor Tyler Moran and then the mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. So just, again, just to keep this a little bit simpler, we're, all the great things that the library does, big proponent of the library, big fan. Libby, thanks to a friend of ours and Regional Councillor Lee, right into that. And all the great work it does that a lot of people in the community don't know. And a lot of it was already listed. Nobody's proposing that any of that stuff ends. So I don't really want to frame it as though, if we don't do one thing, the other thing won't happen. I understand there's some accountability on both sides. So I'm not discrediting anything anybody said. One of the things that I'm looking for, though, is a door number 3, which I don't really see here. So one is that we lose the fines completely or we keep them on. But if the fines were to stay on, because a lot of good things were said, and people get embarrassed if you owe $11 at the library, like, I don't want to go in there. Like, I wonder if there's something we can do as far as communications through the town saying, come to the library if you haven't been there for a while, let us help you if you have, like somehow get it out so that if people do owe a little bit of money, they know that they can still come, or that you can work something out, or rather than just saying, pay your fine or it's free. I wonder if there's a move to be made. It's more of a comment and something I'll just leave out there, depending on how this goes, the amendment goes that the mayor is asking us to consider. But I'm just wondering if we can maybe communicate better with the public, based on all your good comments everyone has made. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then we'll circle back now to the mayor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And to everybody, great points. Like, I'm not second guessing any of your points. I'm not saying we don't support the library. The simple fact that we contribute 8.6% of our entire budget to the library, 6.25+ million, I think speaks to our commitment and how much we appreciate and how high of a priority we put on everything the library does. That's not what I'm saying. While we're quoting things like the strat plan and that type of thing, I'll bring your attention to the policy, the library policy, specifically section 2.3, which reads, any accumulated surplus over the target balance will be applied as a deduction from the following year's operating grant from the town to the library. I'm not asking to lower the library's budget by 1.3 million, as is in the policy, because technically we should be looking to lower this budget or this grant by 1.3 million to 1.4 million. Okay, that's the rules. And I would be perfectly within my rights to bring that motion right now.
I'm sorry, point of order, Mayor. We're
Not
still on
going-
the fine free right now, correct?
Yeah, but I'm speaking to that. I'm saying I didn't bring a motion to reduce the grant by 1.3 to 1.4 million. As per the policy, as per we probably should do, because that's what the policy is for, I'm only saying to reduce it by the 50,000 that was a direct decision made by the board, not COVID related. And I still will argue the fact that if you can't pay the small late fee, how are you going to pay for the entire $50 or $30 or whatever it is for the book if it's 2 weeks late? Because then what happens? But let's not even go there, because we're not even worried about that right now. I'm saying that they made a decision, and this is part of the decision. However, technically, we could go the other direction as per the policy. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. You're muted, Chair. I think you're muted, Ash.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Anyways, that was a lot of input, and I've learned a lot. I've also found out all the good things that the library does, but I also understand what the mayor is trying to say as well. So I don't see how they're so deeply correlated. He's just asking to take responsibility of your decisions, and it wouldn't affect the services the library provides. That's where I'm seeing from. I'm not part of the library board or anything, and I don't really visit the library, but that's what I'm getting sitting on the outside here looking at this. So that's my take on it. Is there an amendment to come forward, Mayor, Clerk?
I'm not bringing one, Chair.
You're not bringing one. Okay, very well. All right, so I think that concludes it. Good job, everybody. So what we'll do right now, we'll go on a break.
Well, we need to vote.
Okay, so we're not voting on an amendment, are we?
I already made the amendment, which was to reduce it by 50,000.
Okay, that's what I'm asking for.
The amendment on the floor.
Is it on the floor? Well, it's there. Okay. All right. So those in
Chair, I think Treasurer Diane, did you want to speak? Sorry, Chair, I don't know if you see her, but I thought she.
Thank you, Councillor Tyler Morin. I just thought there was an amendment on the floor before we closed off, so I just wanted to
that's what I asked, but the mayor said he wasn't bringing an amendment, so I must have missed something there.
Yes, I wasn't amending my original amendment.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Councillor Crawford?
Director, Treasurer, whatever your name is. Can you confirm that it's getting very late. It is 0.04% of our budget?
Sorry, through the chair, what is 0.04%? I'm not sure what you're asking me.
The 50,000?
Reduction.
It's 0.07.
0.07. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm about to call the votes. Thank you, Madam Treasurer, for reminding me. But okay, so we shall move forward with the vote then, I presume. Right?
Can we see it?
Well, that's
Sorry,
what.
Mr. Chair.
Do I have something to read? What happened to her screen? Okay. There you go.
That should be decrease. Oh, sorry, you're right.
Amendment of the Ajax Public Library moved by Sean Collier that the net operating budget increase of the 189,000 be reduced to 139,000. Those in favor to reduce the budget to 139. I see 1, 2, 3 hands. And those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Why am I not seeing another hand? Who's missing?
Marilyn.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there you go, 4. And that motion fails. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank
So
you. I believe I still have the floor. And I
okay,
have one more amendment to bring forward, please.
please proceed.
Next amendment, if you look on the staff report, I don't know the page, Ms. Valentin, on your recommendations on the report, the last recommendation is to, do you have that to bring up?
I think it's on the screen right now. Oh, no, it's not. Can you
No,
reshare?
the last recommendation in your report at the beginning of today's agenda. So it's on the first page of your, or
I can pull that up for you.
Thank you.
There we go. Number 9, that $700,000 of the 2020 library operating surplus be returned to the town and directed to the stabilization reserve. I'd like to move an amendment to recommendation number 9 of the treasurer's report to read as follows: that $1 million of the 2020 library surplus be returned to the, oh, 1 second, I'm sorry. I have the wrong wording here. One moment. Mr. Clerk, you have the wording. I wonder if you could just put it on the screen, please. There it is. That $1 million of the 2020 library surplus be returned to the town, of which $700,000 be directed to the stabilization reserve and $300,000 be directed to the stormwater maintenance reserve, rather than the $700,000 as in the recommendation. And part 2, that if the library board does not approve the transfer as requested, then the library grant for 2021 be reduced by whatever amount that is not approved by the board. And again, just speak to it quickly. There, I've already stated section 2.3 of the policy, where we should be looking to lower the grant by the amount of the surplus. I don't want to do that. I understand there are some circumstances. Ms. Visler spoke to one of them, which is potential of the wage subsidy. I understand there's also some other things. We established last year a reserve for the library with a balance of, which was supposed to maintain a balance of $200,000. I understand that that's already higher than $200,000, yet I'm still fine with the other $300,000 to $400,000, whatever the final surplus ends up being, be added to that, because I understand that there may be some other circumstances that arise at the library this year. And leave the budget whole. However, again, given all the talk we've had about the loss of slots revenues and about how we've lost one of our major funding sources for our reserves, and the fact that the stabilization reserve, we passed a motion or we passed amendments. I want to say December, I'm not sure, but it was a couple of meetings ago where we set out minimums of some of our reserves, and the stabilization reserve is currently below the minimum. This would bring it to the minimum, which is in line with the treasurer's own recommendation number 9. But we also have a major problem with the stormwater maintenance reserve, which is near zero. And this would provide some much needed capital for that reserve. And I think it would be much more benefit to the town to have that there rather than sitting in the library reserve that will have already somewhere in the neighborhood of $600,000 or $700,000 with a projected amount of $200,000. So I think this is a decent compromise. And I've just put that second section in there because it was mentioned to me this morning that the library board, after we ratify our budget on February 22nd, the library board doesn't have their next meeting till after that. And if for some reason they vote not to follow this direction, then we have that safeguard that then the grant be reduced by that amount. I think that's fair, works out equally across the board, and I'm hoping that's a compromise that council can support. Thank you.
You're welcome. Would anybody like to speak to this? Everybody. Okay. Regional Councillor Lee, floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, so sorry, I'm struggling with this. It's a good motion at the end of the day. Wearing my counselor hat, which is why I'm here today. Wearing my library board hat, I mean, I just want to point out that, you know, we did a fantastic job managing the finances of the library, allowing for such a massive surplus. And so I just want to make sure Sarah and the board get credit for that, of just like, yes, it's a lot of extra money. Yes, the wording of the reserve is pretty set. And so although I don't think I'll support this personally, I understand exactly where the mayor's coming from. And I like the fact that he specifically directed it to a maintenance reserve that is in much need of some funding and long-term funding. So yes, I begrudgingly will not support it, but I understand all council members who do. It's a good motion. Thank you, Chair.
And may I just add, Chair, that if I came across as in any way, you know, not suggesting that the library did a good job, that's not what I meant. I think they did a good job, and I appreciate it with the surplus. Thank you.
Sorry, no, Mary, you weren't at all. I was just trying to put the library over, to be honest. So now seems like a good opportunity. So yes, anyways, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor, for putting this forward.
I also want to note that it's been 5 hours and it's exhausting. So sometimes tones might come across the way they're not supposed to come over. So we can forgive each other with this. Regional Councillor Crawford, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I love this idea. Okay, this is, okay, don't love taking money away from the library at all. It was sat on it for 8 years. They do some great jobs and do some great work, as has been noted by Regional Councillor Lee and Bauer. But like I've said before, if there was anything that kept me up at night, it is about our stormwater maintenance reserve and its non-existence. And it costs a lot of money to maintain these. And the more developments that we have, the more stormwater ponds that we're seeing. They're great. They're great for the town. They're great for the environment. But when they go bad real bad, and it costs a lot of money to fix them. So I think that I imagine, do we even have one? Do we have to create a reserve? Or I didn't even know we actually had one to put money into. So
Madam Treasurer?
Sure. Yes, we do have a stormwater maintenance reserve currently.
How much is in there now?
We have identified funding for 2021, but I know through the process, we could not fund any projects after 2021. I do have staff looking up that number for you, though.
Is there any way, I don't know if we have a surplus in this budget at all. I mean, is there any way to put the surplus into that reserve?
You mean, sorry, through the chair, a town surplus for 2020?
I'm freaking her out. Yeah.
There's definitely an opportunity. Yes. And there's currently $282,000 in the stormwater maintenance reserve.
Thank you very much. Great motion. Happy to support it.
Wonderful. Anyone else before we move forward? Everyone else. Okay, Regional Councillor Dies and then Councillor Tyler Moore.
Yeah, again, I'd like to defer this to Ms. Vassler for some comments, because I'd like to know what impact this will have for the library moving forward.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dies, As I mentioned before, we have not finalized a surplus number for 2020, and it was certainly the intent of the treasurer and I to set aside the surplus to build up, to reduce the 2020 surplus of $373,000 over 3 years. So bearing that we have at least $373,000 over the $1 million, we will be able to achieve that, but I have not finalized that number.
So some of this, obviously, you've made some efficiencies this year, and there might be impacts next year as well. There may be dollars that you're going to need next year. Have they been all accounted for?
In terms of the forecast for next year?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, part of the plan in setting aside at least $373,000 of this surplus in 2020 was to account for next year. If we were not to put any of that aside, that $373,000 would equal a 6% increase in 2022 before any other expenses were considered. So really, we're trying to build this back up slowly as opposed to have this 1-year impact.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what others have said. Like, amazing job to Sarah and the board. That this is so timely, and I just wanted to say, like, it's great work. This is in no way, form, or shape getting late. Do we say that this is a slight on you or anything? As a matter of fact, it's kind of almost the reverse of that. Stormwater maintenance, again, that's so important. And the fact we're able to do this is because of your hard work. And it's duly noted from me personally that you did do this. And something that, we have to remember in the future, all of us councillors, that you did this job and, sort of stepped up to the plate. So thank you for that. And those are my comments.
Wonderful. Comments and questions complete, done? Oh, Mayor Collier, full circle. Back to you, sir.
No, I was done, but I just need to clarify something that was said with Councillor Dye's questions to Ms. Basler.
Please proceed.
That catch up of last year's reserve, of last year's surplus, what we did there is being made up with that $189,000 over 3 years. So I just didn't want people to misunderstand. We're talking about two different things there. And I think people didn't realize we're talking about two different things. The surplus, Ms. Basler, you spoke about the 300 and something thousand. Correct? That's being made up through the 189 over 3 years?
We need to use $373,000 over the next 3 years to close that gap.
Right, but that 189,000 is that repayment to close that gap, and maybe the treasurer can weigh in on this.
Sorry, my mouse had a mind of its own there. I couldn't get off mute. So the deficit that was, or the gap that was put into the library budget last year, 125,000 of that is included in this budget this year, and 248,000 is what will need to be made up over the next 2 years.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So what Ms. Basler was talking about, we are already making that up, but that is completely separate than the 1.3 approximately surplus that we're talking about for 2020.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we're all done. Shall we vote on the amendment? Everyone ready? All those in favor of Mayor Collier's amendment? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands. Those opposed? The motion carries. Okay, everyone. And this concludes this part of our meeting. And we have been in this from 1 o'clock. Now it's 6:14. I think with your agreement, even though I'm the chair, I'd like to ask you if you'd like a little longer than 10 minutes, maybe half an hour, so you can have some dinner, recharge, do what you need to do, because we have another grind out of the Capitol right after.
So our recess, Chair.
Okay, so listen, I'll do even better. Everybody back here at 7. It's now 6:15. You get 45 minutes to recharge, have something to eat, and then we go back to the meeting. Is everyone in agreement with that?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. I'll see you at 7.
See you at 7.
Mr. Chair, we are live.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a little bit of a recharging. I know it's been 6 hours since we've been at this, and some of us are a bit tired. And I'll ask us to be a bit patient with each other. I know my team, and I'll ask each one to forgive each other after they've done speaking. But right away, I'd like to resume and continue with the capital budget. So we will open up in, what do we have here? Are we open? So I'm going to move straight into the project list and studies and other initiatives. Are there any questions and comments and studies and other initiatives? Let me see. There is I just looked up and I saw Mayor and I saw Councillor Bauer.
I was going to say, take Councillor Bauer first, Chair.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Monopolizing the thing.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair. It's about the very first item, the Customer Service Strategy, CAO 004. And I'm also connecting that with the second item under the next bullet, other initiatives, CAO 003, the Resident Engagement and Satisfaction Survey. So I'm just curious, I don't know if these are connected, but we've got the customer service strategy being created in 2021, but we're doing the satisfaction and resident engagement survey in 2022. So I'm just curious, shouldn't we flip those and do the survey and resident engagement first? And that way it will direct what our customer service strategy will look like.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this question. Actually, I was looking at, I had a couple questions on the customer service strategy over the last couple of days. And I was looking at the strategic plan, and it is noted in the strategic plan, as I'm sure you know, to review our corporate customer service standards, which actually was the main focus that we were looking to do this year. It also the detailed worksheet talks about investigating the formulation of a customer service contact center and implementation of software and so on, so right now, actually, Christy McClarty is putting together an update for council on the strategic plan, which will come forward in March, I believe. And we're working with all the different department heads to look at where we are in the strat plan, what we think we can accomplish before the end of the term, because we've been delayed, obviously, with COVID. We think that doing or attempting to try and move forward with the call center is not something that is a good idea at this time, but rather maybe pulling together all of those components, as you've mentioned, Councillor Bauer, into a larger a strategy that would inform us moving forward. So my recommendation actually would be that we would defer the customer service strategy at least till 2022 and give us the opportunity to come back and meet with council with our strategic plan update and discuss where it is council would like to go with these items.
Okay. Thank you for that. And that I would agree to that. I don't know if there's any action on my part needed, but it would make sense to me as well.
I think you move the amendment, Councillor Bauer.
Then I'll move the amendment. Thank you, Councillor Lee. I'll move the amendment to move CAO 004 customer service strategy from the 2021 capital budget to the 2022 capital budget.
Okay, very well. Should the mayor speak first to this, and then we'll go to the voting?
Actually, Councillor Bauer took my motion, so that's fine. I did have a meeting with Chair Baker this morning, and we'd had the same discussion, so I'm happy to support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
So would that be all on this item?
I have no other questions about it. Thank you.
Everybody else? So we're going to vote on this. All in favor? No one opposed? I'm not sure if I see all hands, but should I say that's all voted in favor? All did vote in favor. Okay, thank you very much. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to, there's nothing else. So we move on to, Mr. Mayor, you want to speak on this still?
Yes, no, not on CAO 004. We voted on that, but if Councillor Bauer is done, I have a couple more amendments.
Okay,
I am done. Thank you.
go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The next one, ETP 020, Transportation Demand Management Study Update. And I just have a question through you to probably Mr. Grieve. Given that COVID and most people staying home, I wonder if there's really a lot of benefit doing that study this year, or would we be better bumping that to 2022, please?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. As you can see on the capital detail sheet, the plan is from 2015. So it does require updating. Within the plan, it recommends an update every 5 years. So we are already 1 year behind the recommended 5-year renewal. I would agree with your assessment that there may be some lens of a COVID consideration through the project, but this plan also has a lot of strategies, initiatives, policy recommendations, or just recommendations as a whole for things like developers to look at when they're looking at developing. We point them to our TDM strategy as ways to reduce their impact on our road network. So having an up-to-date plan that is reflective of best practices is important. And so this plan is becoming somewhat dated. So it is important to update it. But we would, should this proceed in 2021, we would absolutely ensure we capture any impacts or any, changes in trends as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, I'm not sure how you would do that. How would you go about doing that? If the cars aren't on the road, how would you be able to quantify that into your study?
This plan doesn't quantify necessarily changes in travel patterns. As it says, it recommends strategies. It recommends initiatives like the provision of bicycle parking at facilities and at what rate should they be applied. It provides recommendations on how carpooling can be implemented at large employment type uses. So it's strategy based. It doesn't evaluate our transportation network. That's what the Transportation Master Plan does.
Okay.
This is a strategy document.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification, because originally I was thinking we should bump it till next year, given traffic movement. But if this is not dependent on traffic movement, as you've said, that's fine. I won't make that amendment. Moving down to ENV, we're still doing everything under studies initiatives, Chair. Is that correct?
You got it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Under other initiatives, ENV 001, signage installation on municipal property for $30,000. I want to remove this. I'm going to do an amendment that we remove this, and I'll speak to it quickly. Quite honestly, I don't need a sign to tell me not to smoke on municipal property if I'm a smoker, which I'm not, whether it be cigarettes or cannabis. And spending $30,000 putting up signs I understand that the region has perhaps requested these. Well, then maybe the region can pay for them. But the other thing is the money that we received, these are going to be funded by some of the money under government grants that we received from the government for opting in to retail cannabis sales 2 Januaries ago. And that 109,000, I had really envisioned having more of an impact in our community. Like I'd asked staff to look into increased lighting in our parks, increased security cameras, things like that. We can do a lot of things now for a lower cost because we don't need to run all the wires. Everything can be solar and Wi-Fi. So we haven't had that report back yet, but I don't want to see 30% approximately of that money we got from the government eaten up, putting up signs that I feel will have absolutely zero effect. I mean, really, I don't think we need to tell people that they can't smoke at a municipal building. I don't know. That's my thought. So I move that we remove that, please. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lee?
Just want to get staff's point of view on that through the chair, whether they really think this is like a need to have, or whether this is, as the mayor suggested, just as a result of Durham Region suggesting we have.
Good question. Staff?
Through the chair, it's Director Meredith responding. We were sort of the ones that put together the detail sheet in conjunction with bylaw services. So really what, and the mayor's alluded to sort of his thoughts with respect to the signage. And when we're looking at it from a public education and an enforcement perspective, when the region changed their bylaw as it relates to locations where smoking is authorized versus not, we feel from a town standpoint that we've got an obligation to educate people and the public as it relates to these changes. And from an enforcement standpoint and dealing with bylaw, it's going to be very difficult from a conviction perspective without the appropriate signage in place to be successful. So sort of working together as a group within the organization, we feel and are recommending that signage. And it's not necessarily outside facilities, although that's a component of it. A lot of it is through our parks, open space, and trail system, where there are restrictions on smoking in the vicinity of playgrounds, along the trail system, and so forth. And if we aren't providing some form of education to the public where these prohibitions are, and then we have an expectation for our municipal bylaw officers to enforce those requirements without educating the public, it's going to be difficult from a conviction perspective. So we feel we've got an obligation to educate and make our parks and open space users aware of the restrictions and illegal locations for smoking activities. So what we've done is we did a sort of a townwide analysis within our parks and open space system where we felt it was appropriate to place this signage. We've kept the cost to $30,000 by doing and installing the signs in-house by trying to utilize existing poles that exist within our park infrastructure. So we feel that we're trying to minimize the cost. We understand the comments made by the mayor in terms of his concerns and the amount of investment that we are proposing as it relates to signage, but based on the changes that have been made at the regional level, we feel we've got an obligation to educate and inform the public. So from a staff perspective, we've created the detail sheet and would recommend that this project move forward.
That's fair enough, and thank you for that response, Director Meredith. I've been on probably more walks throughout the town this past year as a result of COVID and just wanting to walk with my family. I have yet to see a single person smoke either cannabis or tobacco. I think that's a good news. I think for the most part, people are kind of getting off that. But back to the mayor's comment, I also think this is a no smoke, no fire situation. I think if we start seeing an influx, we start hearing from staff that there's a huge issue with bylaw like enforcing smoking, then I think we can readdress it. But I would have to agree with the mayor that 30,000 seems like a lot of money for something that I personally don't view as even a remote problem in our town right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tyler Moran.
Once again, my great ideas. Again, if we do this, there's nothing saying we can't do a little social media campaigns. And remember, there's no smoking on municipal properties. Doesn't cost anything, very minimal to do something like that, because it's probably a good thing to tell people that they can't. But I too, it's more outside the buildings. Like if you see them on arenas, see people in the back smoking, put it out there that you're not allowed to do that. The word will spread. Just a comment. Thank you.
Very good comment, Councillor. Anyone else on this? Mayor, would you like to make a recommendation or an amendment, so to speak?
Well, I have, and again, just to close it up, again, this is a want to have. We don't have to put this in. This is a want to have, not a need to have. And this is part of what I was speaking about before. We're going to need to have a really close look at our capital budget and what we're spending, and really weed out the need to haves from the wants and the nicest to have. And thank you, Councillor Lee. I've had the exact same. And I want to also point out that since we opted in for retail cannabis, I can count the number of emails I've got about people complaining about somebody smoking on probably on 2 fingers. I'm not exaggerating at all. So I don't see this as a problem, but I really do see this as, I think we can make much better use of that 109,000 for the province through increase in security and other things in our park, because we do all get a lot of calls on that type of thing. Having more lighting, having more cameras, having more security, I think would have a much better bang for our buck. So thank you.
You're welcome. Should we vote on the amendment?
Mhm.
So all those in favor of the mayor's amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4. It carries unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Is it safe to move on to the next item? Technology. Here we go, technology. Any
That's
questions and
the
comments on
end of my amendments, Chair. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I missed that.
I was just saying that's the end of my amendments in that section. Thank you.
Oh, that was, yeah, okay, great, thank you. And we were done with that section totally then. We're done, thank you. And we moved on to technology. Any comments or questions in technology, please? Regional Councillor Lee and the mayor, and then Regional Councillor Crawford. Please
This is
proceed.
just thank you, Chair. This is in regards to ITS 012 migration to Office 365. You know, I brought it up as a concern last year, and we had to put some more money into ensuring that the town was, you know, up to date with 365. I guess my question, would be to Director Cooper, are we confident that this will be kind of the last sort of update, and by the end of 2021 fiscal, we will be up to date with our 365 conversion?
So
Or maybe this is Mr. Walker. I apologize.
Yeah, Mr. Walker can certainly speak to it in more detail than I can. Just to clarify your question, are you asking more about the timeline for implementation, or are you asking us to confirm that this will be the last time you ever see a capital project submission for Microsoft 365?
I just this was the original conversion to 365, and this was just kind of like the continuation of that, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes, this is part 2.
Right.
So I'll just ask Chris to speak to whether we'll see the conclusion of that rollout under this project and sort of what future costs might look like after that, as well as the timeline for deployment.
That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Lee. So yes, this is a continuation of the previous project. Basically, to sum it up, when I came on board in May, quickly identified that the previous dollar amount wasn't enough to roll out the complete project. So this would be the additional ask. So we have already started our project planning and initial setup of Microsoft 365 and start actually really moving forward with that shortly in March. So this should be the last capital item that you see for an ask from us. What that will roll out to Ms. Cooper's point of what it's going to look like going forward was, as with most software licenses turn to an operating budget. So that would be something you will start seeing in the coming years.
Right, because it's a subscription-based service, so that I expect. But that's good to see. Like, I think it'll help with just our overall productivity to have everyone up and running on 365, and that includes council. So thank you, Mr. Walker, and thank you, Director Cooper. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome, Regional Councillor Lee. Next, we have Regional Councillor Crawford, and then the mayor.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question is BMT 033, council chambers, AV systems, and lighting upgrades. Does anyone expect that we're going to be in council chambers this year at all? Is this something that is a priority for this year, really?
Mr. Chair, I can probably respond to that question unless Director Cooper would like to.
You go ahead.
So this project is, you may recall, this is in relation to the grant funding through the ICIP grant application that was brought forward to council at a special meeting in January. The grant opportunity would allow us to complete this project in 2021, and it's a requirement of the grant conditions that it be completed this year. With respect to the timing of the project, you might recall we originally proposed redoing the technology in the council chambers for 2020, and council chose to defer that. At some point in the future, while we can't say definitively when we'll go back to in-person meetings, It will happen sometime in the medium distance future, and I think it's become an expectation of the community and certainly of council that the technology that you have available to you to communicate with residents and live stream council meetings and involve members of the community electronically in our meeting environment will absolutely be a continuous requirement of council meetings in the future. This is one of the areas that COVID has certainly pushed technology in terms of connectivity with residents. So from our perspective, this not just because of the grant availability this year, but also thinking forward into the future, these upgrades do need to be done before we get back into physical meeting environments because we require that technology to facilitate public participation.
Alec, you had me at grant. Go ahead.
Is that okay? All right. Mayor Collier, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for Councillor Crawford for hitting on that one. That was my next one. But the first one I want to do is ITS 002 hardware replacement 2021. And not so much a question, I just want to reiterate my comment. Well, first of all, I want to ask Mr. Walker, is this all like computer hardware or is this the printers, copiers, toners, all that stuff as well?
Through the chair, so this wouldn't be printers and copiers. We have a separate agreement for that. This would be desktop, laptops, servers, those type of items. Yes.
Okay. Which item or which project would be the printers, laptop, or the printers, all that stuff?
So I should correct myself. Some kind of how would we this personal use or kind of the ones that you'll see laying around the office would come out of this for printers, but our photocopiers and the bigger items would come, and I'm not totally sure which budget it is, to be honest, would come out of a separate budget, which is a lease agreement we have. I'm not sure if anyone could help me out with what budget number that is.
Well, that's okay. I just want to reiterate my point I made earlier when we had the presentation on the IT business plan going forward, that I really hope we're going to be phasing ourselves away from that and getting rid of all of these extra devices and things like printers, like copiers, like that type of thing that we just won't need anymore once we go to a full paperless system, and appreciate those savings.
Is that all, Mr. Mayor?
That's about it for that one. We've already touched on the council chambers, which thank you. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
You're welcome. We are chugging along nicely. Any other questions on technology? I was about to say I see none, but now I do see one. Regional Councillor Lee, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I apologize, Chair. I should have brought it up before. It just was buried in my notes. Back to ITS 002. I just want to confirm with Mr. Walker. So we have a standard of technology based on our respective roles, correct? Like planners obviously need more resource-intensive hardware based on the applications they run. Same with finance with Excel, but just like, CAO's office, we don't need cutting-edge tech anymore. So I just want to make sure we've established a certain degree of standards within the organization that maximize costs and what each role actually requires. Has that been done?
The chair, yes, that's correct. That's something we've been working really hard on this past year, is to identify those roles, those profiles we've been calling them. So, certain roles in the town get a certain set of hardware, and other ones who may not need such let's call it complex, for lack of better words, we would get another one. That's right. And so it makes our procurement process easier, but it also makes us easier to issue and track these items.
That's great. Okay, that's what I want to confirm. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chris.
You are welcome. Good job. Okay, we'll now move on to town buildings. Comments and questions. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to go to BMT 042, Cricket Clubhouse pitch and parking lot improvements. And this might be to Ms. McClarty or Ms. Cruciano if they're on. But I understand that the funding for this is coming from a grant.
Through the chair, it's Ms. Cruciano. Yes, that is correct. The funding we are hoping would be the funding for this project we're hoping will be through a grant. It has not yet been approved, but we are fairly confident based on correspondence we've received from the province that it will be approved by the federal government sometime in short order.
When do we expect to get that confirmation?
Through the chair, the timeline provided to staff from the federal government was winter 2021, which means that we're hoping to receive that information prior to March, which would be the end of the Fed's fiscal year.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Clerk or Ms. Valentin, I'm looking for guidance on how to move with this. I am absolutely fine with this project, but it is supposed to be substantially grant funded. And I want to make sure that, you know, if for some reason we don't get the grant, that this comes back to council for reconsideration. I'm looking for guidance on how to do that.
So through the chair, I can answer that. We would need to bring if this project is not approved through the grant, we would need to bring this back forward to council for approval because we would not have another funding source.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I just don't want to approve it today and then the grant doesn't come in and all of a sudden we're using capital we really don't have. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
An amendment to that, or
I don't think we need an amendment to that if that's the case. And just looking through, oh, I do have some more in town buildings. Sorry. Going down to ENG 042 under Parks and Open Space, the West Glen parking lot. Is that still? Yeah, that's still part of it. And my question, I guess, could be through to Mr. Meredith or his staff. I just drove by there today. It's still very much a construction zone through that area. I just wonder if this project might be better in 2022 and give that development time to complete. Mr. Meredith?
To Mayor Collier. Yeah, I really think from a timing standpoint, this is a project that is obviously tied to development. I may ask Mr. Romanowski if he wants to chime in just with respect to the timing for the development. So operations would deliver the project, but you're quite correct. It does tie into the timing for development. So if Mr. Romanowski could provide a bit of an update, that would be appreciated.
Sure. Through the chair to the mayor. This is the Westney development associated with the Heritage home on Westney Road. For the most part, I think substantial completion of the subdivision is pretty much almost at the end. They might be finishing off 1 or 2 units within that subdivision. So the next piece that would come online would be this park piece. It's relatively small. It's between the Heritage home on the north side and abuts up against one of the new builds within that subdivision. So it would be nice to keep it where it's at, just because I think if the building program's done early this year, we'll be able to put the park in place and complete that development in its entirety. Right now, they're using it as their construction access so that they don't need to go through the subdivision. So that's the timing of the subdivision that's in play that this park would be part of.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And Chair, my apologies. I realize now I jumped forward out of the town building. So I have a couple more questions in that next area, but I'll wait till we finish the town buildings. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. Councillor Bauer, we're in town buildings.
Thank you, Chair. It's the first item, BMT 006, Facility Condition Audits. And I noticed that it's scheduled for 2022, but many of those facilities are scheduled for repairs and improvements in 2023 and beyond. So I'm just curious, are all of those repairs taken, like, are they factored into the audit, or is it better to do the audit after the repairs and renovations so that it's a more accurate life cycle picture?
To Councillor Bauer's question, this project specifically is a building condition audit. So it's really tied into the town's asset management plan. So as you may be aware or recall, the town is legislated to have an asset management plan and the technical levels of service completed in 2023. So the reason that it's been positioned in 2022 is what it will do is allow a conditional assessment of the key building components of these facilities that will then tie into the asset management plan. It'll allow us to develop a funding strategy, life cycle replacement costs, and so forth. So that's really what this audit is intended to do, is to do a conditional assessment. And as part of the asset management plan, we're trying to ensure that our assets are condition-based and not age-based. So that way we've got a more accurate reflection on the condition of our assets, and it allows us to establish priorities and provide funding strategies sort of over the subsequent 10 years. So this is sort of provide that baseline and that framework for asset management purposes and looking at the condition of the key assets within each of those facilities.
Thank you. Madam Treasurer, you'd like to add to that?
Oh, yep.
Just as a note too, this project is required to inform our development charge background study for 2023. So it does provide us with facility replacement costs and such as well.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I understand. That's my question. Thank you.
That's all for you, Councillor Bauer. Now we have Regional Councillor Crawford. You have the floor.
Well, you're going to love me because my question has been answered.
That's wonderful. Okay. And then one more, Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair. In regards to BMT 018 for pool filtration system and pump replacement, $600,000. When was the last time that was done, and how did we get so lucky to have it fall, that significant number fall into 2021? Do you know when the last time that was done?
So this is a original component of the McLean Community Center. So it's 1990. So we're at the 30-year mark, and it is beyond its useful life. We've been able to keep it running, but it is clearly in need of replacement.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome. Are we all done with comments and questions on town buildings? In that case, I'd like to move on to parking lots. Any questions and comments on parking lots, please? I see no hands. I won't ask twice. Now we'll move on to parks and open spaces. And Mayor Collier, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I've already asked my question on the West Glen. I want to move down to ENG 050, the ACC basketball court retrofit. And same question as I had for the cricket pitch, because I understand these are part of the same grant stream. Just want reassurance that no work on this will start until we have received approval of the grant.
Through the chair, I can answer that. Again, if we're not successful with this grant, then we would need, and we wanted to come forward with this, we would need council's approval to find another funding source.
Okay, and just to close the loop back on the other project, because that one is designed this year and then implementation in 2022. Can I be assured that the design is not going to start either until we get the official grant approval?
Right, so both of these projects are grant dependent. So if does not move forward, if we're not successful with the grant and they want to move forward with this, the recommendation we would have to bring forward to council.
Okay, I just want to know if I needed to give direction to that or not. So, okay, I will leave that, and that's the end of mine on parks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for confirming all those things, Mr. Mayor. Any other questions in parks and open spaces? So we're gonna go on to vehicles and equipment. Any questions on vehicles and equipment? Mayor Collier, the floor is yours.
I'm not trying to extend the evening. I know we're all having lots of fun, but I'm an inquisitive person. So I'm trying to it would be, I was just looking through all, and I'll do a broad kind of thing on this to Mr. Meredith, or if your staff in charge of fleet is on here. It would be very helpful to have the year of each vehicle in each spec sheet, so we could actually see how old they are. And I just was wondering, I don't see any vehicle replacement in future years past 2021. I wonder if you could speak to that, please, Mr. Meredith?
Sure. The replacement, I guess the way that we've positioned our fleet replacements is in the given capital budget year that council's approving the capital budgets, in this case 2021, we do itemize the specific vehicle replacements by year. We do have then a multi-year sheet that'll be on the screen right now, where we group them together. So what you'll see is the replacement vehicles by department, sort of all on one detail sheet. They're not broken out by specific year. As you know, as we sort of enter each year, sort of through our fleet services, we, sort of do an assessment of our vehicle conditions. Are they in need of replacement? Can they be extended an additional year? Then we may extend them an additional year, and they have a tendency to shift from year to year as we assess our vehicles each season. So we do have, as you can see, a replacement detail sheet. It's just that we approach sort of the capital budget year versus the forecast years a bit differently.
Okay, is it a problem, like for instance, on vehicle 13003 on the spec sheet to have the year of that vehicle so we can see? Because when I look at this, all I see is currently extended its average life by 2 years. So I don't know if that's a 2015 or 2010, or I'm trying to understand whether, how this works.
No, I understand the comment. It's something that we can incorporate within all of our detail sheets for future budgets, for sure.
Okay, I want to switch gears for a second and go to FLT 011 to Chief Lang, please. I just wonder, obviously we bought many pumpers in the past. I wonder why we need 30,000 for a consultant to purchase a vehicle, please.
Yes, through the chair to the mayor. One of the things we've added this in for is every year they're getting more and more complex. And the problem we're having now is the standards for the vehicles, whether they're NFPA standards or whether they're the new Canadian standards that are also coming, are starting to conflict. So we're certainly doing the best we can in the past, but it's becoming more and more apparent that it is becoming quite an expertise to buy one of these custom trucks the way Ajax needs it, and do it on our own. So certainly if we can continue to, we will, but we just want to make sure that we're not getting into a position where we're looking to get a truck that it's almost out of our reach and out of our balance as far as making sure that happens. Now, one of the other things, and certainly more information will come in the fire master plan when it comes to council, is resources is always a concern. So resources is going to be addressed in that fire master plan when it comes to council in the future, to talk about what we can do to do these things better in the future.
Okay. I don't know your job, but I'll respectfully disagree on that one. I mean, 30 grand is a lot of money for buying a vehicle for a consultant to put together the specs. I mean, when we put these out for tender, don't we already put out all the specs on a $1.217 million vehicle when we put this out to tender?
We do, through the chair to the mayor again, we do. But what we end up doing, and what we've been doing over the last few years, is we've been putting out the general specs, but of course, the companies then come back and suggest that maybe one item might be better suited than the other item, and so on. So then we work together with finance with the companies that bring back a report as to what they can supply us as far as a fire pumper. And then we work with them to work through all the details, have them show us why something is comparable or equal to. And then we, at the end of it, if we have 2 or 3 vendors with 2 or 3 suitable trucks, then we'll ask for a best and final offer. And then that way we get the best price on the truck that we need.
So how did you arrive at that $30,000 figure?
Because there's not a lot of people that do use consultants, we basically put it out to the different areas within the province, different other municipalities, and ask them what the proper pricing is. Now, hopefully we can come in lower, but don't forget, anybody who acts upon as a consultant would be taking the truck from when we first start to spec it to the conclusion and delivery, which is 1.5 years, almost 2 years. So that's kind of why the money's that.
Okay. I'm not comfortable with that. I mean no disrespect, but I'm going to move that we take that piece out. I don't think it's necessary. I hate to nickel and dime, but I mean, this is purchasing a vehicle to me is not, we've never done this before. We've never, I don't think, needed a consultant before to do this. So yeah, that's gonna be my recommendation. I don't see the value in this, and I'm gonna move that 30,000 be removed from that budget, otherwise approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that for you, Mr. Mayor, for now?
No, we have to vote on that amendment, Chair, and then I have a few others.
Okay, so Councillor Tyler Moore wants to speak on that. Can I go there and then come back to you?
No, I didn't want to speak on the amendment, although I was just going to ask if we could include mileage with the year. That goes back to, I was going to wait till Mayor Collier was done and just add, when we asked Director Meredith to come up with the year of the vehicle and maybe the mileage, that was just a comment.
Okay.
Now that I'm on the air, so you're saying that this $30,000, this is the first time you've ever seen this, Mayor? Or Mr. Meredith, is that?
First time I've seen it. Like, I mean, I'm just looking at the spec sheet here, contingency and travel and consultation. Yeah, I just can't buy into that. I'll leave the contingency and travel, but to hire a consultant to buy a vehicle, I can't do it. We're in an RFP world. I mean, to me, we put out a tender and we tell people what we want and they put in a bid and we go with it. Be different in this case, but we've managed in the past.
I'm good, Chair. I just want the mileage to the request of the year of the vehicle. Thank you. Vehicles in the future. Thanks. Bye.
You're welcome. Okay, we shall vote on the mayor's amendment. You don't want that written. All those in favor of pulling that item? And this goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 6? And 1. This motion carries.
Moving on, thank you, Chair. Moving on to you to Mr. Meredith again. I just going to nitpick a little bit on this because I want to understand the process. So I'm looking at a couple of these vehicles. So let's look at FLT 022. And this is not new. I brought up for years how Durham Regional Police or any police force, you know, a vehicle reaches the end of its useful life, but it can still be a taxi for another 10 years after. So it's kind of where I'm going with this. When I look at this particular vehicle, it says it's met its average life cycle, but annual maintenance costs are considered very good, averaging $500 per year. To me, that seems like one that still has some more time left in it. Can you comment on that, Mr. Meredith?
Yeah, I can. With respect to sort of how we go about assessing our fleet, obviously we're looking at sort of the replacement cycle and the inventory that we have for each of our vehicles, or sorry, each of our pieces of equipment. When it comes to sort of grounds maintenance and the reliability of the equipment on the services that we provide, we want to make sure that they're in a state of good repair. So we do have, you know, sort of a life cycle replacement approach. We do have them sold through our auctions where we recover costs at a good value and reinvest those sort of into our fleet maintenance reserve. So, you know, as we go through and as we assess all of our pieces of equipment, we try and do sort of over the 5 to 10 year plan, or sort of put a plan in place that supports the maintenance of our fleet assets and ensure that they're in a good state of repair. So,
well, and we all want that. I'm just trying to understand, you know, value for dollars. Same with the next one, FLT 023. That one, you know, incurs about $800 a year in repairs, which I don't think is high. And it says that's considered fair, but it only has 170 hours a year put on the machine, which doesn't seem like a lot. Now, to put that in perspective, I don't know if this machine is a 2000 or a 2010 or a 2018. So I can't really judge whether that's a lot or a little. If it's a 20-year-old machine, yeah, 170 hours, it's 3,400 hours, it's a lot. But if it's only a 5-year-old machine, I got to ask, could we get a few more years out of this machine without spending $35,000?
and I guess my response would be that it's not an exact science. I know that as we sort of put off the replacement of our pieces of equipment, that they will continue to, they'll back up, right? And I don't want to create, and we try and maintain a certain life cycle replacement of our assets. And if we extend year over year our assets, at some point in time, we get a pool of equipment, in this case, grass cutting equipment, that are all requiring replacement at the same time. So again, we try and balance and spread it out sort of annually to ensure that we are sort of cycling our new grass cutting equipment through the program. So again, you're right, it's not an exact science, but it is something that is sustainable to ensure that we've always got reliable pieces of equipment that support the service that we deliver.
Okay, I'm not going to make any changes on this because I just don't have enough information, Mr. Meredith. But going forward, I would really like to see the year, the odometer readings, or the hour meters on these, so we can have a little bit more, make a little bit more, in my mind, determination. Is there an issue to do that?
No issue.
Okay, and just the last one, FLT 026, well, sorry, somebody's at the door. 24, 25, and 26. These sidewalk tractors. You know, I look at the three of them, and I look at them, and one has 132 hours per year, but $6,400 in maintenance. Sorry, I had to go down and look at the sheet. The next one has 210 hours a year and $5,400 in maintenance. And the last one, 26, has 365 hours a year, more than double the other one, but only $2,500 a year in maintenance. And it says annual maintenance costs are considered good. Now, I happen to own the exact same tractor, and you know, I would consider that quite good too. And I know that they get, you know, in the you know, up to 4,000 or 5,000 hours is not a difficult thing. So again, to try and understand in my mind where this is, and I don't want to just say we buy one of these things for 55 grand and it has a 7-year life cycle, and when 7 years comes, boom, we're replacing it just for the sake of replacing it. No disrespect, but I think we have to dive into these a little bit deeper going forward. I don't need an answer. That's just the comment. And again, I don't have enough info to make an amendment at it this year, but next year I would really like to see that information, please. And I'll leave that there. Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
You're very welcome. Any other questions and comments on vehicles and equipment? I see no hands. So now we shall move forward to road network. Hey, Regional Councillor Crawford, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me in before the mayor. I have a question about the accessibility pedestrian signals. I'm not questioning the need for it at all. I'm just wondering what is involved in that project, if possible. Could someone tell me?
This project, it's really in coordination with the region of Durham. So as you may be aware, the region of Durham has full responsibility for the maintenance of and service delivery for our traffic signals. So what happens on an annual basis, understanding the legislative changes and requirements that are coming into play with respect to the AODA and having APS sort of installed by January 1st of 2025, that there is a legislative requirement. So we've tried to put a program in place over the 4 to 5 year timeframe to allow for this conversion to take place. But to understand sort of the town's role, we don't really have a role other than it's a financial payment to the region of Durham. The region does the work directly themselves.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question around the traffic calming I guess I don't see any traffic calming in 2021. And of course, that will always be concerning given our last conversation. So I'm wondering are we not doing any traffic calming in 2021? Could someone explain that to me?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, if you recall, Mr. Grieve gave a presentation to council about all things traffic calming back in 2020. And we were going to use 2021 as catch-up year to do all the backlog traffic calming from 17, 18, 19 in 2021 and 20 in 2021. That's why we weren't putting any budget number for 2021 with regards to the traffic calming.
But we still, sorry, I'm sorry if I've forgotten that meeting. So what you're saying is we're still doing traffic calming, but sorry, what?
Doing traffic calming in 2021.
I understood that.
But we're catching up from years gone by where we didn't execute those projects. So,
is that money
2017, 2018, 2019, 2020.
And that money is still there and allocated?
Yes.
To do that?
Chair,
that
there
right?
are open capital accounts right now that have the funding allocated already.
Okay, cool. I guess is it too much to ask for what streets you're doing or getting caught up on?
We can definitely resend you the report where it outlines the schedule that's associated with that.
Never mind. I'll look it up myself. I'll find it. Just send me the date that it was and I'll look it up myself.
And through the chair, sorry, this is John Grieve. We're also, we've scheduled our public open houses for these projects. So they are part of our ongoing communication right now. We've broken them out by ward. Ward 1 will be February 18th. Ward 2 will be February 23rd. And Ward 3 will be February 24th. So
I apologize.
if you look at our town communications as well, it lists the anticipated projects by ward there as well.
I apologize, John. Thank you. I think I've accepted all of those invitations. Thank you. You're on mute.
I was just asking if you were done. Thank you very much. Okay, Mayor Collier. It's getting lonely here without you.
Want to give somebody else a chance. Moving down to the ENG 098 retaining wall replacement. I just wonder, this looks like it's on private property. I wonder why we're doing $115,000 retaining wall on private property. Through you to Mr. I guess this would be Mr. Meredith or Renil.
Yep, they are on town property. We've confirmed that the retaining wall and the entry feature are on municipal property and is a town responsibility.
Okay, thank you. And that's all I have on the road network. Thank you.
Wonderful. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Sorry, I missed one. The widening on Roslyn Road, am I reading it right from last year? It's gone up $1 million?
Just through you do council, Regional Councilor Crawford, I'm just double checking to see if I can find last year's budget to see if there's an increase. In all likelihood, we do look at these projects annually, and we do identify projects if there has been an estimated cost increase. So there is a good chance that there is an increase. I just don't have the 2020 number in front of me. Is it?
Madam Treasurer?
I believe it's the construction value now is based on an updated design. So I don't have what the cost was last year, but I believe that staff does look at that to recost every year.
So just to follow up with on Director Valentim, in 2020 we did finalize the detailed design. So as Diane has referenced, the detailed design would have comprised a more current cost estimate. So through the budget process, we would have updated those costs. And that when you're dealing with a multi-year project and a large project, whether it's a facility, whether it's a road widening or new road or a bridge, that as you work through the design process, you refine your project costs. So in all likelihood, what we had in 20 versus 21 would have reflected more current numbers based on current design.
Very well, Madam Treasurer.
And I'm confirming that last year in the forecast, the amount was 7.1 or $7.2 million. So this would be an updated cost estimate and updated contingency as well.
You're muted, Marilyn. Are you saying something?
Just to myself, apparently. No, I looked at the last year, it said 3.5 million, and this year is 4. I don't know where the 7 came from, but this year is 4.5, like it's up $1 million. Now, I mean, I get it's going to go up a bit because of construction and costs and whatever, but I was just surprised that it went up $1 million.
So through the chair, we cash flow this project because it is a long project and it will not be funded in 1 year, won't be completed. So we do cash flow the project over 2 years.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
What does cash flow mean?
So we look at the full value of the construction project to tender it out, but we know that the works will not be completed in 1 year. We know that this type of project will be over 2 years. So we cash flow it through the forecast as well. Otherwise it would be so top heavy, even though the funding won't actually happen for 2 years.
Understood. Thank you very much. Councillor Tyler Moore.
Just quickly, the numbers that Marilyn was just referring to, sorry, Regional Councilor Crawford was referring to, if we look at those again, does that include the work that's already been done? Is that like a final number for the project? Or when they moved the water main in 2020, was that another set of numbers budget-wise? Or is this an all-in number? Just curious.
To Councillor Tyler Moore, and the water main relocation was a Region of Durham project, so the town was not party to that. This number is an all-in number from Church to the Wesley Road intersection. One of the key components to this will be the relocation of the hydro poles. So that will be the first phase that will happen in the spring and is a fairly significant project in itself. So that's been a single source to a lexicon to relocate those hydro poles. That's already been awarded and is in the process of being designed. And
okay, no, thanks for that clarification. That's all I want to know. The water is paid for by the region, the water main. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer.
And just for clarification, as Director Meredith had mentioned, the works have already begun. This was one of the projects that was brought forward in December for pre-budget approval.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Any other questions on road network? I see no hands, and we will move forward to bridges and culverts. Any questions and comments? Bridges and culverts. I see none. I will quickly move forward to stormwater network. No questions or comments? Anyone? Regional Councillor Dies. Please proceed.
I'm talking to myself. Okay, ETP 004, which is the waterfront and shoreline gap analysis. How long will that study take to complete? Do you know?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dice. We're anticipating starting that in 2021. It's kind of part and parcel with the waterfront environmental assessment as well, which we'll be working with TRCA on. So once we get budget approval and we can move forward, we'll with the proper documentation in order to start the analysis, we'll have a better idea of how long that project will take. But we're anticipating that it should just be within the 2021 year, maybe into 2022 towards the end of the project.
So that gap analysis can be done through, I guess, summer, winter kind of thing. It's not dependent on seasonal.
No, it's not seasonal
conditions.
There might be elements of it that are seasonal just to get a true idea of where the issues are, but most of the information can be done. It's not season specific.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad that it's being done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was all the questions on Stormwater Network. Mayor Collier, floor is yours, sir.
Well, I just want to ask the question. One second. Let me just pull this up here. So have we, and through, I guess through you, Mr. Chair, to the treasurer, have we done any sort of tracking as to how much Ontario Regulation 588-17 has cost us as a municipality? Because all through here, to develop the town asset management plan, all through here, we keep seeing things like this $75,000 a year for stormwater network inspection, for instance, and inspecting all facilities and inspecting everything else. You know, when the province directs us to do something, but it's going to cost us what's looking like a couple of $1 million to do it, I'd like to be able to point that out. Diane, has anybody ever tracked that at all?
Through the chair to Mr. Mayor, not that I'm aware of, but you are correct that the municipality is bound sometimes by these legislative requirements, and asset management plan is one of those asset management requirements, and we are trying to ensure that we do we ensure that the plan is appropriate and proper so that we can move forward in an appropriate manner and ensure that we're costing our assets appropriately and then valuing them and having a financing strategy going forward.
Right, and I appreciate all that, but when the province makes a decision without, I don't know, considering the cost implications to a municipality that can be in the millions of dollars, which it's looking like it is, because all through this report is a number of things we've had to do to do this plan. I'd just like to see a number of really what it costs to put this asset management plan together and be able to say that at a time. And, you know, when people like, where's our money going? Well, sometimes it's not our choice, and we have to do these things. I just thought I'd make that comment. Thank you.
Very valid comment, Mr. Mayor. Anything else on Stormwater Network? Well, in that case, we've completed that section. We'll move on to summary of new capital projects by driver. Did everyone have a chance to go through this? If you have, hey, somebody did. I think it's the mayor.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Last ones. I won't do any more after this. I just have two. Let me go down and find it. Actually, I just have one. And these are the new projects added on in the year. And ENG 026 Paradise Park Volleyball and Playground, $400,000 in year 2023. Chair, I wish to move that this be removed from the capital budget, and I'll speak to it very quickly.
Please proceed.
We had this come forward to this council a couple of years ago to do with the Paradise Park washrooms and that project, and it was significantly over budget. And as per the policy, it was sent back to staff, and staff went back and revised the project and came back to council and brought back a proposal that was within budget. And council made a decision, and those washrooms I don't think are in yet, but are almost in. But two of the things we took out were the volleyball courts and the natural playground. We took those out because we had to make a decision that this was over budget. And to me, when we make a decision and we take something out, it doesn't mean it comes back in the next year as a new project. And this has come back this year as a brand new project, $400,000. So we made a decision 2 years ago that the price was too high. It doesn't make any difference to me whether we split it up into two pieces. It's still too high because when you add the two pieces together, you're back to where we started from. So we made a decision. I still stand by that decision, and I would like to see that removed from the budget with your support. Thank you.
Very well. Any comments on this? Is that Councillor Dice, did you put your hand up? I'd already written your hand down actually, so
I'm sorry.
it's okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. Just to staff, just to clarify that, because my understanding and memory of that was it was clearly the washroom that was being questioned and the cost of that facility. And that's why we made those changes. Am I remembering this inaccurately?
Well, as council may recall, this one has a bit of a long story. I will try and summarize it as quickly as I can. Mayor Collier is correct in that going back about 3 years ago, when we tendered the entire site, it was a different washroom design and had a number of park amenities, as well as the natural playground and beach volleyball court. And at the time, it did come in significantly over budget. Council provided direction for staff to go back, scale down the washroom building so that it was more in line with the budget that was approved for the project, which we did. Earlier in 2020, a report was brought back to council, at which time direction was provided for staff to move forward with a scaled down version of the washroom, which we're currently in the process of doing. And you can see the contractors mobilized on site right now. And that project is proceeding. At the same time, and within that report, we did also identify the $400,000 associated with the beach volleyball court and the natural playground. There was no specific recommendation relating to that project, and specifically within the report, it detailed the cost of $400,000 and indicated and requested staff to consider bringing those projects back into the long-range forecast, as we do with many projects. As you know, we've got many master plans. We've had similar types of projects in the past where projects are identified, and then the direction or the discretion of staff is to identify those projects to bring them back through the long-range capital budget process. So that was reflected in the report. It was not saying sort of forget this project and sort of not proceed with it. It was bring it back and feed it through the capital budget process on a go-forward basis, which is what we've done, and we've identified it as a 2023 project. The project aligns with the shoreline improvement strategy the council approved approximately 6 or 7 years ago, and fits in with the long-term vision for the waterfront in that particular area. So there is a basis for it, and as has been alluded to, it's been identified as a 2023 project.
And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, the public were involved on committees that also, for a couple of years, I remember them having meetings and identifying different issues along the waterfront, which went through public consultation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I know for sure, I'm not so sure about the playground, but I know for sure they had recommended a volleyball court. Is that correct?
There was the recommendation in the site design approved. The overall concept was approved by council, which showed the beach volleyball, and the response for the natural playground was at the request of residents who wanted to move away from the more traditional playground and look
Right.
for a more natural playground in fitting in with the beach setting. So that was sort of a response to the public consultation.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the info.
You're welcome. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you, through you to Director Meredith, could you tell me the month where that report came through?
I was looking at it this morning. I think it was January 2020. I think if you look at the first report of 2020, that was the council award for the washroom, and there's specific reference. There's a section in that report pertaining to the beach volleyball and the natural playground.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Was there an amendment I had to address? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Chair, I put an amendment on the floor to remove this from the budget. I'm just actually looking at the January 20th GGC meeting from last year, just trying to see what there is no recommendation on this. It is in the report, but there was no direction given by council that I can see in here.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna vote on the amendment the mayor has brought forward to remove this item. All those in favor? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So I see 4 hands. This is carried. Okay, thank you very much. Anything as we move forward? Anything else on summary of new capital projects by Driver?
That's the end of mine. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else before we move forward? Okay, so we'll move into the detailed sheets. Have we had a chance to look on this, and are there any further questions on the detailed sheets? I see none, and now we'll move down to the financing summary. And my first item is development reserve. Do we have any questions or comments on development reserve? I see none. The second one, vehicle and equipment replacement reserve. Going once, twice, none. Number 3, roads maintenance reserve. Going once, twice. We'll move on to building maintenance reserve. Any questions or comments? I see none. General infrastructure maintenance reserve. Questions or comments, anyone? I see none. Strategic initiatives reserve. Questions or comments? None. Stormwater maintenance reserve. Questions or comments? None. Insurance reserve. Question or comments? None. Building approvals reserve. None. Federal gas tax reserve fund. Questions or comments? I see none. 2018 development charges reserve fund. No questions or comments. Recoveries, other municipalities. No questions or comments. External contributions. No questions or comments. Grants. Regional Councillor Crawford, please proceed. You're muted.
Sorry, my bad. Do we have an update from, I think it was GGC last month, on grants that we were waiting for approval on?
Through the chair to Councillor Crawford, since the report in January, staff have not received confirmation of any new funding being approved since that report was brought forward to council.
So the pendings are still pending?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome. Any other questions on grants? I see no hands. And the last item is continuity schedules, reserve and reserve fund. No questions or comments. And the very last one, 2018 DC Reserve Fund. Any questions or comments? Members of council, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the discussion on our capital budgets tonight. Congratulations, job well done. So we'll now receive any closing questions or comments from attendees. Having now heard the budget deliberations, if any attendee wishes to ask a question or make a comment, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom and you will be given 5 minutes to speak. Mr. Clerk, do you have any attendees wish to address the committee?
Mr. Chair, we still have 3 attendees with us tonight, and we do have a raised hand from Mr. Chris Baker, and I'm now going to turn on his microphone.
Thank you very much. Mr. Baker, welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly well, Mr. Baker.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, start off with the capital budget and specifically the section that Mayor Collier was getting into on the fleet goodies on page 17. So he really got to answer a lot of questions I had in that section. And I know during the discussion there, they talked about why the future years didn't show any entries. And in fact, the gentleman who was replying back actually showed a page in his screen where he does have some stuff for future dates. So I think there should be another line in there. I recognize you don't want to put a line in for every future fleet thing. Maybe put one single line for fleet that shows for the next 4 years what's on the docket. So it reflects in the bottom totals for the grand totals for the future years. Does that sound logical?
Madam Treasurer.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I believe that it does identify within that project listing sheet, we do identify the I believe there are 2 capital sheets that do have all the years within them. I think it's up on the screen now.
Okay.
So FLT 004 and FLT 007 do show.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I see that there now.
So those detail sheets, can you open one of those up there, please? They do show the vehicles that are being requested.
Okay, thank you. And on that same section, perhaps using FLT 027 as an example. And I like the mayor's words, need to have versus want to have. So just using this one as an example, like I went through all these fleet ones as well, sort of like the mayor did, but I actually made my own notes of like, of the list there was like 6 of them, I believe, that were at average years age. There were 2 of them greater than 3 years. This one here, number 20, FLT 027, is showing an average years, as you can see. And this puppy is $150,000. Can we take a risk and bump this out a year or 2? Or assess it next year? Like once again, thinking of need to have versus want to have, like what's the worst case scenario if this machine dies in July? Do we have another machine to cover it some way, or?
Mr. Meredith, would you like to address that?
Yeah, through you to Mr. Baker. We do have a limited number of large area mowers. Our large area mowers, they typically will be utilized primarily along our waterfront in our large open space areas, including Greenwood, and some of our large parks and open space systems where obviously you can perform a maintenance for a larger area than obviously with your smaller grounds maintenance equipment. So they are integral to the service delivery that we provide in our primary open space areas. And as you can see, they've been averaging close to $10,000 a year. So we do have situations where they are offline, which does have an impact on the day-to-day operations. So of the vehicles that we are recommending replacements, this would be one of the highest. And when you talk about want versus need, this would be more of a need from a replacement perspective.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, anything else?
Yes, so switching to the operating budget, if you can go to page 11, please. I'm sorry, page 30. So I'm not seeing anything change there.
Sorry, we're just working on it.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was me. There we go. Now, can you scroll down near the bottom where the totals are there? Okay, so the line item, less assessment growth. So we've obviously had some positives there for over $1 million. I just wanted to ask, like, what's the major factor that's making that show up this year? Or is there more than one major one?
Through the chair to Mr. Baker. I think there's a lot of new homes that have come online and improvements in the homes, but I think notably what came online was Gordon Foods this year. So
Okay.
I think that's causing a large piece of that growth piece.
Okay, that's what I thought. It might be Gordon. And so we have for the future, some future year down the road, we have also the opportunity of Amazon coming along.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll be
Sorry,
big.
the other piece that I was just been informed, the other piece of that assessment growth is Medallion Building B. That came online this year as well.
Okay, thank you. And a navigation question for me, for you. So on page 32 of the operation budget, well, the capital budget before the adjustments today was showing a capital a levy charge of $5.6 million. My question is, where does that show up in the operating budget as the levy being used? Is it in the reserve allocations?
Through the chair to Mr. Baker, yes, that's correct. It's been highlighted in the sheet above.
Okay. So those other reserve allocations then are different sources other than the tax levy?
Through the chair, that's correct. That would include our lexicon and our slots revenue as well. So those funding amounts would come in through investment income slots and a lexicon, and they would flow out to the capital reserves through that reserve allocation.
Okay, thank you. Different topic, using residential curb tree trimming and residential sidewalk repair as an example for no specific reason, but just an example. Can you advise which department manages such operations and expenses?
Through the chair, I believe that both of those items would be looked after under the operations department.
So I noticed this year in the budget, a lot of people on the council side, which I thought was fabulous, were challenging not just increases, but the fact that there's line items in the budget at all. That's sort of what I'm doing here with these items. So for costs such as these two, once again, just picking these as an example for no specific reason, more so just because I saw them happen in my neighborhood in the past couple of months. Is each service like this justified each year? So for instance, do we understand that curb tree trimming last year was X dollars and this year it should be the same? Is there an understanding that this is critical or non-critical? Could be considered for a reduction in tough times, or
zero base?
Sorry, they are base.
Okay.
Through the chair, and I'll let Director Meredith add on to anything if I've missed anything, but staff do review their work plans for the coming year. They look at the prior 3 years, what has been done in the expenditures, but they also look to what's going forward, what's coming forward and where the pressures are. So staff do look at every single line item throughout the budget, and that's why it's such a long process for us to go through. We start in the summertime and work through looking at contract prices and looking to see where we can find efficiencies. I'll let Director Meredith jump on if he has anything to add.
Yep, just
you. And
just
before Director Meredith starts, Mr. Baker, are you close to wrapping up your questions? We've been waiting 5 minutes. It's been great, but we've got to move on too. So I'll let
that's great, but I haven't been talking for 5 minutes. Everybody else.
No. I've been pausing it every time you spoke, sir, with all due respect. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
would like to ask one more question if I could.
Of course, of course. Would you want Mr. Director Merritt to answer the other part of that question that Madam Treasurer answered half?
If he has something to offer, I'd like him to.
Sure, and then you can have your last question, please. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
understanding.
Just to add to Director Valentim. So first of all, many of these contracts are multi-year contracts. Many of them do range between 3 and 5 years. The contracts that we do enter into that tie into an operating budget directly tie in and relate to a level of service that we've established for each service. So for example, if we have a block street tree pruning program, that is on a 7-year cycle. So basically what we're saying is council's approved a level of service that will ensure our street trees are maintained on a 7-year cycle. And that would be a similar approach, whether it is street sweeping, whether it's catch basin cleanouts, whether it's cutting grass on a 14-day cycle. So the contracts that we enter into are based on those levels of service.
Okay, thank you. And last one, just quickly, if I may. It's more just a broad comment, I think is a question. Like, has the town looked recently at any pockets of operating expense, especially those associated with capital assets? If there's some way that that pocket of expense and the assets associated and the resources associated with the assets could be outsourced to achieve an overall cost reduction for the town of Ajax?
Madam Treasurer?
That's a very good question. I think we're reviewing all of our processes on a regular basis to see where we can find efficiencies. I'm not sure of anything specifically. I haven't been here at the town for very long. I'm just wondering if perhaps Mr. Meredith might be able to provide a little more information.
CEO Baker would want to answer that question. Thank you. Please proceed, CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Baker's question, so it's an ongoing struggle to determine the balance between contracted services and in-house services, but it's definitely something that is top of mind of our senior management team. There's different tools that we use to try and ascertain where that balance is, and one of the tools that we're using right now is a core services review. Our core services review is currently looking at our recreation and culture and community development department, and the next up is our operations environmental services department, and then we'll work through each of the departments in the town. And part of the core services review is looking at how we first of all, what services are we performing? Are they part of our core services? Should we be continuing to provide those services? Are there other services that are trending in municipalities that we should be performing alternatively? And what is the balance that we should be looking at for contracted or in-house services? So yes, that is something absolutely that is part of our normal business analysis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Your town appreciates you. You're welcome. Mr. Clerk, do any other attendees wish to address the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Leslie McConnell would like to address the committee.
Okay. Ms. McConnell? The floor is yours. Have you
Oh, sorry about that.
Not a problem. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I missed part of the meeting. I have to commend you all. I think you all have a lot of stamina for doing this for like 7 hours. I just wanted to ask a question. Earlier, you had mentioned something about the medallion development and tax costs of $300,000 per building for 10 years. I'm just wondering if you could just explain that a little bit more to me, please.
Very well. Madam Treasurer, can you please address Ms. McConnell?
Certainly. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. McConnell. The town entered into an agreement for the construction of Pat Bailey Square and the 6 there's a development agreement for 6 high-rise buildings. 2 are currently constructed. Part of that agreement
Part of the incentives that were brought forward through that agreement included incremental tax. I can't recall the exact. Sorry, I was told tax increment financing. So part of that, what happens is when the developer purchased the land, the land was valued at a certain amount. After the construction, the building is again assessed at a certain amount. Through this agreement, the town is required to pay 80% of that incremental tax back to the developer. This is an agreement that came into place through the initial development of back in 2012. There are 6 buildings that are proposed under this site plan agreement, and we currently have taken on the second building right now. So last year's budget, there was an amount of about $300,000 included in the budget. And this year, a new amount for building B has been included in this budget for a similar amount, $341,000, I believe. And these are requirements under this agreement to be paid for the next 10 years.
Anything else, Ms. McConnell?
Yes, just so I am more clear, is this something that is standard when you're working with developers in most municipalities?
Through the chair to Ms. McConnell. I'm not certain, to be quite honest. This was an incentive agreement. The town wanted to ensure that there was a significant infrastructure on that corner, and this was done in 2012. So I'm not familiar if other municipalities or jurisdiction do this. I know that other municipalities do have community improvement plans in place. I'm not sure to what extent that the incentives that they provide.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor would like to comment.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I can help because I do recall this pretty clearly. This was obviously at a different time. This was when those lands were scheduled to become, I think, for like a Shoppers Drug Mart, a Swiss Chalet, and a bank. That's what I think we were going to see there, just a couple of regular single stories. So what council did, we expropriated the land and we looked for a developer, and this was all part of our rejuvenation of redevelopment of our downtown core and our goal of producing a pedestrian-friendly live-work type environment. And we felt at the time that if we didn't take the lead, then this just wouldn't happen. You know, we only had a limited amount of land. We can't keep building single-story, retail pads with 2 or 3 employees. We needed something with higher density to kickstart the downtown redevelopment. So this was it. At the time, we gave, I believe it was $23 million worth of incentives, which was 1, selling the land a little bit cheaper than we had paid for it. 2, I think a lot of I'm not sure if it's development charges to the CIP, Diane, but I think we gave them a rebate of the development charges through the CIP and then some tax deferrals. But I think at the time, we maybe didn't realize the extent of, if we gave these DC deferrals, we thought, I think, that it was just going to be, we're just going to waive it. But as it turns out, if they don't pay it, we have to pay it. And so that's what the 300,000 odd is each year, is the developer's not paying it, we have to pay it. And it was all part of the incentive package to make that almost $300 million. And at the time, that was the largest municipal project ever in the region of Durham. So it was just something we had to do. In hindsight, we're not doing that again now, because we understand that it does have ongoing effect that we're going to have to deal with for 10 years. But that decision was made, I think 2 councils, maybe 3 councils ago, and we're just getting through it. But I hope that explains a bit of the history behind it.
How much longer, Mr. Mayor, do we have to pay that off? It's only 10 years, and you said 2 terms ago, right?
I think Ms. Valentin said 10 years. I'm not sure.
So that's almost done then, I guess.
I don't think so.
10 years from when we start paying.
Oh, okay. Okay, and you wanted to add to the answer for Ms. McConnell, Madam Treasurer?
No, sorry, it's fine.
It's okay? Okay, wonderful. Ms. McConnell, is there anything else?
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Treasurer, and thank you very much, Mayor Collier.
Thank you so much for coming on and addressing this and staying up with us. I know you've been watching this for a long time, as long as we have. So thank you again, Ms. McConnell. Have a good night.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other members or any other attendees that wish to address the committee? In the meantime, Ms. Valentin will say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did receive a few emails through our inbox, which I'd like to read as well. There are some questions and some comments.
Okay.
I would like to thank the public for submitting their questions to us. This is an open public process and we do appreciate your feedback. So the first one I'll read out. Hello, Ajax Finance. I'm not sure how Ajax can consider increasing property tax when there's a pandemic and government has frozen rent increase until 2022. I have a single home rental property in Ajax and work paycheck to cover mortgage and property taxes. I do not make a profit from this rental. Given the rent freeze, small-time landlords like me cannot increase rent, but would be impacted by this property tax increase. This is very unfair since government can decide to pass on the property tax increase to residents, but at the same time enforce a rent freeze as well. Regards, a concerned Ajax resident and homeowner. So again, I'd like to thank this resident for bringing this to our attention. What I will say is, although staff have worked very hard to keep the tax rate increase to a minimum, we are still incurring costs in all of our facilities. We do have fixed costs. So although I'm sensitive to the concerns of the residents, we do have to maintain our facilities and continue to provide services as far as winter control, boulevard maintenance and such. As well as we have additional expenditures due to COVID, including an increase in bylaw enforcement. I have another comment here.
Ms. Valentin, just in case there is any other attendees, if you don't mind, that they're waiting to address. I just want to confirm that first before, is that okay?
Yes,
Let me confirm nobody's waiting. Is that okay? Okay, Mr. Clerk, do we have any other attendees?
Mr. Chair, no other attendees have raised their hand at this time.
Wonderful. I feel much better right now. Okay. Madam Treasurer, you may proceed and continue. Thank you so much.
So another email that we received through our finance inbox. Hello there, it would be interesting to know how much the town is saving during pandemic by not providing the usual regular service. Having 3 community centers closed, there must be certain savings specifically at the staffing side. And hopefully these savings lead to a tax reduction for the residents. So I think this question was addressed by Councillor Tyler Moran earlier with regards to the savings for savings on part-time staff and the loss of revenues. So unfortunately, we don't see significant savings by having the facilities closed, as mentioned, because we do have the carrying costs and the fixed costs to run those. But as mentioned earlier, we did, bring forth our best information and best tax budget for this, for this budget. Although we are, again, sensitive to the concerns of the residents, we think this is an appropriate budget that we're bringing forward. And then I have one last email that was received. Dear Sir and Madam, in the age-friendly report approved by Council, it recommended a senior center staffed and opened by Town of Ajax staff. I do not see this reflected in the capital or operating budgets. I know that the mayor promoted this during the election campaign. Maybe I missed it. Could you please tell me where I can find it? So I did receive this response from our interim director of recreation. The recommendations from the Recreation and Parks Master Plan, along with core services review for recreation, will speak to this and provide direction and help inform our future decisions on senior services, and the plan should be finalized this spring. Our consultants are very aware of the mayor's desire to see this through, and we expect the recommendations in the report will help inform subsequent budget years on this one. Thank you. So those are the emails that we did receive from the public as well.
Wonderful. And that concludes this part of our meeting. So at this point, we will have to take a brief recess and return to consider the budget report and final recommendations from staff. Madam Treasurer, how much time will you need?
Well, actually, Mr. Chair, we have the recommendations. My staff have been working diligently behind the scenes here as we were talking. So the changes to the budget and the recommendations in the report are on your screen.
Very well. Recommendation. Just so I should start reading. Mr. Mayor?
Just question, Chair, that amount, and I probably should have just gone and looked at the original report, the 75,565,500. That number has been reduced by what we've taken out, Ms. Valentin? Okay, I should have just gone and looked at the original report. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Okay. Should I read this? Recommendation. The 2021 net operating budget in the amount of $75,565,500 be approved. 2, that the Information Technology Strategic Plan, ITSP, business case in the amount of $291,100 be approved. 3 has not been approved. And number 4 is the amount of $74,412,500 be as a general tax levy for 2021. 5, that the following 2021 general levy funded reserve allocations be approved. Building maintenance, $801,100. Election, $73,000. Post build out, $71,400. Development, $200,000. Strategic initiatives, $387,000. Road maintenance, $1,628,200. General infrastructure maintenance, $921,600. Vehicle and equipment, $1,657,900. And total allocations, $5,740,200. 6, that the 2021 capital budget in the amount of $19,767,300 be approved. 7, that the 2022 to 2025 long-range capital forecast be approved in principle. 8, that council approve the deviation from the financial sustainability plan spending cap for the vehicle and equipment reserve by $90,900 in 2021. And 9, that $1 million of the 2020 library surplus be returned to the town, of which $700,000 be directed to the stabilization reserve and $300,000 be directed to the stormwater maintenance reserve. And that if the library board does not approve the transfers requested, then the library grant for 2021 be reduced by whatever amount that is not approved by the library board. That completes it. Are there any questions or comments on this? Okay, so Mr. Mayor, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Just to speak to it quickly, I just want to thank our staff. I know they've been working incredibly hard for the last year. The budget process is a year-long process, and last year being COVID added a whole new dimension to everything. I mean, our budget last year, basically a lot of it got thrown out the window. We had to make a lot of changes on the fly. We had to look at all sorts of different ways to cope, new costs like PPE, increased security, a number of other things, trying to put things in place like the hygiene hub and so many other things. It really has been a real marathon this last year. So staff, thank you on behalf of myself and I'm sure council for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your work here tonight. I think you did a great job on this meeting. And thank you to council. I think everybody brought, a lot of great ideas to the table. We don't always agree on all, but I think together we've done a really good job on this year's budget. And just to the residents, I know people aren't going to always be happy about things, but our budget represents what it costs to run the town, and no more, no less. This has been brought forward. I don't believe there's service cuts. I think we have been able to do this without putting ourselves in much of a negative position next year, which unfortunately we have been in the last 2 years. We've had some pretty substantial starts. Like when we start at 3 or 4%, it makes it pretty difficult to bring in a 1% budget. So this, I didn't catch the last bit, Ms. Valentin. What is the final blended rate? Is it 0.95?
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, the town increase, the municipal portion on the tax bill will increase by 0.95%.
Okay, thank you. And I think that is an amazing job by an amazing team. I know, I hope the residents will see that. And those of you that stuck through this last 8 hours understand, you know, we're at the end. They were not part of the preparation. So we've done our best to make sure that everything is provided. I think this is a responsible budget, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. Regional Councillor Crawford? You're muted.
I know. I just want to thank staff too. I know, Mayor, I'm basically going to be repeating what he said, but I just think that it's important that we thank you, and especially to our Madam Treasurer, who's just recently come on board. This was a really crappy year to start. I mean, with everything that went on and all the stuff that's happening, and but I want to thank you for your time that you set aside for everybody to be able to actually talk this out in private. And I want to also thank all staff that offered time for us to be able to ask our questions and just listen to us talk. So I really appreciate all of that time that was given, and I'll stop talking because I'm putting people to sleep. But thank you very much.
You're welcome. And listen, this is your last opportunity for members to ask questions on the recommendation. So Regional Councillor Dice, and then Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you. Just a comment, if I may, Mr. Chair. And again, it's an appreciation for staff throughout the year. Actually, this COVID has been a challenge for everybody, and we're all working flat out. And that's honest. We are working flat out. And it's been very fluid. Things change all the time, and we've had to adapt. And staff has done a great job at adapting and meeting the challenges that it has presented. We had a bare bones budget that came forward. And there has been some improvements made to the tax increase. But we are doing our best in all departments. We really are trying to do our best. And I know there's a lot of need in the community too. And that is a concern as well, with so many people who have been laid off or unemployed through COVID. So hopefully this year is a better year, can only get better, right? And things will improve. I'm hoping that when, the restrictions lift, we'll see things go a little bit back to normal. But I think this first year gave an indication of what we're to expect this year. I think the anticipation is it will continue throughout the year, possibly into early next year. So we'll see. But I'm hopeful that we've made some changes that will help. So thank you very much to everybody, all staff who've worked on this, and again, all the year through this COVID.
Thank you for your kind words of wisdom, Regional Councillor Dice. Councillor Tyler Moore.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just echoing what my council colleagues are saying, I want to thank staff, directors specifically, and the CAO, because when we came knocking several weeks before tonight, we didn't just start working on this tonight. Everybody was great. Everybody responded back. We got meetings within 24 hours and got good answers. They listened to what we were saying. We had major concerns about the final number. And I just want to say, I really appreciate your accessibility. I know people are saying, well, they have to do that, but you did an excellent job, and you really listened. I want to say that to all the directors and to our CAO. And I think I bugged the mayor and regional councillor Crawford a bunch of times on this too. So thanks to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to representation from Regional Councillor Lee from Ward 2, please. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to say anything, but hey, I'm gonna repeat what everyone else has said. No, I mean, all joking aside, this is not an easy process. Like, it's probably like a politician's least favorite process because it's unforgiving. No matter what we decide, there's gonna be a contingent of residents who say we didn't do enough, and a contingent of residents who say we did too much. But I hope after 9 or 8 hours, our residents will understand that we don't take this lightly. We cannot take this more seriously. We went over. People always say, I'm going to go line by line through the budget. We quite literally did that today just to find any sort of savings. And, I just hope our residents appreciate that. I know in terms of this council, I appreciate the exchange of ideas, like the mayor said, like we're not always going to agree, but I think I'm very proud of this budget, especially because it is a hard time for COVID. It is a hard time for everybody. And we brought a budget that, shored up our IT, which was much needed, maintained services, and still came in at much lower than we normally come in. So I think that's a win across the board. So, I mean, as much as we thank staff and the residents, I also just want to extend my thanks to this council for putting the work in. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Regional Councillor Lee. And Lisa, I guess you have no choice. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I echo everyone's sentiment. This is a tough job. Thank you, staff, for providing us all the information that we need to make these tough decisions and to help us and guide us. And I'm really proud to be part of this. Thank you to the residents. Mr. Baker, you've been at every budget meeting that I've been to. So thank you for coming and always having comments and positive input for us, and to all the other residents. And my colleagues on council, I'm really proud to be working with you, and we did a good job tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer. And we're not even over yet, but I just want to thank staff on my behalf for coaching me through this process. The clerks have been amazing. The direct meetings with Sarah Weisler and our treasurer, Madam Treasurer, it has helped me a lot to grow personally, and working with my team, the councillors, the members of council for the town of Ajax, and like what the mayor said and Regional Councillor Lee said as well, we don't always agree to everything, but this is what makes us unique and dynamic and have these kind of results that we are producing tonight. On that note, I would like to have a mover for the recommendation of this report, and this is going to be moved by Regional Councillor Lee. This would not have a seconder, so it's moved by Councillor Lee, and now I'm going to call a vote on this. All those in approval of the report? I see all hands, and that was unanimous. Congratulations, congratulations. And finally, I'd like a mover to adjourn this meeting.
Let's go 8 more minutes, guys. Honestly, let's get it to 9.
Regional Councillor Crawford moves this meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations, Ajax. Thank you very much for your patience.